Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Immortal Deku Becomes Cat? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The next few days of internships were really a blur for Hitoshi and Moss alike. Hitoshi finished up training with All Might's personal teacher, and All Might was able to get that feel of Hitoshi that he wanted at the start when the two of them went one-on-one. It was completely quirkless, no powers involved. Hitoshi still had no chance, even with Moss secretly giving him advice on where to go and what to hit. Hitoshi tried to even go for the wound in one last desperate attempt at winning. But All Might wasn't the best hero for nothing and knew to block that area off. I take it Moss told you about that wound. Nice try. And then Hitoshi had a glorious taste of the dojo man as All Might laid his ass out. Ugh. He half-whined as he stood. God, you're good. Of course. But don't worry, you'll get there, young Hitoshi. All Might encouraged him with that smile still on his face. Still, your stats are good, but I'd like them to be the best they can possibly be. You can lift upwards of 150. Not bad. I would raise the cap just a smidge. He made a motion with his fingers like he had a small gap he wanted to fill in. Hitoshi dusted himself off and stretched his arms and shoulders out. Sure. How much do you want me to lift? I need to work on my deadlifting anyways. Ideally. Of course. About 550 more pounds. Hitoshi's head never whipped around faster to stare at the man like he's just grown a second head. I'm sorry. I don't think I heard you right. Did you just say you want me to lift upwards of 600 pounds? Ideally. Yes. And I believe you can do it. All Might slapped Hitoshi on the shoulder and Hitoshi just looked at him. What a crock of shit. Izuku snorted from where he's been quietly sitting. Hitoshi then rubbed the inside of his cheek with his tongue and then looked over at Izuku before looking back at All Might. You don't think me learning how to lift 600 pounds is a bit excessive? Not at all. Why, some of our other classmates, like young Bakugo or young Shoji, can lift as such. All Might waggled his giant finger at Hitoshi. Yeah, Bakugo is a show-off and Shoji is built like a brick house. I'm leaning more towards stealth and swiftness. I already know that I need to lift at least 200 pounds, but 600. I can't be quiet and stealthy with the body of a bodybuilder, so what's this all really about? All Might? Hitoshi finally asked and looked All Might dead in his blue eyes. All Might gave a chuckle. You catch on fast. He then reached up and ruffled Hitoshi's locks. You don't have to have the body of a bodybuilder. I'm sure with the right diet and exercise you can keep your physique relatively the same. All Might. Hitoshi grabbed All Might's hand with both of his to stop the man from continuing his assault on Hitoshi's hair. You're skirting around my question. He called the hero out. Izuku trotted up to the duo and jumped onto Hitoshi's shoulder where he would sit vigilant. His green eyes gave nothing away as he stared All Might dead on, and that made the man sweat a little, it would seem. I need to do a little more thinking before I tell you the full truth, young Hitoshi. All Might finally confessed, and it left Hitoshi and Izuku both with more questions than answers when they watched the man retreat into the elevator and out of sight. What an odd man. Hitoshi sighed once it was just him and Moss. You're telling me? Izuku shook his head. He wants something from you, but for it seems whatever it is must require you to lift up to 600 pounds, which is insane. Might I add, do you know how long it'll take me to lift that much? Papa even said he didn't want me lifting too much as extreme bodybuilding can cause chronic pain in the muscles, nerves, and joints. Hitoshi almost wanted to scoff. Izuku gave a hum as he seemed to think about it. It's hard to say. I think if we bide our time we'll get the answer. Yeah. Hitoshi rubbed a hand against his neck. The elevator suddenly dinged loudly, making both of them turn towards it. Who to step out but Hawks of all heroes with Takoyami directly behind him. Hawks looked around before his shoulders gave a noticeable slump. Looking for All Might? Hitoshi asked as he approached the two. Yeah, we were told he was here. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Hawks rubbed at the back of his neck a little awkwardly as he smiled at Hitoshi. He just left. I'm willing to bet he's in his office on the top floor. Hitoshi offered and Hawks smiled. Thanks, Tsukuyomi. Why don't you stay with your friend? Hitoshi watched as Hawks' eyebrows rose up and down suggestively and Takoyami covered his face with his hands. I shouldn't be long. Hawks then returned to the elevator and left. This left Hitoshi and Takoyami. So, All Might was your secret internship offer? Takoyami inquired when the silence became just a little too heavy between the duo. Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, he wanted me to keep it mostly quiet due to people thinking nepotism is involved. Makes sense. The silence returned and Takoyami, once again, broke the silence. I heard that on your first day you got to fight villains. Yeah. Hitoshi leaned against a wall and Takoyami followed suit. The same villains from the USJ, in fact. It was crazy. They were after Bakugo and we thankfully managed to get to him in time. Oh, there was also this vigilante. He was actually pretty cool. Not that I got to talk to him or anything. As soon as he was there he was gone. Is Bakugo alright? Hitoshi shrugged. I mean physically. He suffered a couple of nasty burns. I don't know if he'll be okay in the head after this. That boy, I think it's getting to him. Hitoshi spoke honestly with a headshake. To be fair, if the corpse of my old victim came back to haunt me, I don't think I'd be taking it well mentally either. Hitoshi quickly looked around the dojo. Once the coast was clear, he put his finger to his lips. I got a souvenir from the fight, wanna see? But you can't tell. Sure. Hitoshi leaned down to his boot and pulled out a blade. A dagger in all actuality. The vigilante left this behind and it was just so cool. Ooh. Takoyami reached for it, paused, and then looked at Hitoshi. May I? Of course. Takoyami looked at it and inspected it from its length to its metal. This is heavy duty. Whoever that vigilante is wanted to cause some heavy bleeding damage. This is a 12-inch blade with the tips refined to a point. He ran his thumb over the tip of the blade and a cut instantly formed. If I had to guess, I would say that this is made with carbon steel. It's sturdy and it's hard to chip or break. Hitoshi leaned down and looked at the dagger. You know a bit about daggers, don't you? He smiled and it made Takoyami blush a little. I happen to have a sword. Plus it helps that mother really loves blacksmithing and even likes to smith weapons for heroes. He coughed and looked away from Hitoshi and Moss, who were both looking at him with excited stares. He then quickly handed the dagger back to Hitoshi, who took it and put it right back in his boot. I could. Takoyami finished his sentence in a whisper and Hitoshi looked at him, the excitement never once leaving his face. Did you say what I think you said? Takoyami cleared his throat loudly. I could help train you on how to train with such a weapon. If you'd like. I don't have a sword just for show, you know. He tried again, his face and even beak tinging with pink. I'd love to. After internships, of course, and, we have to keep this quiet. My parents don't exactly like the idea of me training with sharp weapons. Takoyami nodded. Understandable. Something caught his eye out the window and he rushed to it in a hurry. Damn it, he cried when both he and Hitoshi watched as hawks flew from the window. I have to go. Then Takoyami didn't even bother with the elevator as he rushed down the emergency stairs. Hitoshi only tilted his head as he watched Takoyami's retreating form. How bizarre. He then looked at Izuku, who just shrugged. All Might, still buffed up, came out of the elevator moments later. All right, young Hitoshi, it's time for the next part of your internship. Hitoshi turned excitedly, so excitedly that he nearly knocked Izuku off of his shoulder. Patrols. No, it's even better and more crucial. Community service. Then, before Hitoshi could even attempt to protest, something Toshinori likely picked up on, he was grabbed and they were suddenly out the window. A scream ripped from Hitoshi's throat and a yowl from Moss's as they were in the air and quickly flying through it at Mach 1. Hitoshi didn't flail as much as he wanted to. He latched himself onto All Might's neck with one hand and made sure to keep Moss tight against his chest with his other hand. As soon as it happened, it was over and they were in front of Takoba Beach. The trash beach, or as some citizens of Musutafu like to call it, Dagaba Beach. It was just polluted with trash from people using it as a dump site for the past decades. It's a wretched sight, isn't it? All Might placed Hitoshi down. Hitoshi's whole body swayed from side to side before he backed up several steps and then collapsed to his knee. What the F? He whispered fearfully. Warn a guy before you do something like that. His whole face was white and not even his pupils could be seen, as he was sure at one point during that flight he felt his soul leave his body. Moss wasn't much better. It wouldn't surprise Hitoshi if he died from fright during that whole ordeal. Yes, a wretched sight indeed. All Might continued on like nothing happened. Which is why, as your mentor, I've decided you're going to get the place clean. Obviously, you can't do much in a week, but if you take some time out of your schedule every day for a week for 4 hours, I'm sure we can make good progress. He then turned and pointed dramatically at Hitoshi. What do you say? Hitoshi shook his head violently to rightfully return his soul into his body, and then looked at All Might. You're joking, right? Hitoshi asked once he looked out at the landfill that was once a beautiful beach. Like you're honest to God joking. How much free time do you think I have? He inquired. Well, it's just that you're a teen. All Might, I'm hero training. I train with all 3 of my dads every week, multiple times a week. I have ballet practice on the weekend. I have school during the week, and that's not even counting the training and battle practice I do at school. The time I have to clean a beach is very limited, and you want me to do it once a week for 4 hours. Community service is fine, but this is overkill. Hitoshi gasped and Moss piped up. Look at the trash. These are all heavy objects. It has to do with your less than ideal weight training. Izuku's tail lashed out as he stared right at All Might, unblinking. All Might started to squirm under both of their gazes. All Might, what is this about? Really, why can't you just tell me? Hitoshi asked with a sigh. Why do you need me to be stronger? And why are you trying to hide weight training under the guise of community service? All Might clammed up before turning away from Hitoshi with a heavy sigh of his own. You're smart, young Hitoshi. And same to you, young Izuku. Hitoshi looked at Izuku. He knows. I didn't tell him. Remember my uncle, the white-haired guy? Hitoshi asked in his head and Izuku nodded. He has connections with Toshinori, but I don't know why. Toshinori knows that you, myself, and that Namo are all connected mentally. How strange, Hitoshi whispered and then looked at Toshinori. Well, what's this all about? He demanded in a mildly snappy tone. Why do you want me to be able to lift over half a ton? Why am I not strong enough for you? Toshinori deflated right there into his skinny form. Surprise. I already knew. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Toshinori snorted. Young Hitoshi, I guess I should just come out and say it. The vestiges themselves are interested in you. They want you to be my next successor. Hitoshi and Izuku shared a look with each other before looking back at Toshinori. Vestiges, the previous holders of One for All. He dramatically called out to Hitoshi and then offered his hand for the boy to take. A stockpile quirk that can be passed down from holder to holder. It can make you and your own quirk stronger than ever. It's the mother of all quirks. Both Izuku and Hitoshi looked at Toshinori's grand speech on the quirk before they stared at one another. Then, Izuku shook his head. I have nothing in all honesty. But the issue is, I can't pass it down to you in your current state. You need to be stronger in order to inherit my quirk. Have you talked to my dads about this? Hitoshi cut Toshinori off suddenly. No, they can't know. Hitoshi then turned his heel and started to walk. No, he stated firmly. If they can't know, and can't put their honest opinions in on this whole ordeal, then my answer is a firm no. Young Hitoshi, they really can't know about this. If word gets out to the wrong person, so my dads are all wrong people now. No, they're heroes, All Might. Oboro is the number 8 most popular hero while Aizawa works with you and so does Present Mike. You know them all and you can't trust them enough to tell them this, or ... Is it more malicious than that? Hitoshi's voice turned deep as he glared at his mentor. Are you hoping that I'd accept under the guise of this being our little secret? Which is creepy. Toshinori quickly waved his hands around. No, nothing like that. I just ... This quirk is a big deal, young Hitoshi. Not everybody can know. Not the 3 most important adults in my life. Izuku looked between Hitoshi and then to Toshinori. He was letting them talk it out as he listened. He had several things he wanted to say, but this wasn't up to him. This was up to Hitoshi and Hitoshi only. Honestly, Izuku was proud. If this was back then, back when Hitoshi was a twig and scared of all adults, he might have taken such a quirk. But now that he knows his worth, he knows better. Toshinori slumped a little. You're not budging on this, are you? Izuku felt Hitoshi tense before he shook his head. No, All Might, I'm not. Either we sit down with my dads and discuss this all together or it's not happening. Your choice. I'm so proud of you. Izuku purred praise and the boy looked at him, stammered, before blushing a little and focusing back around at All Might. Well, he demanded, are we having dinner or am I calling my dad to pick me up and to finish the internship with him and Bakugo? Oh, an arm twister. Izuku looked at All Might before giving the man a firm nod and gave him a loud snort. The vestiges want you. And if this is what you want, then when's a good time for dinner? Let me text my dads to see. Don't worry, I won't mention All for One or whatever you called the quirk. One for All. Please don't refer to it as the other way around ever again. All Might demanded with a hand over his wound. Hitoshi's eyebrow rose and then he looked at Izuku. All for One is my dad. It's a complicated story in all honesty. Izuku told Hitoshi and Hitoshi hummed. Very well. Oh, and until this dinner takes place, I'm not cleaning this beach. Toshinori looked out at the trash. Fair enough. Inko bit into the mashed potatoes and let out a noise. These are all really good. Although I won't lie to you, Steven, I'm not a fan of the texture on the meatloaf. She politely wiped her mouth and Steven smiled. Not everybody likes it, but it's a staple of American food. Steven leaned forward with a grin. It also depends on how you make it. I grew up with breadcrumbs, but I know people that use oats for their meatloaf. Uncooked, she gasped and he nodded with a small laugh. Yep, it cooks with the meat. Inko stuck her tongue out as her face scrunched like a child. I don't think I'd like that, she admitted. I get that. How have you been? Inko made a so-so motion with her hand. Okay, I guess. It's not the best being locked up here, but Mitsuki and Masaru are paying for my stay until I'm less. She trailed off and Steven put a hand on her shoulder. You have good friends, Inko. I do, which makes me feel guilty about hurting them with my actions. She fought back her tears. Steven patted her shoulder gently. Then he relaxed in his seat. I think I'll make you Thanksgiving next. Turkey, ham, more mashed potatoes, the works. He smiled fondly. That would be nice. She returned his fond smile and he got up and looked at the time on his watch. I wish I could stay longer, but I have a meeting I need to go to. Inko nodded. Have fun. Steven huffed an amused laugh. Of course, until next time. Then he turned and walked away. Inko watched him go when suddenly Akiko, the woman, sat firmly in the seat that Steven was just in and with no warning she took Inko's food and started to eat the meatloaf. Heard you say you didn't like it. She grunted. You can have the rest. I just can't stand the slop they service us anymore. Inko snorted. All right then. She then continued to eat the mashed potatoes while Akiko ate the meatloaf like a starving woman. Kikayo. Inko stared at the woman. Akiko, or rather Kikayo, rolled her eyes. Akiko Shinsu is my full name. I hate Akiko, but I like Kikayo. Okay, Kikayo. Shinsu, you mentioned having a son, right? Kikayo snorted bluntly. Yeah, haven't seen him since he was a babe. She sadly whispered the last part. I think I saw him at the sports festival a while back. Hi, Hitoshi, named after his grandfather. Yeah, the brainwasher. Does that mean you brainwash? Or your husband? Kikayo slowed down her chewing before she stopped suddenly. It's a mix of our quirks. You see, my husband, Katsua, was a lawyer. He was able to get people to speak on command, and me, I'm able to manipulate people with my mind. Nothing fancy. I can make people do the most basic of things. She pushed her meatloaf around sadly with her fork. Combined together we make brainwashing. Super powerful ... But like I said before, I never really got to see him after he was born. She looked at her arms where needle marks seemed to litter up and down. Her veins were gone, no doubt burst from the abuse she put her body through. Let myself slip. Inko was no longer hungry. What a shame. Don't you want to see him again, your son? Yeah, but ... Look at me. You think he's going to want to hold on to me? To call me mommy? He doesn't know me, and maybe that's the best thing. I guess. She shrugged. I had a son. Inko looked out at the window. Yeah, he killed himself over a year ago. I miss him every day. The day he died I never got to hold him, to hug him before school, and I want nothing more than to hold him just one more time. Kikayo put the fork down. He wouldn't know who I am, but shouldn't he have a chance? There were a few moments before Kikayo hummed out. Looks like Rio is able to reconcile with her own little monster. Inko looked over to where Kikayo was and saw Ray talking with a dual-haired boy. Half white, half red, and he had a massive scar covering the left side of his face. Even with the scar, it was clear this was a handsome boy. Hey, I know him. He was at the festival as well. I think he's friends with your son if I remember correctly. Kikayo hummed before looking away. I'm not hungry anymore. Then she got up and left just like that. Inko watched her go and then looked back over at Ray. What a lucky woman. Inko could only sigh as she watched Ray share a hug with her son. A lucky woman indeed. Toshinori returned Hitoshi home at the end of the day Friday. Hitoshi, Iri ran from the dining room and directly into her brother's arms. Thankfully, Izuku jumped down just in the nick of time as Hitoshi caught her and held her on his hip. Hitoshi smiled at her and then instantly turned concerned. Your face. He gasped at the shiner under her eye. The bruise extended to the corner of her eye down to the under part of her eye, and she was grinning. A ball hit me in the face. Why are you happy about that? He could only ask incredulously. Because I hit the boy who threw the ball at me harder. I broke his nose. Oh dear. Toshinori laughed from the doorway. You just allowed this? He asked Oboro, who came up to them. Oboro wrapped Hitoshi in a hug and kissed him on the forehead with a loving and dramatic "mmmmwa." Oboro then nuzzled Hitoshi's nose with his own nose. Missed you, kiddo. Then and only then did Oboro look at and acknowledge Toshinori. Yeah, the boy purposely did it. I watched him do it. I pulled her off once she got that hit in. He's just lucky that I had the sense to stop her from using her bat. Oboro chuckled to Toshinori. Izuku watched this before he was suddenly aware of a lanky presence. Brat. He looked up at the calico. Brat purred and licked along the top of his head. It's good to see you again. Here I thought you were gone forever. Brat mused with a chuckle before she rubbed against him affectionately. Nah, you aren't getting rid of me that easily. Izuku rubbed his head under her chin. Boss. Brine came rushing up to him, and the next thing Izuku knew, he was being rubbed heavily by Brine. Brine was clearly trying to get Izuku to smell like him by the way he rubbed all over the green cat. Brine was purring loudly, and it made Izuku purr just the same. Miss me. Pumpkin went crazy looking for you. Speaking of Pumpkin, Izuku never saw the orange blur coming until it was too late. Hey, Pumpkin, Hitoshi cooed before leaning down and picking the orange cat up with ease. Hey. Izuku rushed to Hitoshi's legs, but it was too late. Hitoshi was now picking up and holding Pumpkin like a baby. Hitoshi. Izuku meowed loudly as he stood up on his hind legs and put his front paws on Hitoshi's legs. Oh, that reminds me. Toshinori turned and walked away briskly but left the door open. So, how were internships? Oboro inquired as he took Pumpkin away from Hitoshi. Izuku took this moment to jump back onto Hitoshi's shoulders, and the boy reached up to gently pet him behind the ears. Oh, it was fine. Outside of the fight that I'm sure Dad told you about. He did, and we will be having a discussion as to why you can't wield a knife, but I digress. Oboro lightly poked Hitoshi's nose. So, what's the deal with this dinner that Toshinori requested of us? I pushed him to do it. I told him I wouldn't do what he wants from me unless you guys weigh in. Oboro blinked. Well, whatever it is, it must be important. You know it's going to have to wait until we all have a night off together, which won't happen until next week. Hitoshi nodded. I know. All right, what's it about? Before Hitoshi could speak, Toshinori came back into the house with a cat exercise wheel. Little Mussy, you don't get to call me that. Izuku hissed, but Toshinori just continued unwavering or uncaring. He seemed to enjoy it, and I figured why not give it to him as a gift. The other cats will probably be quite pleased with it as well. Toshinori put the wheel down with ease. Oboro inspected it. I don't know where we could put it. Our room, Hitoshi, our room. Izuku urged. I better not wake to you using that thing in the dead of night because you got the zoomies. Hitoshi sighed before speaking up. You can put it in my room. I have the space, plus Moss really likes that thing. Perfect, lead the way. Toshinori said, all the while picking the wheel up once again. Hitoshi did just that and told him to put it under the window. The moment it was on the ground, the other cats, all of them, flocked to it just to sniff out the new toy. What is it? Jilly had been the one to ask, and she put her paw on it to test it out. The moment the wheel moved, she went back with ears back and was clearly stunned. What is it? She repeated a little more fearfully. Izuku chuckled and jumped down from Hitoshi's shoulder. He parted through the other cats and jumped on the wheel. This, my friends, is a cat wheel. It's to help with exercise and to help get rid of some unwanted energy. Watch. Izuku turned and positioned himself on the wheel before he took off running. Most of the other cats took off in a startled scramble at the noise the wheel made. They would, after a few seconds, turn back around and peek at him as he continued to run. Leave it to Pumpkin to be the one to not understand the concept of if someone is on it, don't get on as well. The orange cat jumped on the wheel as Izuku was running. Izuku tried to warn the orange dumbass, but it was too late and Izuku couldn't stop in time as Pumpkin rolled up, and once he was halfway up the loop he fell. He fell right on Izuku. The two cats tumbled to the ground in a heap. Izuku groaned. It was a deep groan from his soul as he now laid under Pumpkin. Remember when you were tiny and somewhat cute? I do. Izuku grumbled. Hey, I'm still cute. Pumpkin batted Izuku's head repeatedly with his paw. You wish. Izuku kept up the low grumble before he stood up with enough force to knock Pumpkin off of him. Pumpkin fell to his back before he snorted and got up. Whatever, mother. I am not worth the headache. Izuku gave his fur a good shake before he looked around the room to see that Hitoshi and the others had left some time ago, it seemed. Izuku made a mistake. He turned his back to Pumpkin. So when the orange cat tackled him, it was a surprise. Hey, Izuku hissed. Oh. Izuku then yowled when Pumpkin actually bit him. The other cat bit down on Izuku's head. The moment he felt those sharp fangs latch onto him, Izuku sprung his legs back and kicked Pumpkin off of him. The force was enough to kick Pumpkin off of him. The orange cat flew back and Izuku gave himself a shake once he was on his paws. Have you lost your mind? Izuku hissed as his back arched and he stood on his toes. His fur started to bristle as he made himself bigger. Hey, what's going on here? Hitoshi came back to his room. Izuku snorted and felt himself relax as he got off of his toes and padded towards Hitoshi. I don't know, Pumpkin whispered, and it made Izuku turn to look at him. Pumpkin looked confused as he stared at the ground. I just wanted to fight you. Izuku's ears twitched before he sauntered out of the room right behind Hitoshi. How strange, Izuku mused. How strange indeed. Izuku ate his fill of field mice and was now laying outside on the grass. It was dark out. The family were eating, while those that were home, Shadow was still gone out for a late-night patrol. So, Izuku decided to have dinner as well. Izuku has been stuck with kibble and the occasional wet cat food for the past week, and he was glad to get some mice in his stomach once again. And be out of that vest as well. Moss, Brine padded up to him. Izuku grunted and Brine sat right next to him. Don't move me, Izuku grumbled weakly. I ate 3 mice and if I moved I might pop. Brine gave a weak purring laugh. I can see. Your stomach is rather pudgy. Brine teased and Izuku pouted. You take that back. Brine only purred out a small laugh before he got comfortable in the grass. I have to say, this family, these people, they've been great. They're so nice. All the other cats are nice as well. Well, Pumpkin is a little rough around the edges, but he's getting there. Brine stretched out and rested his head on Izuku's back. I really thought it was forever sleep for me in that vet's office. Nope, no forever sleep happening in this household. Izuku laid his head down on his paws as he felt sleep getting ready to take him away. 3 mice was really a lot. I still wonder about Adali. And about the others as well. Do you think they? Brine mumbled against Izuku's fur and Izuku cracked his eyes open. I'm sure Adali found a nice home to call her home. The others I can't really speak for. But let's hope for the best. Yeah, I guess. Brine and Izuku stayed like that for a while. Long enough for the dinner inside to be done and the table to be put away and cleaned off. Long enough for the dishes to be done. It was just a nice and comfortable silence. One that was broken when Izuku heard a familiar noise. Bite. Small animal bite. Izuku and Brine both jumped at the neighbor's dog. The original hole in the fence was patched up, but Izuku could see paws quickly digging to make a new hole. A snout would poke through every few seconds as the barking grew increasingly more loud and high-pitched as the dog grew more desperate. Bite, bite, bite. Urgh. Brine backed away. Thankfully, the two of them were in the middle of the yard and nowhere near the fence. A dog. I hate dogs. His fur bristled with obvious tension, and Izuku couldn't blame him in all reality. Come on, let's go back inside. Izuku padded for the door and Brine followed with ease. They were let in the moment Oboro spotted them by the sliding glass door, and inside they went away from the crazy dog. The door was shut behind them and the dog was long forgotten out of their minds almost instantly. Izuku would quickly find himself by Hitoshi's side on the couch as the family got together to watch a movie. Hitoshi got to pick, and it was an action movie of sorts. Really, Izuku didn't think too hard about it, as he would find himself falling asleep sooner rather than later. All in all, it was a good return home, despite Pumpkin's outburst. Izuku was just glad to be home beside his favorite human. Izuku has come to terms with the fact that he hasn't bugged these humans in some time. He needs to keep them on their toes, never let them know his next move, so to speak. He thought about what he wanted to do that said his Shouto was now the one watching the kids as Oboro and Hisashi went to work. And Winry brought out her watercolor paint to color while watching TV as Shouto napped on the couch. Oh, Izuku knew just what he needed to do. It was too hard not to do. The man fell asleep. Yuri only blinked and tilted her head as Izuku slathered as much wet green paint on his paw as possible. Mossy, she asked him. He, of course, couldn't answer her. Instead, he had to hop three-legged all the way to Shouto's sleeping form. Izuku raised his paw up and went to smack the man, only to have Shouto grab his paw before it could happen. I knew you'd try something spicy, Shouto hissed, and Izuku swiftly scrambled away without another word. This left Yuri howling with laughter as Izuku left one green paw print in his haste to get away from the room. What did you do? Hitoshi demanded the moment he opened the door due to Izuku's frantic pawing. Do I even want to know? Hitoshi was currently getting ready for ballet as he was getting his leotard on. He knows his ass is in trouble. You can't hide behind Hitoshi. Shouto called from the room, and Izuku actually made a dash under Hitoshi's blankets. Izuku didn't know what was scaring him more, Shouto's up-and-coming ire or Hitoshi's stern voice. I may have tried to stamp my paw on his face with Yuri's paint. How's that not accountable for the ramification of my actions treating you? Hitoshi was smirking now. Izuku could feel it. Oh, shut up. Come on, you. Hitoshi grabbed Izuku out from under the covers. No. Izuku stuck his claws into the mattress, and Hitoshi had no problems unattaching him from the sheets. Hitoshi then opened the door and presented Izuku to Shouto by holding Izuku under his arms. He's sorry. Hitoshi apologized to Shouto on behalf of Izuku. Then something wet and cold was patted on the top of Izuku's head by Shouto's hand. Paint. White acrylic paint in the perfect shape of a handprint stretched from the top of Izuku's head down to his back. Consider us even. Shouto actually smiled as he held up his white-covered hand for Izuku and Hitoshi to see. This got Yuri laughing even harder from the living room. Even Hitoshi chuckled, and it was clear he was trying so hard not to. Izuku could feel his friend shake before just let the laughter out. Traitor. Izuku felt his ears go low with irritation as he was not amused by this outcome. You brought it on yourself. Well played, Aizawa Shouto. Well played. I'll be the one with the last laugh. That's a promise. And he would be, when after it was all said and done. And Izuku got a bath because they couldn't have him ingesting paint. Izuku would wait until the dead of night to cast his revenge. Izuku stalked up to the TV in the living room and turned it on. He had on mute at first as he picked out the perfect video. It did take a while as he didn't have thumbs and had to painstakingly pat each button with his paw, but Izuku found the song he wanted. The video was unmuted and put on the highest volume setting, and he jumped to the floor at the sheer strength these speakers had. Not only could he not hear himself think, but he could feel the vibrations in the floor and was sure that they were glad they owned a house and weren't back in that apartment, as this would surely garnish complaints. Hell, it just might steal from the neighbor next door. When Shouto and Hisashi both came running out of the bedroom, they were greeted by a dancing Izuku jumping, hopping, and yes, even lightly headbanging to the music, who would quickly be joined by Brine, who didn't really understand what was going on but had the spirit as he hopped around all the same. Yeah, Izuku might have been thrown in cat jail for the night, i.e. the cat carrier, but it was worth it. Come Sunday morning, Izuku wasn't really all that active. He just didn't feel like doing much, but he still tried, even after being released from cat jail. Still, he figured he was fine and was able to still mess around like he had been all weekend. It was Oboro again watching them. They went to watch Yuri practice before going out for lunch afterwards. Izuku just wasn't into it, but he continued on. Hitoshi tried to give him a nugget in the restaurant, but Izuku turned it down. This made Hitoshi frown. Everything all right? Hitoshi, no mind reading in public. Oboro told him. At home only, remember. Sorry, Papa. Hitoshi corrected himself before putting the nugget down. When they got home, Hitoshi tried again as he set Izuku down on the bed. You seem down. Everything okay? He asked while he took off his jacket to hang up. No energy. I think I just need to sleep. Okay. If you need anything, I'm here. I'll leave you be. Thanks. Izuku would sleep. He would sleep most of Sunday away. In all honesty, he hardly moved from his spot on Hitoshi's bed as he just allowed himself to sleep. No dreams. No Namuhim, no uncles, and no purgatory, just blissful sleep. PSD. Mossy. Izuku was awoken when Brian nudged him. HRM. Izuku opened his bleary eyes and could hardly focus on his friend. Yes, I got you a mouse. He put the dead mouse on Hitoshi's bed. I got it for you. You seemed like you needed the energy. You hunted a mouse for me. Yes, Brian purred with happiness. It was surprisingly easy. I know I was one of the worst at hunting, but this guy was hardly moving, so hunting him was easy. Here you go. He urged the mouse to Izuku. Thanks, Brian ... but I'm not all that hungry. Maybe give it to one of the other cats. But you've hardly eaten, Brian insisted by pushing the mouse again towards Izuku. I know. I just don't think I can stomach it. Brian's ears went down. Okay, maybe Pumpkin will want it or something. He grabbed his mouse and retreated. Then Izuku went back to sleep. When he woke up again, it was Monday and Hitoshi was shaking him awake. Moss. And Izuku couldn't believe it, he felt sick. Izuku only felt sick once while a cat, and that was when he ate that chocolate cake during Hitoshi's birthday. This was unexpected and wasn't like when he ate the cake. When he ate the cake, he just felt nauseated and sickly. This was different. His head was swimming, stomach cramping, and his legs were constantly cramping up. His breathing felt shallow as he panted horribly. He hardly even had the energy to stand. Still, he didn't want to worry anyone, so he kept his ill feelings and his sickness to himself. Though Hitoshi was no idiot. He quickly realized that Izuku wasn't in top shape. Hitoshi even asked Izuku if he wanted to stay home or if he wanted to go to a vet, but Izuku reassured Hitoshi that he'd be fine, that he can do this and he'll just lay down all day until lunch. So, it was no shock that he didn't even make it until noon before he died. Izuku's sickness grew and grew uncontrollably as he felt himself suddenly start to drool thickly. Everyone was in the middle of a math test with ectoplasm making rounds, with two of himself, to make sure nobody was cheating. His breathing became labored and loud, which almost immediately caused people to look his way. Eyes on your tests, please, Ectoplasm said a little sternly as he came up to Hitoshi and Moss. Izuku wheezed before standing up suddenly. His legs wobbled and he immediately crashed down to his side. Hitoshi paused and quickly corrected himself. Moss. He leaned over the side of his desk, but Ectoplasm gave his fingers a bit of a snap. If you can't pay attention, then you shouldn't have your cat with you. He's clearly not well, Hitoshi argued before Ectoplasm could fully finish. The first time Hitoshi had ever dared raise his voice and argue against an adult male. Hitoshi then reached over the side of his desk in his defiance and picked Moss up. Izuku only knew suffering as he wheezed and frothed at the mouth while he tried to pant through the pain. Thick saliva continued to run from his mouth and on Hitoshi's desk. Hidashi, Izuku tried to say, but even through the mind link it was hard. Then he vomited and he lost consciousness. Hitoshi gasped when Izuku proceeded to vomit all over his desk before going limp for just a second. Hitoshi really wondered if Izuku had just died in front of everyone, and it was clear the others all wondered the same as everyone was silent, just looking at the limp Moss in Hitoshi's arms. Moss. Hitoshi breathed out and then Moss yelled. Moss did not die. Not yet anyways, as he then seized Hitoshi's arms. Moss, he cried in alarm. Moss's whole body jerked and twitched against Hitoshi as he yowled in pain. His mouth was wide open and not closing, his eyes rolled up into the back of his head. Drool ran down the side of his mouth and coated his fur in a messy, thick, foamy trail. That wasn't all, his blood was now running down his nose and down the side of his face. Both nostrils were bleeding heavily. Hitoshi only felt panic. He didn't know what to do. This wasn't anything he faced before. It was like a blessing when Kuda's hands came into view. Desk, Kuda instructed, and with no warning he took Moss directly from Hitoshi's arms. Kuda was nothing but gentle as he laid Moss on the desk and then proceeded to put his hand under Moss's head as the cat continued to seize. Everyone was watching with rapt attention. Even Ectoplasm was watching this unfold. Then Izuku came to a stop, falling limp with his face pressed firmly against Kuda's hand, blood coating the kid's hand. Izuku's whole body was completely and utterly still with his mouth and eyes still open. Oh shit ... he died. Hitoshi didn't know how he was going to lie about this one. Not with the whole class watching. Kuda clearly caught on to Izuku's untimely death and gently let the cat's head fall against the desk. Blood continued to run out of his nose and pool against Hitoshi's desk. Is he? Mina had her hand to her mouth in shock. Ida shook his head. I think he is. Well, Ida and Mina both ate those words roughly about 30 seconds later. Izuku blinked and his eyes rolled down. Several classmates either cried out with relief while others cried out in fear. Then he quickly sat up and shook his pelt. I feel much better, Izuku told Hitoshi after he gave himself a few licks to clean himself. Then he gave himself a scratch with his hind leg, causing his vest to rattle and little droplets of blood to go flying and spraying a few poor people, Kuda and Hitoshi included. You are unbelievable, Hitoshi huffed out loud. That cat is freaky. I'm pretty sure it was dead a second ago. Denki gave a scared little laugh. It looks like it was just a seizure. I'd have him checked for epilepsy. Kuta then surprised Hitoshi when he leaned in close. He added the last part so quietly that Hitoshi almost didn't hear him. Izuku licked the blood off of his nose and it was like it never happened. Poison, Hitoshi whispered and then looked at Izuku, who was looking at him now. Are you done being dramatic? He played it up. Truthfully, he was worried, but he couldn't let the others see. Izuku responded in kind by sticking his little pink tongue out at Hitoshi and then hopping back down on the ground where he started cleaning himself and being a lot more lively. Hitoshi looked at his ruined math test and scrunched his nose in disgust. Mr. Ectoplasm, if it's not too much. He raised his cat vomit and blood-covered paper up by the corner and away from him. Can I get a new test and some sanitation wipes? Izuku's time in purgatory had been short and sweet. He died for approximately 1 minute. While in purgatory, he looked out at the sea of dead mosses and sure enough a new body was added and it was as he feared. The body was unharmed and looked like he had died in his sleep. Same as the original anomaly. Well, it wasn't an anomaly now, was it? No, he was poisoned. How rude. The question was how. His body clearly had no problems fighting off sickness. When he was living in the abandoned school, he was the only cat that didn't get sick because of his healing factor. So, whoever was poisoning him was doing it in high amounts, probably enough to kill a human. So, who? Hitoshi was holding him as the two of them tried to remain calm for the facade, though he could feel Hitoshi shake. It was lunchtime now and he knew exactly where Hitoshi was going, the teacher's lounge. Hitoshi kept his hold on him tight. Finally, they got there and opened the door. Hey, Hitoshi. Mimori was the first to greet him with a smile. Hitoshi didn't smile or even acknowledge her as he went to the first parent he could find. It happened to be Oboro, as Aizawa was gone with Vlad King again. Off to Aldera, he supposed, to continue their crusade to shut that hell school down. Oboro was eating at his desk, with no eerie insight, probably because his Ashi promised to take her to McDonald's for lunch if she did get on her tests. She must have. Hello. Dear Oboro looked at Hitoshi and then did a double take, clearly taking in Hitoshi's stricken face and tight hold on Moss. What's wrong? He gave Hitoshi his full attention. Hitoshi leaned in close so those midnight wouldn't hear what he had to say next. Moss died. We think he was poisoned. Poisoned? Oboro asked and Hitoshi nodded. How can you be sure? He was really lethargic yesterday for starters, and today he not only vomited, but he had problems breathing, and right before he died he was drooling, had a nosebleed, and seized up in my arms. Any witnesses? Yeah, the whole class. Shit. Thankfully, his body healed almost immediately after, so people just thought he had a seizure, but still it was a close call. Hitoshi held Izuku a little tighter. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I think I already have an idea about who may be poisoning him, and I honestly hope I'm wrong. Now, please go to lunch. Oboro was tense, and Hitoshi knew it wasn't because of Hitoshi but because of the situation they were in. Of course. Hitoshi spoke normally for this next part. I also gave Ectoplasm a little bit of an attitude in case he gets back to you about it. It was just because he didn't want me to check up on Moss. I mean, in the end, he was the one who had to clean up Moss's vomit off my desk, so. Hitoshi grumbled and rubbed at the back of his neck. Mimori snorted. Way to go, kid. She then raised her hand for a high five. Don't take flack from anyone. Hitoshi looked at her before gently tapping her hand against his. We still on for the mall this weekend? He asked her and she beamed. You know it. Oh, I'm going to spoil you. Hitoshi then walked out after that. How are you feeling, buddy? Izuku shrugged a little. Perfectly fine. He told Hitoshi, and Hitoshi scratched him behind the ear. Who knew that poison heals faster than broken bones? You're telling me. Nezu and Izuku had something in common. Nezu liked to sit on the shoulders of people, and Izuku found himself quite comfortable laying across Nezu's shoulders. He had himself draped around the stout's neck like a green scarf. I heard about what happened before lunch, Nezu told him. That must have been quite scary, I take it. Yeah, it certainly wasn't fun. I'm just glad I lost consciousness during the seizure. Izuku mumbled against the crook of Nezu's neck while he watched the principal work. I died for a whole minute before I was back. The quickest I've ever died and come back. It makes sense. In that past, you were mutilated in some way or another, so it took your body longer to heal the broken bones and get you back into tip-top shape. Here, however, it was all in your blood. Once you died, your body probably reset in a way. Nezu explained while he flipped the paper he was working on over and continued to write. Yeah, that does make sense. What are you working on anyways? No, see. Nezu gave Izuku a tiny flick. Maybe so. It's just getting the paperwork ready for the dorms. I have to go in front of the HPSC today and see if they're going to agree on the dorms. If yes, then we don't have to worry about villains getting to the students, or having something that happened to Hitoshi happen to anyone else. If not, then, well, I'll just have to try again at another time. Nezu finished up his writing and then put his paper away. Also, since Aldera is shutting down, it's been announced today by Shouta, we got the evidence we need. I need to prepare to start the public school, including teachers and a new principal. While I'll be overseeing the operation, I cannot be the principal, mainly because the HPSC will be all over me and the school. Then ... How are you starting this school up if not for the HPSC's involvement? Izuku tilted his head and Nezu hummed. Out of my own pocket, of course. It'll be a nice little nest egg to sit on and a good investment. The only say the HPSC can give me is just the standard guidelines which, as mentioned, I plan to follow strictly. However, they can't stick their noses in my business as long as it's not a hero school, which it's not. What are you going to name it? Nezu Junior High, of course. It's still my school as I bought it. Nezu beamed at Izuku and honestly, Izuku couldn't blame him. If Izuku bought a school, he'd name it after himself. Izuku stayed wrapped around Nezu's neck for the remainder of the day, the two of them just talking about future plans about what's going to happen to UA and Nezu Junior High alike. It was nice. Izuku didn't even realize he fell asleep around Nezu's neck until he was shaken awake. Ready to go, spicy? Shouta asked him, and Izuku smacked his lips before stretching out his legs and claws alike. He then gave a big yawn, and when he brought his mouth down he was met with a furry finger in his mouth. Bleh, don't do that, Izuku warned his mentor, to which Nezu chuckled. I just had to see if you'd do that, Nezu mused when Izuku jumped off of his shoulders. Izuku stretched himself out once more before padding up to Shouta. Shouta had his hair up in a nice half ponytail and had clearly just gotten back by his crisp and clean outfit. Izuku walked and then jumped into Shouta's arms. Izuku could smell pumpkin on the man and had to fix that. You smell like pumpkin. Izuku rubbed his neck and cheek against Shouta's chest repeatedly. Someone's affectionate, probably trying to stay out of cat jail tonight. Shouta chuckled, and Izuku felt the man's chest rumble with his laugh. More like getting a scent off of you that he doesn't like. Nezu smiled and Shouta chuckled. Of course, thanks for watching him, Nezu. Anytime. He makes wonderful company. Hitoshi put Izuku down the moment they were home. I'm sure you're hungry. Hitoshi never even got to open the sliding door when Shouta stopped him by getting in front of Hitoshi. No, you can eat kibble. I need to check something. Shouta grunted and then gestured for the kitchen where the other cat bowls were sitting, where Brat was eating now. Izuku didn't care for kibble, and it was clear that the distaste showed on his face. Boss, I need to make sure the mice aren't poisoning you, Shouta told him, and Izuku's ears perked. The mice. Izuku's ears went down as the night before came back into his mind. You hunted a mouse. Yes, it was surprisingly easy. This guy was hardly moving. Maybe Pumpkin will want it or something. Maybe Pumpkin will want it. Maybe Pumpkin will. Maybe Pumpkin. Pumpkin. Izuku scrambled against the linoleum tile before he finally got his footing. Pumpkin, he called, rushing after the other cat. Pumpkin. Izuku saw orange, and he didn't even think about stopping as he barreled into the other cat full speed. Pumpkin, and he collided in an orange and green ball. Pumpkin looked genuinely shocked when Izuku managed to get him on his back. Did you eat that mouse last night? Izuku demanded before sniffing the cat, like that would help. What? The mouse Brian caught. Did you eat it? No, I didn't want it, Pumpkin whispered almost fearfully, and Izuku relaxed. Thank goodness. Did anybody else eat it? I dunno. Pumpkin stood and just looked away from Izuku, unable to meet his eyes. Well, it was still a relief that Pumpkin didn't eat it, and Izuku quickly made rounds to the other cats. Jelly was on the scratching post. She didn't eat it. Tinnitum was laying on the couch. He didn't want anything to do with it. Brian was actually in Izuku's bed. He didn't eat it. In fact, he threw it back outside when Pumpkin didn't want it, which was a relief to Izuku, but still he wanted to check all bases, as Brat liked to go outside to sunbathe on the hotter days. He felt immediately relieved when Brat told him that actually kicked that mouse away from her. It had a stench to it that I didn't like, she told him, and Izuku was finally able to relax by collapsing right next to Brat. Shouta and Hitoshi both walked through the yard, and it didn't take long for Shouta to find what he feared. The first blue pellet. It was against the fence separating him and his neighbor. Found one, Hitoshi called, and he picked up a pellet from the grass. This one is more towards the center of the yard. Shouta narrowed his eyes and then looked through the grass quickly. He walked away from the fence, and after a few minutes, he found another one. I bet he's just tossing these in our yard. Can't you call the cops? I could, however, I doubt they'd do anything. Nope, I'm a hero and I'm going to talk to him myself. Don't let Moss eat the mice from the backyard until we collect all of the poison pellets. I'll be back. Shouta never felt anger more than now. Maybe a part of him should be happy that the only cat that got hurt was the cat with the healing factor and immortality. But still, that doesn't change the fact that one of his cats had been targeted. Absolutely nobody hurts one of Shouta Aizawa's cats and gets away with it. Shouta's shoulders were squared, his posture tense, and his fists clenched with both rat poison pellets in his hands. He walked through the house and out the front door. Shouta made it to the neighbor's house and was pounding on the door before he knew it. It didn't take long for the D-bag to open the door, but he wasn't the first to greet Shouta. No, his barking dog was the first to greet him. The dog was held back by its collar as it nearly lunged at the hero with several loud barks leaving its mouth. What? The man barked just as loudly as his dog. I know you've been poisoning my cats. Shouta growled and showed the man the evidence that was nearly crushed into a fine blue powder in Shouta's hand. The man had the audacity to smirk. I haven't done a thing. Sure, I've been putting rat poison in my yard, and last I checked that wasn't a crime. It is when the poison is clearly in my yard. Shouta snarled at the man. Hey, if the rats and squirrels pick it up and bring it to your yard, it's not my fault. The man hissed right back into Shouta's face. It's also not my fault if your cats are dumb enough to eat the pellets or the poisoned animals. I'm warning you now. Stop, if you know what's good for you. The man huffed while keeping his dog held back. I'm not scared of three fags or their tranny son. Stay off of my property. Then the door was shut in Shouta's face. Shouta felt his face turn red with anger as he stared at the door. Oh, he wanted to kick the door in and beat the man to a pulp. Insulting Shouta's family with such words was a surefire way to get yourself a fast pass to the hospital. But Shouta restrained himself. Instead, he settled on yelling through the door. I'm warning you. I'm a hero, and if I catch you tossing poison over our fence, I'll arrest your ass. Hear me? Then he turned away with a huff. Oh, Shouta had lots of things he wanted to do, but he needed to be calm and not let his emotions get the better of him. Oh, that neighbor was going to get what was coming to him. It was only a matter of time. The man was illogical and would mess up before too long. What was important was that they didn't scoop down to his level. The very next morning it was pretty standard as Eri and Hitoshi both got ready for school. Hitoshi was helping Eri tie her shoes as he was already finished. Mr. Mirio is really nice. Eri was beaming while she retold how she ran into Mirio, Nejire, and Amajiki in the hallway the other day. And Nejire is sweet, but she does ask a lot of questions. Yeah, I know that feeling. Hitoshi was smiling at his little sister before he finished tying her shoes off. Alright, I got to go and get my teeth brushed. K. It took Hitoshi roughly 3 minutes to finish brushing his teeth and washing his face, and in those 3 minutes, Eri did something that he never saw coming. Tada, because he's a baby. Eri cried happily while holding Moss by his underarms. Moss, sweet Moss, was shoved inside a baby onesie by Eri. Izuku was less than impressed as he stared at Hitoshi. Izuku's ears were far back and his eyes narrowed. Hitoshi, if you don't get this off of me. PBTH. Hitoshi put a hand over his mouth to stop himself from laughing out loud. It was an adorable pink onesie with a yellow collar and button, one that clearly belonged to Eri's baby doll. All of Izuku's paws were covered as it was a onesie with footies and mittens. I think you should. Hitoshi turned away to cover his laughter. I think you should show that to the Fosters, huh? Hitoshi had to put both hands over his mouth as he turned away fully. He was going to lose it. You're right. Come on, Mossy. I hate you. You know you love me. Hitoshi thought back with a grin. It took roughly 30 seconds later before an uproarious laughter was heard from the kitchen by all three men. That's all it took for Hitoshi to lose his cool and break down into his own uproarious laughter. Hitoshi had to stagger his way into the kitchen through his wheezing laughter, and he only got a second wind when he saw that Eri had now put Izuku down and his friend was having trouble walking. His paws were constantly flicking as he tried to walk and couldn't get stable ground because of the footies and mittens stopping him. Hitoshi. Izuku tried to speak, but he wound up falling down as he just couldn't get the feel right. This is worse than the vest. Okay, Hitoshi wiped the tears from his eyes. Cute, really cute, but we have to get his vest on and I don't think anyone will take him seriously inside of a onesie. Hitoshi exhaled slowly and fanned the tears away from his eyes before walking up to Izuku. Izuku sighed with relief when he was picked up and freed from the dreaded onesie. Keep that, sweetheart. I want to get pictures of him in it later, Hitoshi told Eri. Don't push your luck. Izuku thought bitterly and Hitoshi smiled at him. You know you love me and will do anything for me. Hitoshi cooed while holding Izuku in the air. Bite me. Come on, Izuku, don't be that way. Hitoshi laughed as he started to exit the kitchen, only to stop at the clatter behind him. He looked over the Fosters, unaware of his slip-up at first. He saw the varying degree of concern on each of their faces, from confused to straight up intrigue. Then, when he looked at Shouta, did it click? Whoops, Hitoshi breathed out. It was bound to happen sooner or later, Izuku responded. I can explain. He started while holding Izuku to his chest. You called him Izuku. Shouta looked at his coffee before setting it down. I'm smart enough to know that there is no way that's a coincidence given everything leading up to this point. Hitoshi, don't waste your time or insult our intelligence. I'm only going to ask this once. How long have you known? Hitoshi and Izuku shared a look before looking back at the Fosters. Since we established the connection. I see. So this is Izuku. But the Namu. Aburo looked at Moss. We don't know exactly either. We just know that Namu isn't Izuku. At least not mentally. Hitoshi shrugged. Shouta hummed. Nedzu knows then. I bet he was the first to know. I'm more than willing to bet that's how he came to know about all of Aldera's misdeeds. Isn't it, spicy? Izuku only nodded and Shouta took a long sip from his coffee. It explains why you hate All Might and your clear disdain for Bakugo as well. Shoto looked into the bottom of his mug and put it down. In all honesty, I don't know how I feel about this, or how I should feel. Izuku ducked his head down with his ears low. Eri came back into the kitchen and seemed unaware of the tension in the room. Daddy, she tugged on Hazashi's arm. I think I left my crayons in the car. Can I go and get them? Of course, baby. Here Hazashi took the keys out and clicked them. Outside they heard the car unlock. Remember to shut the door? Okay. Eri nodded and then took off. Then it was them again. It's a lot to take in, I know. Hitoshi said once Eri was gone. I didn't know how to feel either, but he's still Moss. He just happens to have all of Izuku's memories. Look, spicy Moss Izuku, I don't want to tell you how to live your life. If you want to be a house cat with immortality, that's fine ... but I think you should at the very least see your mother. Mom. Izuku's ears perked at the mention of his mother. Truthfully, as selfish as it's been, he hasn't thought of her since he met Hitoshi. He figured she was fine without him, probably even thriving now that she didn't have to care for her quirkless son anymore. Well, if Shoto was going to say something, it was cut off by a scream from outside. A scream that got everyone scrambling, as it was Eri's scream. It wasn't a scared scream, but a scream of pain. Shoto was the first out the door with Hazashi almost directly behind him. Izuku got outside with Hitoshi. Eri was on the driveway screaming as that dog, that damned Akita Inu, had Eri's leg in its maw and was shaking her. Shoto didn't hesitate. The man charged and kicked the Akita directly against its face, showing the dog the direct end of his boot with a force that caused the dog to yelp in pain and let Eri go. Aburo was the one to snatch Eri off of the ground. Eri was screaming still while she cried against Aburo's chest. The Akita was snarling at Shoto, showing off its sharp teeth. Then Izuku saw it, just a spark of intelligence behind the dog's eyes as it went from Shoto to Hitoshi. The dog then took off directly for Hitoshi. Shoto, thinking the dog was coming for him, miscalculated his scarf throw and missed the dog. Hitoshi put his arm up as it was clear the dog was going to attack. Izuku jumped and landed directly on the dog's back with a yowl. Don't touch my human. Izuku screamed at the dog. Bite, bite, bite. Izuku bit him all right. In fact, he grabbed the dog's ear and pulled it with his fangs. He felt the skin tear in a bloody mess that got the dog's attention off of Hitoshi, and the dog reached behind himself with his mouth and yanked Izuku off. Kill. Izuku let out a yowl as the dog started to shake its head violently from side to side to try and kill Izuku. Mossy. It was a sight to behold when Brian ran out of the house and jumped on the dog. Leave him alone. Brian yowled and dug his claws into the dog's fur. Pumpkin was next, charging out of the house with Jelly not far behind him. Both cats joined in as they all jumped and crawled to get the dog to let Izuku go. Ultimately, it was Hitoshi that got the dog to let go. Following his dad's example, Hitoshi charged, threw his foot back and kicked the dog hard across the face. Let go of my cat. It worked and Izuku was dropped like a bad habit. The dog yelped and quickly gave himself a good shake to get the others off of him. Pumpkin and the others hit the ground, all of them snarling and yowling, their fur raised ready and looking ready to attack again. Mother, are you okay? Pumpkin called to Izuku. Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't in pain. He was in pain, but it was something he could easily push past while he stood unsteadily on his paws. Aizawa shot his weapon out again once he was able to get clean shot on the dog, and he wrapped it around the dog's neck with a snarl. That was when the neighbor came out of his house cursing a storm at Shoto. Come on, Izuku. Hitoshi whispered and scooped his cat into his arms. Let's go inside and get you patched up. There was a noise that made both of them turn. The neighbor had punched Shoto right in the face. Shoto's head really just snapped back for a second, and that second was all that was needed for the neighbor to yank the capture weapon off of his dog. The dog apparently had its beady eyes on a new prey, and before anyone could stop it, the dog rushed forwards, barking and snarling. Brat, the poor thing, had just poked her head out with tinnitum to see the commotion. Or maybe they were told to stay out of the fight as neither cat could defend themselves. Well, regardless, she had no time to react when the Akita dog snatched her by her middle and took off running down the street. Brat, Izuku cried, and he kicked his way out of Hitoshi's grip. The moment he was on the ground, Izuku wasn't far behind the dog and Pumpkin wasn't far behind Izuku. Izuku ran with Pumpkin. He was doing his hardest to keep up with the dog, but the dog had much longer legs and was bigger than the two cats chasing him. Of course, this beast chose the one cat who can't properly defend herself. Izuku thought in anger. Hang on, Brat, he cried to his friend. He only heard yowling in response, which made him pick up the speed. First the dog ran down the street. Then it turned down an alleyway. Izuku and Pumpkin both turned down the alley but were met with an empty alleyway. Izuku's chest rose quickly with each pant that left his mouth. He kept his mouth gaped open and his tongue out to help cool himself down as he looked around and listened. They've been running for so long, but he can't give up now. The yowling was off in the distance, but it was there. This way, Pumpkin. Izuku picked up just where the yowling seemed to be coming from. Hang on, Brat. We're on our way. Izuku charged forward as fast as he could and as hard as his legs could allow. The alleyway was tight as they turned down another interconnecting way. Thankfully, they were cats and not humans. Yeah, their paws got wet with dingy and dirty gutter water, but that was the least of their worries at the moment. Izuku just kept pushing forward until they got to another opening that was much wider. Akita Inu was standing in the other alley. In its sharp maw was a limp brat while the dog was shaking her body vigorously with blood and spittle flying from its mouth. Izuku growled and squared himself up. "Hey, dumbass," he roared to the dog, and that instantly got the dog's attention. Inu spat Brat's limp body from its mouth and went down low to the ground as he also squared up. "Small, bite, kill, kill," the dog chanted before barking right back at Izuku. Izuku's fur rose and he tried to make himself bigger to scare the dog off. "Pumpkin, get Brat and run home." "Mother," the Akita charged before Pumpkin could protest, and Izuku charged as well. The two of them clashed in the middle with Izuku extending his claws out in midair before he made contact with the dog. Izuku landed on the Inu's head and his stomach was dangerously close to its sharp teeth. He kept himself attached to the dog with his claws before he bit down as hard as he could. The dog let out a loud yelp of pain when Izuku tried to scratch at the dog's face with his claws. "Mother," Pumpkin looked torn as he looked between Izuku and then at Brat's limp form. "Get her out of here." Teeth wrapped around Izuku's body as the dog managed to get a hold on his body. "I'll be fine." Izuku was then shaken. The shake was violent and made the world spin for him as his head whipped from side to side, and he then felt something snap before he was thrown on the ground. "Kill, eat." The dog stared down at Izuku. Izuku hit the floor when the dog slammed him down onto the alleyway floor. Izuku tried to stand. God, did he try. His whole body quaked as he tried to stand up, but his paws gave out and he fell down. "Pumpkin, Brat won't be." Izuku breathed out while the dog got low again, snarling, mouth coated in blood and dripping saliva. "Kill, Pumpkin, go." Pumpkin's ears went back as he looked shaken. Don't fight with your mother. Go." Izuku roared. It was like something visibly clicked for Pumpkin as Izuku watched his eyes shrink into slits. "I fought worse dogs than you," Pumpkin roared before getting down low and squaring himself up. "My name is Pumpkin and nothing happens without my permission or knowing." A noise that could only be described as a war cry left Pumpkin's mouth in a caterwaul before the orange cat charged at the Akita. "Pumpkin, no." Izuku cried, but it was too late as the cat jumped on the dog and started to bite and scratch. Izuku could only watch as the two were just a flurry of teeth, claws, and paws, with Pumpkin being the first to bring the dog down to its side. The dog tried to bite and get Pumpkin off, but Pumpkin, clearly a veteran against fighting dogs, was too fast for the dog to grab onto. He became too slippery for the dog to catch. Eventually Pumpkin managed to get up to the dog's neck and he bit it. Hard enough to make the dog yelp as blood leaked from the bite. Just like that, the dog was done. His rampage over as he managed to shake Pumpkin off of him with one good and massive shake. Then the dog ran. Pumpkin stood, whole body puffed up, shoulders squared as he panted heavily. It turns out the dog wasn't that slow as Pumpkin's right ear was missing a piece. "That's what you get," Pumpkin hissed before he turned to Izuku. "Did you see me? I sent that mutt running." "Good job," Izuku whispered as Pumpkin came padding up to him. Izuku wheezed in and out before looking at Brat. "Go bring Brat home," he ordered through his pants. But Moth Pumpkin gasped and then blinked hard as if he was trying to remember or realize something. I shouldn't just leave you. Home is far away. I'll be fine. Brat won't be." "Go," Izuku told Pumpkin in a weak whisper. He felt his consciousness threaten to slip. "I'll be back as soon as possible. Just stay put." "That's an order. I'm the leader of the house," Pumpkin roared before he puffed up and then turned to Brat. "And that includes you." Pumpkin's voice turned into a grumble before he grabbed Brat by her neck and then put her over his back. "Of course, Pumpkin. I'll be back." Then Pumpkin took off in a run. Then, there was just Izuku, lying there dying for the second time in a week. Once alone and Pumpkin was gone, Izuku rested his head fully on the ground. "Itoshi." "Izuku, I'm glad to hear from you." Itoshi spoke quickly through the mind link. "I'm sure you gave that dog a good whacking for Eri. Aburo and Hisashi are taking Eri to the hospital. The bite is bad. She's bleeding real bad as well. Hopefully they get her to a doctor with a good healing quirk. I'm with Aizawa. He beat the shit out of the neighbor. I mean, it's something I may have to tell my therapist. How's Brat?" "Pumpkin is coming back with her on his back. Tell Aizawa to get ready to take her to the vet," he ordered, and he felt Itoshi was still on the other side. "Izuku, are you dying again?" The dog broke something in. "I don't think I'm going to make it by the time Pumpkin comes back. I may not come back home for a while. I'm going to try," and Izuku forced himself up to his paws. His whole body jerked before he nearly fell down. "Hide. Pumpkin shouldn't see my dead body." "Izuku, don't hide. Please ... don't hide. That's very..." Hitoshi's voice died down with worry. "That's too real. No, tell me where you are. I'll come and get you and make you comfy." Izuku got up to his feet. He looked around and already found a hiding spot. It was a mattress leaning against the wall. He started to painfully limp. "I don't know. I just followed the dog and we took too many turns. Izuku realized he couldn't move his hind left leg and was just dragging it along the ground. He had to hop. This was This was new for Izuku. Most, if not all of his deaths, have been quick. Yeah, the poison was slow because it took a few days, but the death itself was quick. This wasn't quick. This was dragging out as his vision blurred horribly as he tried to drag himself behind the mattress. Come on, Izuku, work with me. Izuku fell just short of the mattress. He hit the ground with a groan. Still, he used his claws to drag himself closer and closer towards the mattress. His vision was starting to darken around the edges. Izuku, say something. Something popped out of the mattress. Izuku smelt a familiar scent invading his nose before the figure came closer to him with simple steps. Well, I never thought I'd see you again. Izuku died seconds after. Once in purgatory, Izuku stayed as moss. He looked away from his own dead bodies and over towards the door that was often, but not always, shut. It was wide open. Izuku padded up to the door and poked his head in. Uncle, he mewed into the deep darkness that met him. Uncle Yoichi, he called after a few seconds of silence. Izuku, come on down. Yoichi called back from the darkness. Izuku sat firmly as he stared blankly down into the darkness. Izuku, you still there? You're not my Uncle Yoichi. Izuku mewed as he stared down into the darkness. The hand shot through the darkness and Izuku was quick to jump back just before it could grab at him. A voice growled through the darkness as the hand retreated. How'd you know? The voice changed back to normal as the last of the freckled hand vanished amongst the void. I thought I got his voice down perfectly. I didn't. Izuku smirked before he shut the door with his paw. The door was heavy but it shut with a slam. Stay out, he roared to the door. Then he turned around, ready to just lay down and wait his time in purgatory out. A hand wrapped tightly around his throat and pulled him up off of the ground. Izuku couldn't breathe as he looked into his own hate-filled eyes. The Namu looked deranged as he was grinning madly at Izuku. Your walls are getting weaker, the Namu told him before he applied pressure to Izuku's neck. It was just a dream. Izuku gasped in shock as he came back to life. He took several deep pants as he tried to calm his racing heart. He gave the place a quick look around. He could hear rain, but he wasn't near the water. In fact, he was nice, dry, and warm. Izuku quickly realized that he was inside of a mattress, and that he wasn't alone. Izuku turned and just stared at his savior. Angel, he whispered. He almost couldn't believe it was really her. Angel looked at him before giving a purr of laughter. You've gotten bigger, Kit. Angel spoke softly to him. I have to say, I never expected to see you again. Certainly didn't expect to see you heal from a nasty dog bite right in front of my eyes. How long have I been? Angel shrugged. A while. Long enough for the sun to go down and for the rain to take over, she explained in a soft voice. Izuku groaned out before he started to stand. His body wobbled for a moment, but he was able to quickly stabilize himself. Thank you, Angel. You probably stopped a predator from getting to my body. I owe you, Angel. Angel stood up with him and then gave her long fur a shake. Yeah, she stretched out and then clawed at the fabric below as she arched her back. You do. Izuku walked out of the mattress and looked around. The air around was cool and a breeze swept by and nearly got him soaked from the downpour of rain just on the outside of the alley. He felt his ears go down in irritation before he stepped away from the road and into the alley, which was being protected by the roof of the building the mattress was under. Where are you going to go now? Angel asked him as she also stepped out of the mattress. Izuku looked back at her and then smiled weakly. Home. My human is undoubtedly worried sick about me. Oh, found a new home, did ya? It's thanks to you. That human you led me to ... He's mine now. Oh, that's where he went to. I knew something happened when I went to him this winter and he just ... wasn't there. I thought he'd. She turned away with a sigh. I'm glad he's okay. I am too. Izuku looked at his paws and then back at Angel. You know, you can probably live with us. No, shut him down instantly before shaking her head. I told you, kitten. I work and live alone, but your offer is nice. Izuku gave her one last smile. Well, Mother. Both Izuku and Angel turned as Pumpkin turned the corner. There you are. I told you to stay put. I thought Pumpkin gritted his teeth before he suddenly stood on his hind legs and roughly cuffed Izuku's ear. I was worried. Then he batted Izuku's head with both of his paws in rapid succession. Mother, Angel asked with a blink. It's a long story. I thought you got your memories back. Izuku turned to Pumpkin with a scoff. If Pumpkin could blush, his face would be a bright red. I don't need your criticism. More bats against Izuku's skull. I told you to wait. The big orange cat almost yowled in his ire. Angel's eyes softened and she curled her tail around her paws. You should go home, kitten. I'm sure it's more than just your son that's worried about you. Right, Angel. I'll see you again. I know I will. Perhaps. Angel watched the two of them quickly run off for their home. No doubt. I never thought I'd see that orange cat again, she whispered once the two of them were completely gone. Mother, and here I thought he recognized me. Then Angel looked up at the nearest fire escape. She had places to be. Izuku and Pumpkin made it home in the rain. By the time they got to the door, they were both soaked to the bone. The smell of blood lingered in the air, and Izuku wasn't sure if it was Yuri's blood or the neighbors. All he knew was the blood was in the air. They both got to the door, and both of them quickly got on their hind legs, and he started to run their paws against the door, and they started to meow. Itoshi, I'm back with Pumpkin," Izuku called through the link. "We're at the front door." There was a few seconds of silence before footsteps padded through the home and the door was open. Izuku walked in with Pumpkin right beside him. "Whoa." Izuku gasped when he was immediately grabbed and pulled up by Hitoshi. Hitoshi was quick to look him over. When Hitoshi determined that Izuku was fine and alive, he pulled him into a hug. "You worried me," Hitoshi breathed. Then he pulled Izuku back and flicked his nose. "Punk, you owe me those onesie pictures." "Fair." Izuku sighed, though the idea of wearing such a garment didn't particularly entertain him. "How's Yuri? How's Brat?" "Yuri, I'll show you ... As for Brat, she's still at the vet's." Aizawa immediately rushed her to Dr. Kudo once Pumpkin returned. "I wanted to chase after you, but Dad told me to stay." "But, come on, I'll show you Yuri." Hitoshi shut the front door firmly and Izuku took his spot on Hitoshi's shoulder. Hitoshi quietly stepped through the house and towards Yuri's bedroom. He put a finger to his mouth, telling Izuku to be quiet, and Izuku understood. Then, he opened the door. Yuri was laying on her bed. The leg the dog had bitten was wrapped in gauze and out from under the blanket. She was panting through an obvious fever as her face was tinged pink. They said the stress of everything caused her to become feverish. "We're hoping she'll break through it tonight," Hitoshi whispered to Izuku. "She has to walk on crutches because, like I said, the dog bit her pretty deep. The doctors were able to heal it, but she's still going to have to be off that leg for the next week or so." A hand clamped down on Hitoshi's other shoulder and he let out a soft eep. In alarm, Azashi pulled Hitoshi back into a hug. "Let's leave her be." "Yeah. Hello there, Moss. Nice to see you back." Azashi then reached up and patted Izuku's head. "Come on." He urged Hitoshi out of the room and gently shut the door. "What's going to happen to the neighbor?" Hitoshi asked when he and Azashi sat down at the table. Izuku was given some milk, lactose-free of course, and he lapped that up with ease. He hadn't even realized how hungry he was, and the milk helped keep the hunger at bay. "Well," Azashi put the milk carton off to the side and thought about it. "After he heals." Azashi made a face at that. "I suppose he'll be arrested for animal cruelty, neglect, and assault of a hero as he did punch Shouta. It just so happens that Dad hits 10 times harder." Hitoshi shuddered at the memory of Aizawa beating the man into the ground. Azashi scoffed. "Try 100 times harder. Your father can lift up to 158 kilograms. That neighbor had no idea the storm was coming his way when he threw that punch." "Any news on Brat?" "Not yet. Hopefully, she'll be okay." Azashi whispered. "She's a good cat, despite her name." "I know," Izuku whispered with the link before he went back to lapping up his milk. "Trust me, I know." They wouldn't get their answer until later that night. Near midnight, when Aburo, who had flown off to be with Shouta after taking care of Yuri, and Shouta came home. Brat was alive, but was it really living? Paralyzed from the neck down, Shouta explained as he put her in a brand new cat bed laid in the living room. Izuku hopped down to greet her, but was grabbed by Aburo. "Leave her be, Moss," Aburo whispered into his fur. Shouta gently put a blanket over Brat's lower body. "We're going to do what we can, but if she gets worse, or her breathing gets worse, there's a chance we may have to say goodbye," he whispered before scratching behind Brat's ear. "However, there is hope. She may also get better, maybe even gain some mobility. We'll just have to see." He sighed before standing up. "For now, let's just hope for the best." Izuku felt dread creep into his body as he watched Brat. Her eyes were open, moving around, but she wasn't speaking. She was just watching. Brat was trapped inside of her own body, unable to move. All she could do was lay there and watch them, probably desperate to move, to run, but all she could do was look. Izuku suddenly felt a fear run down his spine. Bonus. Perhaps Tamura should have seen this as an outcome. He just never thought this would be happening in broad daylight. Izuku and he were standing getting ready to come to blows with the two men that had just walked in with a familiar girl in tow. "We were told you have something of ours," the dark-haired one, Dabai, growled while his hand started to glow a bright blue. "We're going to make our demands swift. Give it back." Tamura shot a glance to Kurogiri, who was already looking ready to jump in. "What you did was not cool. It's not yours. People can just take quirks." The masked one, twice, was mumbling to himself in different voices as he had his own weapon out. I'm afraid it can't be done. Her quirk is no longer hers. Is it, little brother?" Izuku snorted. "Unfortunately not. You, my dear, are now part of the 20%. Izuku pointed at her. "It sucks, but ... that's life for you. It doesn't get easier." Toga gnashed her teeth before she took a knife out from somewhere on her person. "Give it back and I may let you keep your eyes." Izuku smirked. "Tell you what," he opened his shirt. "Hit me with your best shot. I'll give you a free one." And he just left his chest wide open. Young master, please. Kurogiri narrowed his eyes. Don't be reckless, just because you have a healing factor. But rest assured, ma'am, if you throw that knife I won't hesitate. Well, she wasn't going to listen to him as she, indeed, threw her knife directly at Izuku. An orange portal was quick to appear right in front of Izuku, shielding him from the attack. "Ch," Kurogiri hissed when he pulled his hand back to show a knife wedged in his hand. "How unkind of you." He then yanked the knife out. The wound healed fairly quickly and he only lost a few droplets of blood. "That's enough of that. You are no longer welcome at this bar, none of you. Be gone." None of them could protest and a huge portal opened up and they were all suddenly falling through the ground. Then, just like that in a snap of a finger they were gone and the portal closed. "Oh man," Tamura scratched at his neck in irritation. "Kurogiri, I wanted to dust one of those chuckle FS. Apologies, young master." Kurogiri sighed and grabbed a rag to wipe the blood off of the floor. "But I'd rather the bar not burnt to the ground. And I'd rather you and Izuku stay safe." He grumbled something that sounded suspiciously like Sumi under his breath before he straightened up. "You," he then pointed at Izuku, "have grown reckless." "I agree," the voice on the TV said, making everyone turn. "Perhaps a trip to Dr. Garaki is in order." Izuku pulled a face. "I don't feel I'm being too reckless. I mean, I do heal. Just because you can heal from things doesn't mean we want you to constantly get hurt or put yourself in danger, Izuku." His father explained it and Izuku puffed out some air. "This behavior is unlike you. Which is why a trip to Dr. Garaki is needed, clearly." "Fine." Izuku rolled his eyes with a bit of a pout as a portal opened in front of him. "By the way, Kurogiri, where did you send those three?" "Away from us. Somewhere where they'll surely be out of our hair," Kurogiri told Izuku as the boy stepped through the portal. "Trust me, I don't think they'll be bugging us after this." Meanwhile, Toga huffed as she stood unsteadily on her feet. With Dabai and Twice both helping her stand, she looked around in confusion. This place was different. "Where are we?" she could only inquire while looking around. It was some sort of simulation. There were various sorts of disasters around them. Dabai and Twice both looked around in equal confusion. Dabai shook his head. "I don't." The alarm that cut him off was loud. It made the three of them cover their ears in shock. It was less than a minute where they were suddenly surrounded by heroes. More specifically, UA heroes, as this was in the middle of a school day and it didn't take long for the updated security for the USJ to pick up on three outsiders. Well, Nedzu, who was sitting on Aizawa's shoulder, was grinning. "What have we here?" After a week, Eri was off of her crutches and Brat had a routine. The neighbor was arrested and his dog found. If Hitoshi heard right, the dog was put down for attacking Eri and for being vicious, so while things weren't perfect, at least it was looking up. Just a little. Still, every time Hitoshi had to look at Brat, the poor cat just lay there trapped in her own body, unable to move. He felt sadness and he knew he wasn't alone. All of the cats all took turns staying with her and probably talking to her to keep her company. It was like clockwork. Izuku always stayed the longest with her. He would groom her, rub against her, and wouldn't leave her side even when it was time for feeding, as she had to be bottle-fed now. The only times he ever left her side was when he had to leave for school with Hitoshi or when it was time for bed. Though on a few occasions he was caught sleeping next to the poor thing. Hitoshi made sure to give Bratz lots of scritches and lovin' when he passed her. "I don't understand," Eri told him on this day. She was sitting down next to Brat's bed. Her bed leg stretched fully out so she wouldn't aggravate the still healing dog bite. Her leg was bandaged still and needed to be cleaned every 4 hours. When it was getting cleaned, Hitoshi could see that the dog not only left a bad bite but also left a huge bruise around the bite, so her leg was still tender. "What don't you understand?" Hitoshi asked her and she frowned. "Why can't Brat move? And yet she's still alive. It's confusing." Hitoshi softened his gaze as he reached over and patted her long hair. "You see, the dog broke her spine. The spine is our main nervous system, and because hers is broken she lost the ability to move anything below her neck," he explained to her as gently as he could. Eri stared at Brat. "Daddy said I couldn't heal her because my quirk is a stockpile. And she's too complex. More complex than the bugs I've rewound. But I think I can." Eri reached for Brat and Hitoshi put his hand right on top of her tiny horn. "It's not your responsibility, Eri," Hitoshi told her in a soft tone. Before any more could be said, Oboro came up to them. "What are you two doing?" he asked in a very obvious mock stern tone. He even put his hands on his hips and leaned down. It made Hitoshi smile a little. "Just hanging around Brat," he answered, and Oboro smiled. "That's good, but we're going to have you two to get cleaned up for dinner. Toshinori is coming by with whatever this big deal is that he needs to talk to all of us about." Oboro shrugged and Hitoshi nearly slapped himself. He forgot all about the dinner with Toshinori. Toshinori wanted Hitoshi to be his new successor. But if Hitoshi's fathers can't weigh in, then Hitoshi refused to even hear Toshinori out. And tonight was the fateful dinner for such a discussion. Okay, Papa. Eri grunted and stood up gently, being mindful of her leg, before she limped off towards her bedroom to get changed out of her baseball outfit. Hey, Oboro spoke and gently tapped Hitoshi's shoulder to get his attention. Yes, can you give us a little heads up on what this dinner is about? Oboro asked him, and it made Hitoshi frown just a little. Hitoshi rubbed at the back of his head and felt himself pull a face. I want to, but at the same time I think it's best if Toshinori explains it. If I tell you, it'll just confuse you guys even more. He told Oboro the best he could. Oboro frowned at this, but still he let it go. All right, I trust you. Go on and clean up. Oboro shooed Hitoshi towards his bedroom, and Hitoshi left to go and clean up. Izuku watched this before resting his head across Brat's shoulders. He gave soft purrs to help comfort Brat. Brat gently nudged Izuku back weakly. You shouldn't stay with me, little one. Brat told him. I'm sure you have better things to do. Izuku shrugged. I don't exactly have a planner open. He reassured her before nudging against her head and keeping her close. Izuku could feel Brat's mood sadden as her ears dropped and her frame hitched like she was getting ready to cry. I hate this, she whispered. I keep trying to move my legs, to move my paws and tail, but nothing happens. All I can do is lay here and watch. Watch as you all move on with your lives, and I'm just here, forced to wear what they call a diaper and need to be changed every few hours. I don't even feel like a cat anymore, she confessed in a soft and pain-filled whisper. Izuku didn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. The words "I'm so sorry" died on his tongue. I'm so sorry, Izuku. His mother cried as she hugged him tightly that fateful night after learning of his quirkless diagnosis. How helpless he felt after hearing those very words. How his mother was sorry that he was quirkless. Izuku blinked his own tears back as he buried his face into her fur. Somebody has to keep you warm, he could only think to finally say after a few moments passed between them. Thank you, she whispered, and then pressed her head against the crook of his neck. Hitoshi and Eri both washed up, and by the time they were clean and food was on the table, Toshinori knocked on the door. Izuku's ears went back when Aizawa welcomed the man in. Toshinori looked relatively nervous as he stepped into the house. He slipped out of his shoes and put on some house slippers before walking to the table. He sat down at the table next to Hitoshi. For a moment he looked like he was going to speak, just start off with what he wanted. But then he spotted Eri sitting at the table. Let's eat first, Toshinori hummed before smiling. Then I'll explain everything. So, they ate and the silence was loud. It was stiff and uncomfortable. It made Izuku glad he was just in the living room speculating and not actually sitting with Hitoshi. Izuku passed the time by grooming Brat, mainly around her head and ears where she can't get any more. So where's little Masi? I told you to stop calling me that. Izuku thought in anger, and he saw by the way Hitoshi perked that he accidentally used telepathy. The message was not relayed. He's over with Brat. Hitoshi answered Toshinori and then pointed over in the direction. Toshinori turned and smiled at Izuku. Izuku's ears went back and he made it a point to get up and turn around so his back was directed at Toshinori. Then he laid right back down. Still don't like me, I see, Toshinori whispered as he was, Izuku presumed, making a hurt gesture with his hand over his heart. Shouta gave a bit of a chuckle. Why? Because he now knew why Izuku didn't much care for the number one hero anymore, but he kept this to himself, unaware that Toshinori knew the truth, who, in turn, was unaware that Shouta knew the exact same thing that he knew. If that made any lick of sense. Dinner continued as normal after that, still stiff and quiet as everyone ate their meal. It wouldn't be long before people finished and plates started clearing off the table, with people going to sink to wash off their plates. One by one the others came back and sat at the table, waiting for Toshinori to speak. He didn't. He kept looking at Eri and then back at one of the Fosters. Not trying to seem rude, Toshinori finally said when the tension got just a little too thick for everyone's liking. But this conversation isn't really suited for those of younger ages. If possible, could young Eri not be here? The tension seemed to rise as all the adults bristled visibly. Hell, Izuku was one step away from bristling. Mother Pumpkin came up to him and Izuku shushed him swiftly. It depends. What is this all about exactly, Toshinori? Shouta was finally the first to break the icy tension. He had his hands clasped in front of him tightly and his gaze was unwavering as he stared the man down. A government secret, Toshinori said softly. That's what, government, as Ashi started to repeat but slowly just to make sure he heard every word right. Secret. Oboro finished, his shoulders tense now. All three men seemed to have gained telepathy as they looked from one another as if silently speaking. Finally, they nodded in agreement. Eri, please go to your room, Oboro stated softly. Eri looked at everyone before getting out of her seat and slowly walking to her bedroom, clearly confused and maybe just a little hurt by her exclusion. Still, her door shut and that just left the adults and Hitoshi. Okay, now, talk. Shouta's voice left no room for argument or delays as he stared Toshinori down. Toshinori sighed deep from his soul. As everyone is currently aware, I'm not in the best of shape right now. My health is deteriorating and it's high time I get a successor. I don't like where this is going," Hisashi muttered in a low tone as he looked over his glasses at Toshinori. Still, Toshinori continued as he tried to look past the Foster's hard stares. "And to put it rather bluntly, I would like to take young Hitoshi under my wing to be my successor, the next symbol of peace." Hitoshi scoffed, and it made Toshinori turn to look at him. "There was nothing about me being the next symbol of peace, my guy." Hitoshi almost laughed and put a hand on his head as he tried to wrap his head around it. "I can barely protect myself. I can't be the next person people look up to as a god." Hitoshi shuddered. "Okay, so yeah, he doesn't want to be your next symbol, but why do I feel like there's more?" Aburo's eyes narrowed and had an almost sinister gleam behind them. Toshinori cleared his throat. "Well, the thing is, in order for him to be my next predecessor, I need to give him my quirk." Silence. Dead silence. "You're joking." Aizawa scoffed next. "I'm not. My quirk is called One for All. It's a quirk that goes back over 200 years. It had 8 total successors, myself included. It's a stockpile quirk that grows stronger with each and every user, and it will grow Hitoshi's own quirk in such a way that I bet he won't even need a response. He could just brainwash whomever he seems fits." Toshinori made a grandstand as he relayed all this information to everyone sitting at the table, and Izuku only snorted. "Something doesn't feel right, Hitoshi. He's only telling you the good, nothing about the bad, and you know as well as I do every quirk has a drawback," Izuku told his friend. Well, Hisashi was the one to ask that very question. "Yeah, and the drawback to such a quirk." Hisashi probably made it a show as he tucked his hair behind his ear, revealing his hearing aids. "The more powerful the quirk, the stronger the drawback. Something we're all well versed in, mind you." Toshinori gave a soft breath. "Well, he would need to work out a lot, as he needs to be a certain strength." "Okay, and how much does he need to lift?" Aburo inquired. 600 at a minimum, and if he doesn't, then One for All is a very strong quirk, you see, and if he attempted to use it now, he could blow all of the limbs off of his body." Every one of the Fosters scoffed in their shock. Even Hitoshi looked at Toshinori like he lost his mind. "Are you kidding me? This quirk is so strong that I could die." Hitoshi laughed, but it was a mirthless, shocked laugh. "On only if you don't reach the requirements." Toshinori backpedaled. "As long as you can weightlift 600 pounds. Why?" Shouta stood up now and put both of his hands on the table as he stared Toshinori down. It wasn't a question, but almost a statement. Toshinori treated it as a question. Well, it's like I said. If he doesn't reach upwards of 6, then his tie was grabbed and wrapped tightly around Shouta knuckles, and the man yanked upwards. "No, why, my son? I'm sure there are literally an endless amount of people you could choose from that can reach that ridiculous requirement. Why are you choosing my son? Why does this feel weirdly deliberate?" In fact, Shouta's eyes narrowed deadly at Toshinori as he stared at the man in front of him. "Why does it feel like you purposely went after Hitoshi?" "I've been wondering that as well," Aburo added, and he crossed one leg over the other, then leaned back into his seat. Toshinori shut one eye as he gave a weak gag. It seemed like he wasn't going to give the information up, like he still wanted some things to be kept as a secret. "Vestiges." Hitoshi spoke up, and it made everyone turn to look at him. "He mentioned something about Vestiges wanting me. Okay, the quirk may or may not be haunted by the user's past." Toshinori gagged. "They wanted Hitoshi because they want to be closer to his." Toshinori cut himself off, and Izuku's ears perked. Blood dribbled out of Toshinori's mouth as he put both hands around Shouta's hand with his tie in an iron grip. "What?" Shouta demanded with genuine confusion. Toshinori coughed up, and finally he just pointed. He pointed directly at Izuku, and Izuku turned around to look at him. "The Vestiges ... they want to be closer to Moss. I can't give One for All to Moss, and they know this. They know that both Moss and Hitoshi are connected with some sort of mind link. So, their next best option is me." Hitoshi breathed out in bewilderment. They want to spy on us." "Not spy, keep close." "Why?" Shouta pulled up on the tie just a little tighter in his grip. Toshinori's breathing picked up a little more rapidly as he tried to struggle out of Shouta's grip. "That's just a cad. You said it yourself. Izuku Midoriya is the son of All for One." "All for One," Shouta whispered in confusion. Aburo looked at Hisashi. "That sounds like One for All." Hisashi finished, and both men then stood. "That sounds like a bit more than a coincidence to me." "Yes, One for All and All for One are related. If you let me go, I can tell you the story." "No." Aizawa put Toshinori down and let go of the other man's tie. "If I'm being honest, from just what you told me, I'm not comfortable with this at all." Then he put his hands in his pocket. Aburo nodded. "I have to agree. Not only does this quirk sound dangerous, but the whole ordeal is making my head spin." He put his hand to his head as if trying to steady it. "I can't say I'm a fan." Hisashi narrowed his eyes and just shook his head. "Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. Apparently 8 ghosts want our son to have this super powerful quirk because they want to be closer to our cat. It was one last-ditch effort. Your cat is Izuku. We know. All three men quickly cut Toshinori off before he could speak anymore. Shouta then explained it. We were told a week prior. Toshinori, we know Moss is Izuku, or at least he's Izuku's soul. Izuku looked over his shoulder at All Might before raising his nose up at the man. And thus we know why he doesn't like you. Toshinori's eyes narrowed suddenly. Okay. Then were you informed that the Namu that's running around in Izuku's body is attached to Moss? That the Namu can look into Izuku's own memories? Oh, this was the last-ditch effort. The vestiges know, and the vestiges, if they can just get close enough to Moss, even if through Hitoshi, can use this to help take down All for One once and for all. Shouta's hand rose and Toshinori stopped speaking. Why is it the vestiges' responsibility to take down this man? Why are there 7 holders? In fact, I'm led to believe that much like Nai's and Moss here, All for One and One for All are connected in a way that can't be broken. Let me ask you this much. How did you get that injury? And most importantly, if you hand this quirk down to my son. Shouta leaned in so the two of them were nose to nose. Will it be his responsibility to take down this All for One next? Toshinori swallowed hard as he looked into Shouta's eyes. Shouta narrowed his eyes. We're done here. And he turned away, waving Toshinori off. Shout, you know where the door is, Toshinori. You aren't using my child as a pawn in whatever this is. Shouta gave a grumble as he looked back at Toshinori. In fact, Shouta now looked over his shoulder at Toshinori, his eyes now flashing red. I'm glad you told me all about this, so I can say this with utmost clarity. You aren't asking anyone else in my class to be your successor, and if I learned that you did, I'll beat you into the ground personally. Understood? Toshinori swallowed before giving a nod. Yes. Good. Toshinori would then sigh out before he ultimately retreated with his tail between his legs. Hitoshi leaned his face on his hand. He looked to be deep in thought as his eyes were glazed over while he started off in space. The space cadet would come down seconds later and then look at his dad's. I knew there was more than what he was trying to tell me. Aburo gave a hum. So, he tried to get you to take his quirk before he told us. He then looked angry at this but would be calmed down when Hitoshi made a so-so gesture. Yes and no. He wanted me to gain muscle mass first. He tried to take me to Takoba and he wanted me to clean it every day for 4 hours to gain muscle. Shouta's right eye twitched. He is the #1 hero and he can't afford a gym membership. I mean community service and all that. But regardless, he implied that he wanted to keep it a secret between us, but I told him I wouldn't even consider it unless you guys knew and weighed in. Hitoshi chewed on the inside of his cheek in thought, and suddenly Shouta's hand dropped into his hair and Shouta gently ruffled Hitoshi's hair. You did good. That thing almost doesn't sound like a quirk. It sounds like a curse. Aburo weighed in. A curse you pass down rather than pass on. I'm glad you thought rationally. I bet he was just telling you all of the good and none of the bad, right? Hitoshi gave a nod. Izuku crossed one paw over the other. A quirk called One for All. One that would be passed down from user to user. One that All for One wants to get his mittens on. Then Izuku perked his ears up in thought. Could it be? Before he vanished. Before Dad went to fight All Might. Before he vanished. I have a surprise lined up for you, but I have to go out and get it first. His father whispered into his ear that fateful day he would leave and never return. Izuku shook his head. No, he wanted to laugh. No way in hell. Yet, he wasn't so sure about that anymore. It was now a beautiful Saturday afternoon. School on Friday was cut short because of another USJ break-in. Hitoshi was finished with ballet training, and now he was standing in front of a mirror looking at himself. I'm going to Takoyami's house tonight and I'm debating if I should change and just wear jeans. I mean ... He is going to teach me how to wield a sword. Hitoshi tilted his head as he looked at the skirt he was wearing and then went over to a set of black jeans hanging up in his closet. Izuku shrugged. Wear whatever is comfortable, I say. Now see, you. Hitoshi pointed at Izuku. Or a cat, you don't get to say that. You don't wear clothes outside of a tie for school and a harness. I dunno, I had to wear that onesie, which, by the way, wasn't comfortable. Izuku snorted back at Hitoshi before he made himself into a loaf on the bed. Hitoshi gave another hum before he stripped out of his skirt and tossed it on his bed, tossing it on Izuku in the process. Hey, I'm not a hamper. Izuku huffed and then he wiggled out from under the fabric. Hitoshi was already hopping into his pants. Sorry, I decided on the jeans. I don't know how Takoyami's parents will take to a boy in a skirt. Izuku knocked the skirt to the ground with ease and then looked at Hitoshi, who was finished buttoning up his jeans and was now changing out of his shirt into a baggy t-shirt. So, when are we leaving for Takoyami's? Hitoshi paused and started to dress a little more slowly. About that ... Izuku perked his ears up at Hitoshi's sudden reluctance. Then, Izuku narrowed his eyes. We aren't going. I'm going to Takoyami's. You're staying here. There was a heavy pause between them as Hitoshi just stared at Izuku, who, in turn, just stared at Hitoshi. Then, don't be upset, Moss. It's just that, 1, the Takoyamis are birds. Maybe not all of them, but some, and I don't know if a family of birds will appreciate me bringing a cat in. 2, I don't know if they have any allergy to you. And finally, it'll be rude for me to just bring you unannounced. Maybe another time, you'll live for a few hours without me. Fine. Izuku sighed and stood up from the bed. He stretched himself out and then gently clawed at the bedding below. Brat probably needs the company anyway. Go, have fun. That's the spirit. Hitoshi booted Izuku's nose with his finger. Getting replaced with a bird, how is that fair? Don't be dramatic. I wouldn't replace you for the world and you know that. Yeah. Then Izuku left Hitoshi to his own devices as he retreated to the living room. Brian was already making small talk with Brat. Izuku could last a few hours without Hitoshi. He's done so in the past, before he knew who Hitoshi was. Of course, if anything goes wrong, Izuku had the mind link. So, there was that. Yeah, he told himself when Hitoshi walked out the door without him when Takoyami greeted Hitoshi at the door. He would be just fine without his friend for a few hours. That's why Izuku would sit by the door and wait for Hitoshi to return, because he'd be just fine without him. Bonus, Takoyami's, or rather Fukumi's mother Sora Takoyami was the bird. Her and Fukumij looked identical. He was a tiny version of her, almost only she was fully a bird. She had deep black feathers that ran along her entire body, tail feathers that poked out from behind, and of course, wings. Don't let the wings fool you or anybody, however, she was strong. She had to be. She was a professional blacksmith for heroes. Fukumij's father Kenzo Takoyami was a different story. He was a tiny man with bright orange hair and orange freckles lining his face and body alike. He was fully human and he liked to birdwatch in his spare time and was currently a stay-at-home dad for Fukumij's baby sister only 3 years old. No quirk yet, but she certainly had her father's orange hair and freckles. Kenzo had a sentient quirk. His quirk being a simple black bird that was attached to him, kind of like Dark Shadow, but clearly not as intense and much smaller. Sora, on the other hand, oh dear, I'm a bird. That's my quirk. That would make a lot of sense. Alright boys, weapons. Sora made a motion with her feathers and both boys surrendered their weapons. I may be a blacksmith, but I'm still a mother. Your parents will roast me for dinner if I let you train with weapons unsheathed. She then grabbed Fukumij's sword and sheathed it with a sheath. Then she looked at Hitoshi's dagger and she paused. How curious. She whispered and turned the dagger over in her wings a few times. Where did you get this dagger? She inquired and Hitoshi tensed up. I found it, he admitted. The crime scene wasn't active. Then he backpedaled. I mean, it wasn't a crime at all. I just found it. Sora just gave him a curious look before snorting. Kids, alright, well, I'm trusting this wasn't a murder weapon then. I just ask because this is my own work, and I don't exactly sell to minors. Then she sheathed it with a perfect sheath. Don't take those sheaths off and be careful. Those are weapons, not toys. Do you two understand? Yes, ma'am, Hitoshi respectfully answered with a bow. Of course, mother. I don't plan on battle training, and even if I were we would do broom handles or even wooden swords. I just want to show him how to wield. Good, off you two go. Don't hurt each other. Then her mask would lower back down over her face and the two would go off. Go easy on a newbie, Hitoshi joked and Takoyami smiled a soft smile. Of course, short bonus, something was outside. Pumpkin didn't know what, but it was out there in the darkness. It made his fur stand on end and made him back away. Couldn't the others feel it? A hiss left his mouth as whatever was outside just stared from the window. Their eyes seemed to glow an ominous green from the distance. Was it human? He didn't think so. Pumpkin's whole body bristled up as another hiss left his mouth. The humans and others were asleep, but not him. This was his house and it was his job to watch over the others. Pumpkin looked back at Brat, tearing his eyes away from the window just a moment. Then he looked back. A yowl ripped itself from his throat and he jumped off of the couch as the thing was pressed tightly against the window now. The thing, it looked human but Pumpkin could see it wasn't. The thing just smiled a crazed smile before it spoke. It only said 2 words that would send Pumpkin flying through the house like a bat out of hell. Mother's home. When the humans and other cats would get up to investigate, there was nobody outside the window nor anybody in the area. Still, Pumpkin would look over at his mother Moss and would just shudder. The visit had happened so suddenly that it caught everyone off guard. It was a rare night in their household, meaning that all 3 husbands were home. They were all lazing about as it was Monday after school. Hitoshi was doing his homework at the table while Eri colored happily next to him. Moss was asleep in Hitoshi's lap with Hitoshi occasionally giving his companion some pats. Shouta was in their personal gym working out while Hisashi and Aburo were both in the kitchen getting dinner started. All in all, it was just a lazy day leading into the evening. Then someone knocked on the door, making everyone turn towards it in confusion. Are you expecting someone? Aburo was first to ask as he poked his head out of the kitchen and was drying his hands with a paper towel. No, Hitoshi answered while shaking his head, and Aburo sauntered towards the door. Before he opened it, someone knocked again and Aburo opened the door. Can I help you? Aburo inquired, and Hitoshi, as well as Eri, both looked back at him. I'm with the Hero Public and Safety Commission. Hitoshi nearly jumped up at those words as he grabbed Moss and picked him up. Moss gave a mew of dissatisfaction. What gives? Don't talk. Act like a normal cat. Hitoshi demanded quickly. I would like to tour your home. The person, a man, asked Oboro. Nothing serious. I just need to see if a couple of claims I heard were true or not. I see. Oboro's shoulders were tense as he blocked the man's view of the inside of their home. Hitoshi saw as Oboro had a grip on the doorframe, and Hitoshi could see that Oboro was clutching it pretty hard. Can I ask what these claims are exactly? Oboro demanded, and Hitoshi could just see that Oboro was trying to remain calm and stoic. Iri, Hitoshi whispered and gently gave his sister a little shake. Iri looked up at him with innocent eyes. Go get Shouta. Tell him it's important. Iri tilted her head but obeyed. She gently got out of her chair and went to the homemade gym to go and get Shouta. I'm sorry, I can't tell you why. But if you kick up a fuss, I have the papers right here. We have the right to search as we see fit. The commission representative spoke a little more sternly towards Oboro. Oboro looked back at Hitoshi, and Hitoshi held on to Moss a little tighter. Moss reached back and grabbed Hitoshi's shoulder with his paw, his claws digging into Hitoshi's shoulder. Come on in. Oboro's voice was tense as he moved out of the way to let the man in. This man looked so bored as he strolled in with a clipboard in his hands. His hair was grayish-white and bushy. He just looked both tired and bored. Hisashi, dear, we have company. Oboro's voice was certainly tense as he called out to Hisashi. Company. Oh, Hisashi's voice became a little more serious as his eyes fell on the commission representative. Hisashi's eyes narrowed a little as he walked into the dining room. His eyes gazed past Hitoshi and Izuku when Hisashi put his hand on Hitoshi's other shoulder. Hello, I'm Yokimaru Mira. The commission member bowed in greeting. Don't worry, I'm just here to check up on claims. Claims? Huh. Shouta came into the dining room with Iri clinging to his pants as she stared at the stranger. And what kind of claims are we talking about here? Shouta demanded in a cool tone as he reached behind and put a hand on Iri's head to keep her calm. I can't discuss that with you. I'm just here to see if they're real or not, and if you have a problem with it, you can bring it up to Madam President herself. Yokimaru's voice never rose or even became combative as he just stared at Shouta with the same bored and tired expression. Shouta stared the man down with his own bored expression, but Hitoshi knew that was just a mask. I see, Shouta muttered. Then at least grace us with what you'll be searching for. I just need to ask a few standard questions and look around. That is all. The man insisted as he tapped his pen against his clipboard. Very well. What are your questions? Oboro was the one to ask next. Yokimaru's eyes went from Oboro and seemed to lock onto Moss. Moss's ears went back, and Hitoshi quickly moved him from his shoulder and back to his lap. Act like a normal cat, Izuku, I'm begging you. Hitoshi risked the mind link as his back was to Yokimaru when he was sure the man couldn't see him. Well, the first question is towards your children. Shinsu. Hitoshi looked over his shoulder at the man once the link was cut. That's me, but please, call me Hitoshi. The man's black eyes didn't look impressed at Hitoshi's demand as he looked at Hitoshi up and down. Hitoshi was in his school uniform with his blazer hanging up in his room. However, he was in his skirt and not in pants today, and he wondered for a moment if this man was judging him for this fact. Probably. Yes, well, don't worry, the questions are standard. What's your quirk? Hitoshi's mouth twitched a little as he looked up at Hisashi, who tightened his grip ever so slightly on Hitoshi's shoulder. And that should matter why? Hisashi demanded. It's just standard questioning, sir. Brainwashing. Hitoshi whispered so lowly that he was surprised if Yokimaru could hear him. I can brainwash people and animals as long as they respond to me. Still didn't look impressed as he wrote this down. I see. Now it says in your file that you lived with your uncle before you were fostered by the The man sighed and inhaled a deep breath. Aizawa Shirakumo Yamada family, correct? Yes, sir. Hitoshi gently scratched under Moss's chin as he looked away from the man. Whatever happened to your uncle? Hitoshi frowned. Well, after he shot me, I can't say for sure. He spoke nothing but the truth. Hitoshi didn't know what became of his uncle after that fateful day. Hitoshi was growing to hate that little hum Yokimaru would give as he wrote this all down. And your cat? How long have you had that cat? What does my son's cat have to do with anything? Shouta jumped in before Hitoshi could answer. Please, don't make this difficult. It's just a question. We know he goes everywhere with that cat and only wish to know how a cat managed to get to allergen detection status. A status mostly reserved for dogs. Mossy was a gift. Iri spoke excitedly and made them all turn to look at her in surprise. Right, Daddy? You got Moss for Hitoshi at the pet store as a birthday present. Yeah, that's right. Shouta smiled a soft smile as he ruffled Iri's hair. Moss, you see, was a birthday present. Sorry, I can't produce paperwork claiming as such. The owner was just giving cats away. As for the allerg, Yokimaru rose his hand to silence Shouta before he could finish. I remember asking your son and not you. His tone was clipped as he focused on Hitoshi once more, and Hitoshi swallowed a little. I'm allergic to shellfish, you see. and one day I had a reaction. It was by accident, as I hadn't told my dads that I was allergic to shellfish. Hitoshi started slowly as he met the man's gaze. Moss was able to detect that there was shellfish in my meal and alerted me. We learned that he's good at that. He's really good at alerting me if there's any shellfish nearby. Moss jumped from Hitoshi's lap into Hitoshi's and probably everybody else's horror. He started to rub himself against Yokimuru's legs. Moss was rubbing himself against Yokimuru like they were once owner and pet as he mewed and demanded the man's attention. May I? Yokimuru inquired as he pointed down at Moss. He usually doesn't like being picked up. Well, Hitoshi was a liar, as when Yokimuru bent down he was more than able to pick Moss up and hold him. What unique coloring. I've never seen a green cat before. He certainly stands out. Yokimuru mumbled as he held Moss by his underarms. Moss mewed at this as he stayed in Yokimuru's hands. Do you have a breed? Yeah, cat. Shouta answered bluntly. He was free. You don't expect him to be a pervert anything, do you? That Cornish Rex in the living room could have fooled me. Yokimuru commented as he continued to move Moss around to look at every detail he could. Maybe it was fate that Tinnitum came out of the room. The little and obviously purebred Munchkin cat walking side by side with Brine, the Siamese cat. Yokimuru looked at those two before back at Moss. His face is soft and eyes big. He's fluffy and rounded. All in all a cute cat. If I had to guess, his features are similar to that of a Siamese like your friend over there ... But I'm willing to bet he's a ragdoll, aren't you? Yokimuru broke his bored tone to blow kisses at Moss. He's such a unique cat, however. A cat with green fur and green eyes. Oh, now look at that. The man lifted Moss's head up to look at his necklace. Sir, surely you didn't come here to ogle our unique cat, did you? Shouta inquired a little more bluntly, which caused Yokimuru to look back at him. Right, apologies. Now, I just need to ask. We've heard rumors of your cat not only being smarter than average but also claims that they may even have a healing factor. Is this true? He looked at Hitoshi as he asked this. No, he's just a cat. But you agree he has some sort of intelligence, as he knows how to detect allergens? Yokimuru inquired next as he now stared Hitoshi down in a gotcha moment. No more than the average dog. Hitoshi shrugged. But this isn't a dog, is it? Izuku started to kick just a little, a clear sign of a cat wanting down. Yokimuru granted this as he put Izuku down. Once down, he started to walk away with his tail high and flicking. He almost looked like a normal cat. He's not as smart as you think he is, sir. Watch. Hitoshi grabbed some paper, balled it up, and whistled. Moss, here. And he tossed the paper. Moss just watched as the paper rolled past him before he started to lick at his paw almost like he was bored. See, then, if he's not as smart as you claim him to be, then surely you'll allow me to take him for a day to have him tested officially. No, the whole family spoke at once in a moment of unison and hatred of the Safety Commission. And pray tell why? If Yokimuru's eyes seemed to narrow as he stared at the family as a whole. He's just a normal cat, then it shouldn't be an issue, should it? Because the commission has a history with abusing animals. There it was. Oboro just came right out and said it. And we happen to love all of our animals, so, no. You aren't taking our Moss, not unless you want to fight. Then Oboro tensed as he got down like he was ready for a fight. It was instant as Hisashi and Shouta also seemed to get ready as all raised their fists up. 3 heroes versus you. Do you think you'll win? Shouta inquired next, which made Yokimuru narrow his eyes at them. No, I don't suppose I will. However, if you have nothing to hide, then surely you have nothing to fear. Let me ask you one final time. Is that cat smarter than average, and does he have a healing quirk? No. Now get out, if you know what's good for you. Shouta demanded with a snarl gracing his lips. I see. The pen stopped writing and Yokimuru looked at Moss. Moss, or rather Izuku, was pretending to be interested in the fallen paper ball as he was now batting it back and forth. I have just one more question. That girl, what's your quirk, sweetie? Rewind. She whispered fearfully as she now clung to Shouta's leg for dear life. I can. You don't have to tell him anymore, princess. Hisashi shushed her before she could reveal just what she can do with her quirk. All right, well, I can tell when I'm not welcomed. I'll see myself out. You do that, Oboro told him rather bravely. All 3 men had their eyes trained on the man as he walked up to the door and opened it. But he paused before leaving. He shot a look at Hitoshi. Expect another visit very soon. We at the Hero Public and Safety Commission don't like being told no. Then ... he was gone. The family didn't officially relax until his car was out of the driveway. Once he was gone, did they all slump their shoulders and sigh with relief. Ari, where'd you come up with that lie? Hitoshi inquired as Ari was the one to pick Moss up. A girl at baseball practice got a cat for her birthday. I dunno. I thought it would be best if he didn't know that Moss technically found and saved us ... Am I in trouble for lying? She asked fearfully. Normally, yes. Shouta cracked his neck before gently putting his hand on her head. But this time you did good, so no. Not this time. Yuri held Moss like a toddler and Izuku spoke in Hitoshi's mind. It's hard being dumb, I want you to know that. Yeah. Hitoshi sighed and came up to Moss and Yuri alike. You did wonderful, Moss. He was actually a normal cat. He almost looked boring. Hazashi gave an uneasy laugh as he gave Moss a good scratch up to the head. Good job, Spicy. Shouta was frowning as he stared at Moss. We have a problem now. Shouta knew it sucked being the bearer of bad news, but it was too early for celebrations. In fact, cheers were probably going to be coming soon and he hated it. Someone clearly told the commission about Moss and now they want him. Next time they come back they very well could have an order to take. They can't just take him. He's mine. Hitoshi cried almost indignantly. It's my name on the microchip. Shouta gently cupped Hitoshi's cheek and gently thumbed Hitoshi's cheek. I wish it were that easy. But animals are different with the HPSC. If they show an order to take there's nothing we can do because Moss, basically has no rights. Hitoshi's mouth turned into a frown. Well what are we going to do? Can't we fight it? We could try but they'd win. Their lawyers are top-notch and actually fighting them isn't an option. We were just trying to intimidate him too. Shouta looked at his two husbands and they seemed to understand as they looked away almost shamefully. To bide us some time. Oh, Hitoshi didn't like where this was going. Not one bit. Well, what's next? How can we keep Moss safe? He demanded bravely as he looked at his foster dad. Shouta sighed. I have an idea. It's the safest idea out there but you're going to hate it. If it means keeping Moss safe and away from the safety commission I'm willing to do anything. Shouta sighed softly. Let me make a few phone calls. I'm telling you, we didn't want to attack your precious school. Dabai hissed behind the glass pane. His hands were bound in front of him while heavy quirk suppressants ran through his blood as they spoke. We were teleported there. So, let us go and maybe I'll let you live next time we cross paths. Nedzu wasn't intimidated as he stared Dabai down. You're an interesting man, Dabai. Interesting and mysterious. Aside from a few assault charges there's nothing about you that I could find. Nedzu clasped his paws together as he flicked his ear at the man. I'm honestly surprised you all came quietly. After the USJ break-in the three who broke in all but gave up. Well, there was some resistance but it was stamped out by Shouta who had his eyes on both Dabai and Twice thus keeping them from using their quirks. After that it was relatively easy to get them all in cuffs and in the station. Well, Twice could have made more clones of me but he was too far and plus that a hole with the quirk that can cancel quirks stopped me from doing anything. Dabai sighed with a sneer on his lip. Look, can't you just drop the charges? I'm sure Toga is scared and she's quirkless right now. Mrs. Toga is an interesting case. First she had a quirk and now she doesn't and now her parents are wanting to reclaim her. F her parents. If you give her back to those a-holes I'll kill you myself. Dabai roared behind the glass pane. I'm willing to. Trade. You see, Dabai, we at UA need all the help we can get and where we can get it at the moment. I want to know about the Namu that goes around claiming to be Izuku Midoriya. You've talked with him firsthand, did you not? You talking about that weird kid? The one that took Toga's shapeshifting quirk. That's the one. A Namu, huh? Actually, I'm willing to overlook a lot if you work with us heroes in protecting UA and its students from future attacks. You and Twice. Excuse me. Dabai blinked in surprise. What about this? Dabai vaguely gestured to himself. Screams safe to you. Hear me out. Not like I have anything better to do. Nedzu sighed a little as he looked Dabai dead in the eyes. I'm willing to grant Ms. Toga a safe place inside of UAS walls while she's quirkless. We're getting dorms and they're being blueprinted as we speak. Toga will have a place to stay and an education with us. That being said, we need information on the villains when their next attacks are going to be and so on. That's where Twice and I come in. You want spies? We do. We want information on Namu, Tamura Shigaraki, and their master, all for one. Look, we tried to kill those F'ers. They're not going to welcome us with open arms, you know. Dabai narrowed his blue eyes at Nedzu. Let me tell you something. Play your cards right. Let them treat you as a lackey for a bit, and I guarantee they'll treat you as one of their own in due time. Dabai seemed to listen as he lowered his head and weighed the option. If I say no, you stay locked up, along with Jin, and Mrs. Toga will be returned to her parents. Trust me, this deal with me is your best bet. You'll get the revenge you want in the end and you get freedom. Dabai snorted and then looked at Nedzu. And what's stopping me from just running with Toga and Twice once you set me free? Huh. What's to stop me from burning those effing dorms to the ground? Huh. Nedzu only smiled as he tilted his head. You know you won't get your revenge that way. That's what stops you. That and you're a fool if you think I won't have safeguards in place for you and your friends. There was a snort from the other before Dabai leaned back into his chair. Give me time to think about it. Of course. Nedzu hopped out of his chair. Tick-tock, Mr. Dabai. The clock is ticking and Ms. Toga will be released to her parents before too long. I'll be back tomorrow. Nedzu left the visiting area of the jail after that. He gave a little nod to Tsukachi, who waved back at him with a smile. From there, Nedzu would check out of the jail and then walk out into the parking lot. He walked up to his car and paused, sniffed the air, before turning. There, Shouta and his family were standing outside waiting for him. Ah, right on time, Shouta. Nezu greeted his friend and employee, but he knew this wasn't a happy occasion, especially not seeing young Hitoshi cry into Moss's fur. Thank you for doing this, Shouta sighed as he came up to Nezu and started to hand things over to the Chimera. Nezu took the things. Our only other option was Toshinori and ... Yeah, we'd rather it be you. Understandable. Nezu unlocked his car door and put the items inside. I'm sorry the commission ambushed you like that, and I really wished I didn't have to do this. Nezu gave a small sigh. But you know he's going to someone trustworthy. And Nezu walked up to Hitoshi and opened his arms. Hitoshi's eyes were wet with tears, and maybe it was petulance that kept him from handing his beloved pet over. Maybe it was just sadness with this whole FED situation. It was never easy having to rehome a pet. But it needed to be done, for Moss's own safety, and Hitoshi knew this. Which is why it was with a heavy heart that Hitoshi finally handed Moss over. Izuku clung to Hitoshi, as expected. Thankfully, the boy was wearing a long-sleeved shirt to keep the nighttime chill at bay. I don't want to go, Izuku cried, but all that came out was a loud and distressed meow. I know, baby. It was a moment of understanding that Oboro saying that as he and Hisashi had to forcibly retract Izuku's claws from Hitoshi's shirt. I know, it's only temporary. There we go. Nezu hoisted Izuku into his arms and the cat struggled. Hitoshi cried into Oboro's arms as Nezu started walking towards his car. He needs me, Nezu. I can't just leave him. Nezu knew better than to respond as he put Izuku into the back of the car and shut the door. Hitoshi, Nezu called to the boy and bowed respectfully. You have my word. No harm will come to Moss while he's in my care. Besides, it's not like you'll never see him again. Izuku rushed to the back window and started to paw at it while crying loudly. Hitoshi. Nezu got into the driver's seat and would drive away soon after, with Izuku continuing to paw at the back window. Yes, it was a sad situation, but it was for the best, at least for now. If it wasn't for the mind link between Hitoshi and Moss, Hitoshi was sure he'd be a crying mess every day he woke up and Moss wasn't with him. The mind link in purgatory that was. However, Hitoshi told Moss that he didn't like purgatory all that much. It weirds me out. Hitoshi told him one night that he couldn't sleep. Ever since learning that your uncle wants me because we're close. I don't like it. That's completely fair. Though, I haven't seen him since that first time. The door is completely locked and I don't know how to open it, Moss confessed, and Hitoshi reached for his side where Moss would usually snuggle up to him. But there was no Moss, and that made Hitoshi's heart ache with guilt and sadness over this whole situation. Enough about your uncle. How's Nezu treating you? Well, I hope. Fine, Moss responded in kind. He's been good to me. But listen to this. Nezu lives in a house and he has a shed in the backyard, and guess what he keeps back there? Body of missing HPSC members. Hitoshi joked while he bit his lip to stop himself from laughing. Moss did laugh at that. No. He is ... lab rats. I don't mean he's experimenting on rats. I mean he rescues lab rats and takes them into his shed. The shed is made with concrete so they can't burrow out, and he feeds them on the regular with fresh fruits, seeds, and veggies. He talks to them and I'm sure he can understand them like he understands me. Oh my goodness, that's surprisingly understandable given his background in all actuality. How many does he own? Enough to fill a shed. Wow, it's impressive that he managed to rescue that many rats. Can you understand them? Only a few words here and there, like with the neighbor's dog, but not enough to hold a conversation. I know that they flock to him like he's their next messiah, and in a way, I get it. Nezu gave them a second chance, probably when they thought there wasn't one. Hitoshi felt himself start to slip into sleep, but stayed awake to ask, like with you and Brian. You know Brian misses you. Brian, Pumpkin, and I'm sure Brat. They all miss you. Pumpkin sits by the front door and just stares at it. He misses his mother. Moss was absolutely snorting at that. Yeah, well, the cats make better company, that's for sure. Nezu doesn't allow the rats inside the house, and I think he tolerates me. Though he did tell me I'm not allowed on the countertops. Which is fair. Yeah, Hitoshi yawned. I get that. Get some sleep, Hitoshi. It's not going to do you any good staying up like this. Yeah, it just sucks without you. The others are asking about you, at school that is. I just have to lie. Right now you've gotten lost. I got lost. You couldn't have told a more believable lie. The class knows I'm smarter than the average cat. I can't just get lost. No, you got lost. You see, we were walking home one day when a villain was attacking. Not us, of course, and it caused rubble to fall down and separate us. We were in a part of town we've only been in once or twice, so it stands to reason you got lost. Moss gave another snort at that, and they believe that. It made Hitoshi shrug. Nobody has really questioned it. But for now we decided it's best if we don't. Hitoshi stopped when he felt a sharp pain in his head. Don't bring you to school for the time being just so the HPSC doesn't get wise about us trying to dupe them. You good? Onset headache. Alright, the distance probably isn't helping you any bit and is causing your quirk a little more than if I were right next to you. I'm hanging the mind link up for the night before you get sick. Good night. Wait, what? IL. Never mind, it's not important. Good night. The link was cut and Hitoshi let his head be cradled by his pillows. The relief was instant, like having that first sip of caffeine when you realized you haven't had any and were suffering from caffeine withdrawal. He hoped the HPSC would get off of their backs and Moss could come back and live with him, his owner again. Hitoshi flopped on his back and looked up at the ceiling. He almost said those words but stopped himself. Don't make it weird. He grumbled to himself before flipping over to his side and throwing his blanket over his cold shoulders. Don't make it weird. He repeated to himself before he allowed himself to drift off into sleep for the night. Thanks for accompanying me, Monoma, Hitoshi said as he and Monoma walked through the hallways leading to the support course. Of course, I need an update on some of my stuff as well, so it's no harm done. So, what are you thinking of updating? Not updating, adding to. You see, me and Aburo were talking the other day and I mentioned how I need to get the upper hand on people who may know how my quirk works, or just having some sort of advantage. Then Shouta came up and suggested that I should change my voice. So, I'm going to see if that's possible. What Hitoshi wasn't telling Monoma was that it was actually Moss was the one to suggestion such a thing, not Aburo. Change your voice. Whatever for exactly. How would that help? Hitoshi saw the doors to the support coming up and he continued to speak to Monoma. It's simple. If I can somehow change my voice to that of the villain's partner or even just some new, it could throw them off and they could. There was an explosion and before Hitoshi knew it he was suddenly pinned. Whoops. The chipper voice of a female came followed by a giggle and when the smoke cleared Hitoshi found Beast directly on his face. The culprit being the girl with pink dreads that was currently using him as a pillow. Hatsum, Power Loader came into view and he was clearly upset. Do you know how long it's going to take for me to clean this up and patch up? That's it. I only allowed you to use the workshop after hours because you promised you wouldn't make a mess of the place and now look. Finally, the boobs were removed from Hitoshi's face as Hatsum gave a giggle. Oh, Power Loader, explosions are only a natural part of the process. They're bound to happen. Power Loader gave a grunt in response while Monoma went to help Hitoshi up. You look like you were enjoying yourself there. Monoma teased, which caused Hitoshi to scoff. Not my type, he muttered to his friend before he walked into the support course workshop. Hitoshi walked up to Power Loader. Sir, I have an idea I'd like to run by you. Of course, Shouta told me to expect you two for some upgrades and some equipment. What is it? So, Hitoshi went over the whole process. And the request he had. Is it possible to change my vocal cords to anyone's voice? Anything is possible. Hatsum piped up and suddenly Hitoshi was forced away from the teacher as Hatsum took him by the arm. Power Loader sighed almost fondly as he watched this go down, then he turned. And you, young man, Monoma smiled. Yes, I need an upgrade to my costume. You see, I tried to take a Hitoshi drowned out Monoma's request as Hatsum started to look over Hitoshi. She got real grabby with him, mainly around his throat, and she even ran her finger down his Adam's apple, which made him feel weird. So, what are you looking for? I can make you a voice changer that you pop in your mouth ... but then you couldn't change on demand. Now, what's your quirk? I assume it requires voice activation? Brainwashing, and yes, it does. But know that I can't brainwash through phones or megaphones for that matter. He told her and she nodded while jotting this all down. It would probably be best if the villains don't see you talking. Oh, Hitoshi watched as her eyes sparked with inspiration. She grabbed a scrap piece of paper and started to draw while mumbling to herself almost wildly. Hitoshi looked over her shoulder and saw just what she was drawing. Some sort of over-the-mouth cover. Okay, I think I know what to do. What you need is something to go over your mouth and something that your quirk could work around. So, what you need is a mask, but the mask should be able to change your chords. However, without it being electronic is a challenge, but lucky for you I love challenges. Hatsum was grinning as she said this. She continued to doodle the mask and Hitoshi watched her with interest. How does this look? Hitoshi inspected the doodle. It looked to be, as she said, a mask that would wrap around the entire lower half of his face. It was a rough sketch, but even still it looked so cool. That looks really cool. Hatsum smiled. No electronics, huh? She gnawed on the end of her eraser. I can make this work. Come back in about a week. I should have a few babies lined up. A few. Hitoshi gasped and Hatsum kept her grin. Of course, support items are like shoes. It's not one size fits all and you're going to need to see what works best for you. Plus, it gives me an excuse to try my hand on non-electronic items. It made sense and Hitoshi gave a nod. All right, next week, next Monday. Are you sure? Is that enough time? More than enough, trust me. All right, thank you so much, Hatsum. Hitoshi bowed to her respectfully and she gave him a soft PSH noise out of her mouth as she waved him off. No need to be so formal. I love working and inviting things and your modifier is just what I need to help push my limits. That made Hitoshi a little more at ease and he stood by waiting for Monoma to finish talking to Power Loader. Monoma took his time explaining just what he wanted for his outfit. He wanted a fabric that could resist basic elements that he knows he can take, fire, water, and electricity. Powerloader was listening and writing everything down. Okay, Powerloader hummed when Monoma finished up. Thankfully, all your measurements are on file so we don't have to retake them, but it should be simple enough, just made with different types of fibers. He knocked the pencil against his head before nodding. We should have it done in a week, maybe a little longer, but it should be done before finals. Thank you, Sensei. Monoma bowed and then straightened up. He looked at Hitoshi and gave his friend a kindly smile. Ready? Hitoshi nodded and the two of them bidded one more goodbye and stepped out of the ruined door. Hitoshi felt a little better and excited at the prospect of this voice changer. This could really change the game for him. What are you and Nezu doing for the weekend? Hitoshi had asked that Friday night as he laid on his bed and was reading a chapter book. The sun was starting to go down and Hitoshi could see the orange glow from his window. There was a sigh from the other side. Lecture. He's lecturing me. He's been lecturing me. He's going to continue to lecture me tomorrow. He wants me to learn. I want to be home. Moss all but groaned. I miss my exercise wheel. There was a distinct whimper and Hitoshi realized Moss, or rather Izuku, was on the verge of crying. Izuku actually hiccuped. Nezu is like a boring uncle. He doesn't even own a TV. Just monitors to watch people. Oh, Mossy, I'm sorry, wait, he watches people? He loves to watch people. Hitoshi winced and was glad that Izuku couldn't see him trying not to smile. Why? He asked a little concerned. I don't know. World domination. I guess it's not all bad. Sometimes when I'm lonely I watch the camera in the house. Hazashi is currently watching a Disney movie with Oboro and Eri. There's a camera in the house. Hitoshi sat up in alarm. No, there are multiple. Instantly Hitoshi looked around his room for a hidden camera. How? He saw nothing but his own walls looking back at him. Is he watching us now? No, but I am. There was a knock on his door and Hitoshi jumped like Nezu himself now knew Hitoshi knew. It wasn't Nezu, just Shouta. Shouta looked at him and smiled before leaning against the doorframe. Hey, hold that thought, Moss. Hey. Hitoshi shut his chapter book and sat up straight. What's up, sire? He teased, which made Shouta smirk. Your friends are at the door. They wanted to talk to you. His dad jabbed his thumb towards the direction of the main room and Hitoshi got up and off of the bed and knew that his confusion was prominent on his face. Walking out of his room he saw Monoma, Denki, and Momo all waved at him as he approached them. Hey, what's up, guys? Well, Toshi Denki came up and put one arm around Hitoshi's shoulders. Hitoshi felt himself make a bit of a face as he stared at Denki, who was unbothered. We noticed that you were down about losing Moss, so it was decided amongst us that we're going to spoil you tonight. Huh? He asked as the words didn't just process. We're taking you to the movies, dude. Denki explained in full and it made Hitoshi blink again. You don't have to. Monoma pulled on Hitoshi's ear. We want to. So, come on, ask your parents before we're late. Never ever in a million years did Hitoshi ever think he was going to be invited to the movies, especially not by friends. So, shyly, he looked over his shoulder at the adults and Eri, who were all watching. Can I go to the movies? Hitoshi asked after a pregnant pause. The Fosters looked at each other but didn't say anything, then Shouta shrugged. Sure, just don't stay out too late, you guys, and stick together. Do you need money? Do I need? Hitoshi looked at Shouta in surprise. Money? Shouta finished in the exact same confused tone that Hitoshi was giving him. Sure. Shouta, along with the others, chuckled at this. Shouta reached in and grabbed his wallet where he pulled out some yen. Hitoshi went to grab it but Shouta pulled away. Remember, I don't want you out too late. I'll leave the porch light on. If you aren't home by 10 at the latest, I'm going to go searching for you. Understood? Yes, sir. Good. And Shouta handed the money over. Hitoshi took and stuffed it into his pants pocket. Stay safe. Will do. Bye. Love you guys. Hitoshi called as he put his shoes on, then he was promptly swept out of the door by his friends who seemed to be equally as excited as he was. They had to take a train to the movies and they all stayed together as instructed. Surprisingly, Momo looked the most excited out of all of them. Her eyes were sparkling with a gleam that Hitoshi had never seen before as she was grinning from ear to ear. It made Hitoshi to see her so excited. When they got to the theater, his friends were true to their word and paid for his tickets. What snacks do you want? Monoma asked as they looked at the snacks. I'm thinking of a churro personally. Hitoshi looked at the snacks and shrugged. I dunno. I've never been to a theater before. A small buttered popcorn. Good choice. Monoma smiled back at him. Drink? Sure. Monoma just looked at him. What kind? Hitoshi blushed before giving a nervous laugh. Just a Coke is fine. When they regrouped, Momo and Denki had their own snacks. Momo had both a popcorn and a hot dog while Denki was already snacking on his large popcorn. I think that's the most I've seen Momo have when it comes to food, Hitoshi thought. It wasn't until after did he realize he said this through the mind link because Moss spoke, nearly making him drop his popcorn. You're with Momo right now. Where'd you go? Oh, well, we're just at the movies. He shyly explained, feeling bad because Moss seemed so bored. There was a silence in his mind before Please stop calling me that. Hitoshi. Monoma snapped his fingers in front of Hitoshi's eyes to gain his attention. Come on, the movie is going to start in less than 10 minutes. Stop dilly-dallying. Right, I'm coming. The movie was pretty good. However, out of the corner of his eye, Hitoshi watched Momo. The girl ate like she was starving, and it made his brow furrow more than once as she devoured her food. At one point, Monoma patted her shoulder and spoke so softly that Hitoshi couldn't hear him over the movie. Denki, who was sitting next to Hitoshi and Monoma, liked to talk about the observations, like how he picked up on references and whatnot. Hitoshi just smiled and let him speak, as he only spoke once in a while and didn't expect to be spoken to back. Hitoshi wasn't the only one he would comment on. He would sometimes lean into Monoma and speak lowly about some observation or another, and Monoma didn't seem to mind. All in all, it was a pleasant experience. When the movie ended, they threw their empty containers away, with Hitoshi satisfied just having this experience, not really caring about the movie one way or another. They walked out into the nighttime air, the clock striking 9 p.m. almost on the dot, just enough time for Hitoshi to get home. I wanted to thank you guys. This was honestly one of the best experiences I've had, he told them as he started to walk backwards so he could face all of his friends. They were smiling back at him. Yeah, it was fun. We should do it again. Denki called out into the night sky. His voice echoed around as he threw his hands up and twirled around once. Then another voice spoke, one that made Hitoshi stop walking instantly, as the voice was coming from behind him. I dunno, I thought the movie was boring. Hitoshi slowly looked over his shoulder, praying silently that he wasn't going to see what he thought he would see. There, behind him, stood Tamura, Shigaraki, and Nice. Tamura, Hitoshi almost didn't recognize without that hand covering his face. He was looking at his nails almost boredly while Nice stood there, his hands in his coat pockets. It was warm out and he was wearing a coat. Warm. Shouta melted away from this boy's body as he stared at his palms in surprise. And warm, he repeated in awe as Moss's blood was still drying on his hands. He's always cold, Hitoshi realized as he narrowed his own eyes. Hitoshi felt a hand sneak up to his shoulder and he just allowed himself to be pulled back so he and his friends were all together. We don't want any trouble, Momo growled as she stepped out and put herself in front of Hitoshi. Oh, we know you don't. Truthfully, we don't want any trouble either, Tamura sighed as he focused on them. He shoved his hands into his pockets but kept his thumbs extended and away from his jeans. Oh, good. So, let's just go our separate ways then. Momo almost seemed to whisper while Hitoshi felt Monoma grab one shoulder while Denki grabbed the other. Forget this whole interaction happened. Tamura's red eyes were not impressed as he shook his head slowly from side to side. You misunderstand, little girl. We don't want trouble. We want him. Tamura pointed directly at Hitoshi, so he stepped up threateningly. Just make this easy on us and hand him over. It happened so quickly that Hitoshi almost missed it. Monoma slapped Momo on the back with all 5 of his fingers. Then, while using her quirk, he made something and tossed it with all of his strength at Tamura. Whatever it was bounced off of Tamura's head with enough force that it forced him to not only step back but to let out a ridiculous sound in the process. Something along the lines of gagog, which would have been hilarious if not for the situation. Hitoshi was then grabbed by Denki and they were running for their lives. This way, Denki gasped as they all quickly cut through an alley. Was that a rock? Hitoshi demanded as the 4 of them made haste. Monoma just nodded. It was the only thing I knew how to make. You need to know molecule structure with Yamomo's quirk. It's true. Yamomo gasped out all the same. You could have just picked a rock up off of the ground. Hey, I just saved your ass. Don't judge me, Monoma yelled back at him. Shit. The 4 of them were forced to slide to a stop as Nice made himself seen. He must have cut another alley to get ahead of them. Denki was the quickest to stop and run to the next adjacent alleyway. Hitoshi and the others all managed to turn away just the same as they managed to keep together. Shit, Denki cried again when he hit a chain link fence blocking the segment off. There was clear construction going on in front of them. Some new building being built, a big one to boot with cranes and bulldozers scattered around the massive area. Climb, Monoma demanded when they turned and saw Nice and Tamura now running for them. Having no choice, one by one they started to climb the fence. The thing about this fence was that it was easily 20 feet high. There was nothing they could do. They climbed the fence in a panic. Hitoshi watched as a shirt suddenly fell down in front of his eyes. Then, a box spring mattress fell shortly after it. The mattress was the only thing to break their fall as they all jumped. Hitoshi was the last to jump down, and when he did, his shoulder hit the mattress and he lightly bounced up but was otherwise okay. He didn't even have time to recoup when Momo, now shirtless but had her bra on, grabbed his hand and the 4 of them continued to run towards the construction. How cute, Tamura grunted, and he used his quirk to just make an opening in the fence for him and Nice. Nice, holy shit. It was the most terrifying thing for Hitoshi to see as Nice came crawling after them. Yes, crawling at a speed so fast it looked inhuman. He stopped being human long ago. Nice slowed. What stopped being human, Hitoshi? Moss asked suddenly. Why do you sound afraid? Is everything okay? Was it a horror movie? Oh my god. It was at that moment as he was running and looking back at the creature crawling after them. As his cat was talking to him, the cat directly linked to this monster that it all made sense. How these two managed to strike at such a moment. Hitoshi, Moss inquired when Hitoshi didn't answer. Hitoshi couldn't answer as he faced forward and picked up the pace. I got you. His ankle was grabbed. It was more than 20 feet behind me a moment ago. Hitoshi cried as he hit the ground hard. His chin smacked the ground first, forcing his lower teeth to bite his tongue. Blood welled in his mouth and dirt from the freshly demolished area filled his nose. Hitoshi let out a scream as he threw his caught leg back and struck Nai's right in the head. Let go of me, he demanded, and was surprised by how strong Nai's actually was. Hitoshi was forced on his back as Nai's managed to get on top of him. Nai's was grinning madly. Those goddamn teeth were horrifying to witness. I won't hurt you, Nai's whispered as he reached up and collected the blood from Hitoshi's busted lip. I can't. Then he stuck the bloodied finger into his mouth. Oh Jesus Christ, Denki whispered fearfully as they all watched as Nai's transferred into Hitoshi. Nai's looked at his form. It's not the same, he whispered as he sat up. I'm still cold, Hitoshi finished. Good job, baby brother, now let's take him in. Nai's, with lightning reflexes, ducked just as a construction hook came swinging over his head. Tamura Shigaraki didn't have time to react when the hook smashed right into his face and forced him back. Tamura went down and didn't get back up. The hook came swinging back and Hitoshi found his bearings as Nai's was distracted by the hook and getting ready to duck. Hitoshi kicked the Namu off of him with ease. Nai's gasped as he fell onto his back and Hitoshi scrambled, grabbing a rebar pipe that was left on the ground. He turned and swung with all of his might, catching a shocked Nai's right in the head. Nai's, in that split second before the pipe the side of his head, looked shocked, dismayed, and overall betrayed. You are not Izuku Midoriya, Hitoshi cried when the bar struck Nai's the first time. You're a faker who wishes he was. A second hit, this time the other side of the face. Nai's let out a high-pitched shriek of pain. The thing about this shriek was that it sounded so inhuman. It made Hitoshi's skin crawl. Hitoshi's own skin started to melt away from the body of Nai's as the boy made a mad scramble to get away. You're not even human, Hitoshi cried after the retreating form of the Namu. The boy looked more animalistic than ever as he was on all fours. His green eyes, they reminded Hitoshi of Moss's eyes, the pupils into tight cat-like slits, with the green being so vibrant they were almost glowing. His teeth were gnashed together as he snarled at Hitoshi. He looked like a cornered animal. From the angle they were at, Hitoshi could see the crater in his skull. That pink brain is still pulsating away. You stopped being human the day you were created. You're a monster. Hitoshi tightened his grip on the rebar so tight that the metal dug into his palms. Learned that trick from your uncle, did you? Nai's asked as he eyed the rebar. Getting someone when they least expect it and then hitting them again just to teach them a lesson. Maybe I did, Hitoshi almost screamed. I'll do it again if you don't stay the F away from me and my friends. Hitoshi took a bold step forward with the rebar raised. It's not enough. It's not enough. Hitoshi, despite having the upper hand, was the one feeling cornered as he and Nai stared at each other. Just calling him a monster wasn't enough. Nai still seemed to think they were friends, and they weren't. Not even when Hitoshi called him a monster. When Hitoshi hit him with a rebar so hard that it was bruising on one side and bleeding on the other. Nai still tried to step up to him, crawl up to him. The Namu had his hand on the ground and looked like he was going to approach. Even still, hit him where it hurts. Hitoshi's eyes narrowed as he realized what he needed to do. It made him shake and made him feel guilty. He needed to hurt Izuku where it would hurt. Do you think I'd ever be friends with a null? Just saying that slur made Hitoshi sick. Nai's froze in place. I'm not. What? You got a few fancy quirks from daddy and you think that changes anything? Hitoshi swung the rebar and caught Nai's again in the head. Nai's cried again as he grabbed his face and scrambled back in alarm. His wounds were healing quickly, and maybe that stopped Hitoshi from feeling too bad. I will never be friends with someone like you. Never in a million years. I'd rather stay friendless if I had the choice. Nai's actually had tears in his eyes as he looked at Hitoshi. He gasped and ducked down when Hitoshi swung again. Then, Hitoshi said the words he knew he could never take back. The words that made him shake, but words that Nai's needed to hear to finally get the hint. I'm glad you took Bakugo's advice. The Namu protected his head when Hitoshi rose the bar up, and Hitoshi's heart ached for the creature when the Namu, in a moment very reminiscent of Hitoshi's own past, put an arm out to try and stop the blows. Nai's dragged himself along the ground trying to get away from Hitoshi. Then, when he got his footing, he took off in a run, but not before speaking one final time as he retreated. I won't forget this. I won't ever forget this, Hitoshi Shinzu. Nai's looked back and tears were cascading down his cheeks and collecting at the base of his chin. Never, never, never. I hope you're happy. Bye. Nai's hiccuped. I hate you. Nai's reminded Hitoshi of a toddler crying for their mother before the Namu ran off. Hitoshi took a step back and then spat blood on the ground. There was silence and Hitoshi fell back on his butt. Before anybody asks, no, I don't feel that way actually. I don't hate quirkless people, and I'm not glad Izuku Midoriya committed suicide. Hitoshi wiped the blood from his mouth. It was just something I knew would get him nice to leave us alone. Hitoshi looked back at his friends' stunned faces. Holy shit, dude. That was brutal. Denki whispered. Yeah, well, Hitoshi spat more blood out again. It had to be done. Nais thinks we're friends when we're not. He thinks he is Izuku when he's not. How do you know this and ... Who even is Izuku Midoriya? Momo inquired as she came up next to him. She moved his chin up so she could look at his busted mouth. Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. Monomo whispered and crossed his arms over his chest. This was my first time seeing that thing and hearing that name. From what I know, Denki spoke next. He was a boy Bakugo knew in middle school, the boy that Bakugo pushed to suicide. He was quirkless. That thing had a quirk. He turned into Hitoshi. Now, Hitoshi answered next as Momo patched up his busted lip. He has a quirk now, and it's all too much to really explain right now. Besides, we still have a problem to deal with. Hitoshi whispered when he looked over at Tamura Shigaraki's prone body on the ground. Oh shit, I guess that hook really knocked him out. I didn't think it would ... Then again, those things do weigh close to 20 pounds. Momo whispered as she stood. She quickly made some chains with her quirk. Someone go and alert the heroes. Well, they didn't need to. It would seem as the moment the words left her mouth there was a swooping noise behind them and they all turned to see Hawks standing there. What's going on? Hawks asked as he greeted them with a friendly wave. Isn't it a little too late and dangerous to be playing around such an area? Kiddos. Oh, thank goodness. Denki fell to his knees with a sigh. Sir, quickly. We have Tamura Shigaraki, the man that broke into the USJ. You need to take him to the police before anything else happens. Momo nearly begged as she pointed at Tamura's unconscious form. Holy shit. Hawks whistled lowly. So, it seems you do. Alright, say no more. Let me call for backup in an ambulance. You kids stay put. They didn't need to be told twice. The four of them stayed huddled together when an ambulance came and they sat in the back while Hawks cuffed Shigaraki and spoke over the comms for some backup. Well, who would come as backup but Oboro, who was patrolling nearby? Oboro scooped Hitoshi into a tight hug. I'm so glad you're okay. I can't imagine how scared you all must have been. And he kissed Hitoshi about 10 times on the face. Hell, he even kissed each of the others on the head. Don't you all worry, I'll call your parents. Just stay here, okay? Here, Oboro. And the EMTs looking them over, gave them blankets. Momo sighed tiredly. My parents are going to kill me. It's not your fault, Hitoshi told her while he patted her leg. If anything, you can even blame me. They wanted me and you were just in the crossfire. No, you don't understand, Momo hiccuped as she started to visibly cry. I snuck out. She hid her shame from Hitoshi by covering her eyes. I just wanted to be normal for once. I wanted to go to the movies with friends and eat a bunch of junk food. She continued to sob. They're never going to let me out of the house after this. Monomo put a hand on her leg. I'm sorry, he whispered to her. If I would have known, I wouldn't have convinced you. It's my fault. Momo sat up and sucked in a shaky breath. I knew what I was doing, and for that, I must pay the price. I will. She put her emotions behind her and wiped the tears from her eyes. I will take whatever punishment they give me. Hitoshi reached over and interlocked his fingers with hers, and she held his hand so tightly it hurt. It was a soft moment between all four of them as they all sat in a line and just held each other's hands. Monoma to Momo, Momo to Hitoshi, and Hitoshi to Denki. I can't even remember how the movie ended, Denki suddenly said. Hitoshi laughed a bitter and mirthless laugh. Me either. Sleep did not come to Hitoshi the night after Nai's attack. He tossed and turned for a few hours until he couldn't take it anymore. He was glad it was the weekend as he padded out of his room and into the kitchen. Hitoshi turned on the light by the stove and put a pot on it where he would fill with water. Once filled, he left the water to boil. Hitoshi figured maybe if he filled his stomach with needless carbs then he'd be lulled to sleep. So, he took out a ramen packet from the pantry and some spices out of the cabinet. Hitoshi opened the ramen packet and dropped the brick into the water. While waiting for his ramen to soften and get hot, he started mixing spices into a bowl. You know, Hitoshi cried out in alarm as he turned to face Shouta, who had apparently just gotten off of patrol. His foster dad was dirty and it was clear he's been in a bit of a tussle. He put his goggles up top his head as he tilted his head while staring at Hitoshi. It's a little late to be making ramen. Hitoshi looked away and shrunk a little. I got hungry. Well, he wasn't telling the truth, nor was he lying. He could eat, obviously. Shouta let out a soft noise and leaned against the door frame. Something on your mind? Hitoshi took some chopsticks and gently poked the still brick of ramen into the water. I can't help but think about Nice, he finally admitted as he stared at the boiling water. At the time I figured I was doing the right thing. I'm assuming you're talking about what happened a few hours ago, Shouta asked, and it made Hitoshi nod slowly. Hitoshi put the tips of the chopsticks in his mouth as his mind replayed what happened. Learned that trick from your uncle, did you? Getting someone when they least expect it and then hitting them again to teach them a lesson? It made Hitoshi want to tear up thinking about it. Maybe I did. His own voice yelled back through his head. Hitoshi frowned while staring blankly at his noodles. It was clear by his face and how pensive he looked and how his eyes misted up that Shouta caught on quickly that everything was not okay. You want to talk about it? Shouta pulled out the chair to the table and sat down. He started to take off his work boots. Hitoshi looked at him before he poked the ramen again. The ramen was starting to soften up as the water was bubbling. Hitoshi's brow furrowed almost angrily as he just continued to stare at the ramen while keeping his tears at bay. I got Nice to leave us alone, Hitoshi finally whispered. Oh, a loud sob erupted out of Nice's mouth as the creature didn't even bother to wipe his eyes as tears flooded out of his eyes and fat rivers down his cheeks. I won't ever forget this, Hitoshi Shinsu. Never, never, never. Hitoshi let out a shudder. I made him cry. You made him cry. I figured he just had one emotion, revenge. Shouta mumbled. I thought so too. Hitoshi cut himself off while the memory popped back up into his mind. Nice whimpered as he raised his hand up and he scrambled away from Hitoshi. His hand was out to try and catch the rebar pipe should Hitoshi try to bring it down again. Hitoshi raised his hand out to stop Jonouchi from bringing that spoon again. He was screaming behind the muzzle as he tried to scramble along the floor to safety. Hitoshi put his hands over his eyes as he felt his shoulders shake while he tried to suppress his tears. At the time I thought I was doing the right thing. He tackled me to the ground and used his quirk on me again. He and Tamura hunted us down and Nice somehow managed to hack the mind link between Moss and I. I was just so scared and angry and wanted him to leave us be. I wanted him to stop. Hitoshi shuddered while trying to suppress his sobs. Shouta stood up and padded over to Hitoshi. He brought Hitoshi in and hugged him from behind. What did you do? He urged Hitoshi to continue in a gentle tone. I was just trying to get him to leave us alone. I grabbed a rebar and I smacked him with it. I smacked him with it a lot in fact. I realized it wasn't enough. He was still friendly with me even after I hit him. He wouldn't leave me alone. So, Hitoshi grabbed Shouta's hand with his own shaking hands. I thought, what would upset Izuku? Because Nice thinks he's Izuku and Hitoshi let out another shuddering breath. I called him a slur, and I told him that I was glad he died. I felt guilty while doing it, but I thought maybe it would pass, but the guilt has been eating away at me and if anything it's intensifying. I don't even know why. I know why but not why. Hitoshi shook his head vigorously and Shouta sighed. I think you're upset because, despite Nice being a Namu, he's still a part of Izuku, you know, your best friend. A part of Izuku that you pushed to tears, called a slur, and attacked. Hitoshi let out a sob. It was soft so as not to wake the others and Shouta shushed him. None of that, he encouraged while gently patting Hitoshi's hair. You panicked and weren't thinking logically, which, honestly, nobody can really blame you. Shouta explained. He asked me if I learned my moves from my uncle and Hitoshi hiccuped. I'm so scared that I'm going to be like him. I never want someone to be afraid like I was and he another soft hiccuping sob shook his body. Look at me, Shouta told him and Hitoshi did just that. Shouta looked into Hitoshi's wet and tear-filled eyes. You are not like that monster. Don't you ever compare yourself to him again. You recognize that you went too far in what you did. Now, the best thing you can do is learn from it and I feel this shouldn't be said. But I'm going to say anyway, don't call people slurs from now on, okay? Hitoshi nodded and was surprised when Shouta gently wiped his tears away. Good. Now, your water is about to boil over. Crap. Hitoshi broke away from Shouta to quickly take the pot off of the burner. And while it's none of my business, if you're still upset about what you did, you could always tell Moss what you did and let him judge you. After all, he is Izuku. Shouta scratched at his neck. Hitoshi stopped and looked at his father. What if he hates me too? Nice. I can handle hating me, but Moss, he's my best friend. True, but Moss is more logical than Nice. Moss, if you explain yourself and your reasoning will know that you were just scared. Or, he won't. Shouta now scratched at his scruff. From the sounds of it you did treat him like his bullies in middle school. The noise that left Hitoshi's mouth was high-pitched and heartbroken as a new wave of tears flooded in Hitoshi's eyes. Shouta sighed. It's not easy to say what will and won't happen between you and Moss if you tell him what you did. But that being said, I think for your own mental health you should own up and, only if you see fit, apologize. To Moss that is, not to Nice. I'd rather you stay far away from Nice. And Shouta ruffled Hitoshi's hair. Regardless, I'm going to bed. Make sure you clean up your mess and understand something. Shouta paused, which made Hitoshi look at him. You are not your uncle. What you did was out of defense for you and your friends who were being hunted. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Hitoshi gave another sniffle before nodding. Thank you. Shouta gave him one last tiny smile before turning and going to bed. This left Hitoshi alone to finish making and eating his late-night snack. Sleep came a little easier after that, be it the carbs or the conversation. The next day, sometime in the afternoon, Izuku really didn't know when. Moss and Nedzu were both attending the construction of the dorms. Both of them were forced into construction hats to oversee this operation, which was interesting for Moss as they actually had a hat small enough for him. The place sure was busy, with some pros helping out the crew in an effort to get the dorms up quicker. The faster the dorms were up, the safer the students would be. It wasn't originally going to be rushed like this, but after what happened last night, Hitoshi and his friends being cornered at the movies by Tamura and Nais, that is, it was a group effort on all parts. I hope Hitoshi is okay. Izuku didn't know all the details of what happened last night, just that Hitoshi and his friends made it out okay and they managed to catch Tamura Shigaraki, but not Nais, which was both a relief and worrying at the same time. Hitoshi cut the mind link off in a hurry with a simple and hurried statement. I'm fine. Can't talk. Don't talk. And that was it. Yeah, that didn't leave Izuku with any anxiety at all. He wanted to make sure his friend was okay, but he had to stay away. God, did he hope the HPSC would leave them alone just so he and Hitoshi could talk face to face again. Yeah, I'm sure we'll have the dorms finished before finals. Give us about ... or ... 3 more days, I'd say. The foreman over the whole operation told Netsu as they both looked over the blueprints. Izuku, who was on Netsu's shoulder the whole time, just watched as they talked. Oh, wonderful. Netsu seemed to cheer while he sipped his tea. Izuku looked at the cup and saucer in both of Netsu's paws and decided fairly quickly that it wasn't worth it to question anything. I already have several teachers working overtime to talk to parents and get permission for temporary guardianship. Granted, it is a little short notice, but better late than never, I suppose. He hummed delightfully while gently putting his teacup down on the saucer in his hand. Thank you, foreman. Is there anything else? Yeah, actually, you mentioned the doors to the roofs here. The foreman was overlooking the blueprints. Is an electronic lock only accessible to those with a keycard necessary? Netsu smiled. Absolutely. I don't want any of my students getting access to the rooftops. Very well. The foreman didn't seem to understand, but he let it be. He was just an employee doing his job, not really his place to question things. Still, they weren't done. Netsu surveyed the area, checking on each dorm and the progress as people worked to get each building up and running. It was during his checkup on the one of dorms did he stop, sniff the air inside. Moss, go hide. The HPSC is here. He didn't need to be told twice. Izuku jumped from Netsu's shoulder and went to the nearest tree. He climbed up to about the middle and sat on a branch overlooking Netsu. A few moments later, a woman approached Netsu, the president herself. Izuku narrowed his eyes on the old crone. Principal Netsu, I see you two came to oversee everything up to standards. She inquired, and Netsu, ever pleasant, just smiled. Of course, I wouldn't be a good principal if I didn't make sure everything was being made just the way I envision. Madam President only smiled. Of course, I hope you know with this inclusion that you insisted profusely on, might I add. We expect your students to work even harder now that they're so close to school. Netsu's ear gave a little twitch at this. Oh, here. She handed Netsu a file. We changed what we wanted from them during finals. Seeing how the villain attacks have become more frequent, we decided they need to be prepared and know how to fight villains. Oh, for the 3rd years. I can assure you. No, this is what we expect out of your first years. Do look over it when you have the chance, Principal, and don't disappoint us. The woman looked ready to leave, but she stopped, and then turned to look back at him. By the way, one of your first years, Shinsu. Izuku's ears perked as he stared down at the woman with piqued interest now. He has an animal we at the HPSC are interested in. We heard rumors of this cat holding some sort of healing quirk, or even intelligence that could rival yours. However, when we did a home visit this morning, it appears the cat got lost. You wouldn't happen to know where the creature could be, do you? Izuku's eyes narrowed as he stared at this woman. His ears suddenly flattened against his head as his fur bristled angrily. Oh, I've heard of poor Shinsu's misfortune regarding little Moss. As for where Moss could be, I haven't the slightest clue, I'm afraid, Madam President. You always had a soft spot for other animals. The woman looked at Netsu out of the corner of her eye before humming and just walking off without another word. What she said was clear as day, at least to Izuku. I don't believe you. Izuku stayed in that tree for a good 15 minutes after she left just to be completely safe. Then, when he was sure she was gone, he jumped down to the ground and patted to Netsu, who was finally finishing up his business looking at the dorms and was now reading the folder handed to him. Not good, Moss. Netsu hummed as he thumbed through the pages. Not good at all. I can't see anybody being happy with this, not the teachers nor the students. But, I suppose Netsu shut the folder with a soft thwack of the thin material. This is a meeting for Monday. For now I have a few more things that need to be done. Come along. He extended his arm out and Izuku jumped up onto the stout's shoulder. Things to do and places to go. Today was going to be a busy one, Izuku could feel it. Working overtime the teachers were. At 9 in the morning Hisashi, Oboro, and Shouta had to each get up and dress up. All 3 of them were in suits and made to look presentable. Hisashi did voice a little protest at the suit, but he knew that not every parent would like him in a skirt suit. That didn't stop him from dabbing on a little makeup though. Shouta had to shave. He didn't like that. He quite liked his stubble. Thank you very much. But here was watching his stubble sprinkle around the sink as his lower face was full of shaving cream. The only one semi-okay with this was Aburo, who got to put his long wavy hair up in a ponytail and had an excuse to wear that expensive cologne he bought on impulse a while back. By the end of it they were dressed nicely, looked presentable with all three of them having their hair in ponytails and smelling exquisite. All right, one last time. Who has who? Shouta asked as they looked over the addresses. I have Uraraka's Ida, Asui, Todoroki, Kaminari, and Kuda. Aburo stretched his arms above his head. I have Ajiro, Shiro, Takoyami, Bakugo, Sadu, and Kirishima, Hizashi said next with a yawn. Then that leaves me with Jiru, Yaoyorozu, Shaoji, Ashido, Hagakure, and Monoma. Shouta nodded, just thankful that he didn't have all of Class 1B. That's all Vlad, and Vlad had to talk to all 19 families? Poor fellow. Shouta cracked his neck from side to side as he prepared himself. Hopefully we'll all be done by lunch. Hitoshi, who's been sitting on the couch watching TV with Eri, peeked over at his fosters. What's going on? He asked with a smile. You guys look nice. Thank you. Hizashi gently touched the bun on the back of his head with a smile. We have to go and talk to the other parents to get them to agree with the dorms, Shouta explained while he gave his phone a quick glance. You've already been accepted because ... but we need to get permission from the others. Hitoshi gave a soft frown. Yaoyorozu's parents might not agree so willingly. He whispered the last part and ducked down when Shouta looked up at him. Why do you say that? You didn't hear how they yelled at her last night. Hitoshi's voice turned into a mumble while he pressed his face against the back of the couch. I mean, she did sneak out, but some of the things they said were borderline uncalled for. That made Shouta frown. Well, I have her parents, and let me tell you, I'm persuasive when I need to be, he told Hitoshi confidently. Now, watch Eri while we're gone. We should, hopefully, be back by 1. Okay, stay safe. Hitoshi smiled at them while waving. We will. All three of them spoke in tandem, which made Eri giggle. The three of them then swept out of the house, making sure to lock the front door as they did so. Aburo hopped on a cloud. All right, good luck you two. He gave his two husbands a two-fingered salute before he zoomed away. Good thing we have 2 cars, Hizashi said while he twirled his keys on his index finger. Yeah, see you later and good luck. Good luck. Shouta didn't know what made him go to the Monomas first and foremost, but here he was sitting on their couch while Mrs. Monoma was serving him tea. Nito was sitting on the couch next to his father. The Monomas come from money, old money from what Shouta knows personally. He also knew that both of his parents were heroes, but more passive heroes. His father's a rescue hero and his mother an on-site counselor for those that suffered from villain attacks. It was clear, at least to Shouta, that Nito got his looks from his father. In fact, if you would have put Nito up against his mother, Shino, Shouta wouldn't have thought they were related at all. Shino Monoma looked more akin to Eri. Her hair was long and white in color and her eyes a deep shade of red, the very same as Eri. Shino had freckles all over her face, arms, and legs, and when she smiled it was clear that Nito had gotten that from her. She was tall too, taller than Shouta as she was almost 7 foot. Then there was Nito's father, Yuichi. Nito was Yuichi's clone. They had the same light blonde hair, gray-blue eyes, white irises, and even the same eye shape. Shino Monoma made sure her skirt was under her as she sat on the couch next to her son and husband. So, you want my little sunshine in these new dorms of yours? Shino asked while she sipped her tea gingerly. Shouta picked up his own tea. He preferred coffee, but they offered him tea and it would be rude to refuse. Yes, Shouta blew on the tea to cool it down before he took a sip. It was hot, but nothing he wasn't already used to. Given what happened last night, we figured it would be the best for, not just Nito, but to the students as whole. I don't know, Shino whispered and placed her teacup down. I can't watch my little sunshine if he's away. She then cradled her hand to her cheek while she thought about it. It could be too much freedom. Nito was absolutely sweating. It was clear to Shouta that Nito was holding back something on his tongue, and probably for the best. Dear, we did talk about giving the children some freedom when they get older. Yuichi spoke, never once looking up from his tea. Nito is the oldest, therefore he should get more freedom. Shino hummed in thought while she looked at Shouta. Your son is friends with mine, is that correct? Yes. Let me ask you something. After what happened last night, do you still let your son run around? Of course, Shouta didn't even hesitate. But this isn't about my son. It's about yours, and let me tell you something, ma'am. Nito, while being away from you, isn't gaining more freedom. The students can't leave without permission slips from their teachers. Not only that, but Nito will still be doing his studies and his training. You can rest assured, ma'am. Your son will be safe with us and he won't be running amok or anything you may fear. Shino looked at her reflection in the tea before she sighed and looked at Nito. I suppose people out there are just so rotten, and I don't want him being hurt the way I was when I was younger. He will be safe, Shouta reiterated softly. You have my word. Nito is my responsibility, and as long as I'm alive, I'll protect him with my life. Shino sighed and patted Nito's hair. All right, I can see it in your eyes. She spoke to her son. You want to be in a dorm with your friends. You are to check in with me every week. Do I make myself clear? Yes, mother. Good. She cupped his cheek and then caressed it with her thumb. Now, why don't you go and check on your younger siblings? Of course. Nito got up and then bowed to Shouta. Thank you for dropping by. I'll see you on Monday. He was so proper it was almost like Shouta was looking at a different kid. There was no way this was the kid that would yell and scream at others with such bravado it made others and want to laugh nervously. When Nito was gone, Shino looked at Shouta. She looked like she wanted to say something. Then, she did, and it made Shouta look at her in surprise. Last night ... is what Nito told me. Correct. That they were chased by a cadaver. Shouta's throat suddenly felt dry. I wouldn't call him a cadaver, ma'am. Shouta then scratched at his face. But I wouldn't call him alive either. I heard the boy was once quirkless ... that your son told mine that. The boy killed himself and was brought back to life by his father. Shino looked at Yuichi, who reached over and patted her hand. Dear, there's no way, Yuichi tried to say, but Shino shook her head while looking at Shouta. I'll have to talk to Hitoshi about giving out information like that. Shouta grumbled. But yes, it's true. The kid, his name was Izuku Midoriya. Do you ... know him? No, Shino whispered while looking at her slippers. I think. Never mind. It doesn't matter. And she waved Shouta off. You have other places to go, I'm sure. Let me sign what needs to be signed. She almost seemed to demand, and he handed the papers over for her to do so. Once Shino signed, she sighed heavily like the weight of the world was on her shoulders. I'm holding you to your promise. Of course, and I meant every word. She smiled. I know you did. Shouta might have been putting off Yaoyorozu until the very end out of unease. He talked to the other families and nobody really gave up too much of a fuss. Though there were obvious questions that he was more than happy to answer, but eventually he couldn't put it off anymore, and soon Shouta was sitting on Yaoyorozu's couch with a cup of coffee in front of him. Mrs. Yaoyorozu, Chika Yaoyorozu, and Mr. Yaoyorozu, Ryushi Yaoyorozu sat in front of him. Momo Yaoyorozu was nowhere to be seen, which was telling Shouta something. We really do want to apologize for the trouble our daughter may have caused last night. We can assure you, she has been punished for sneaking out. Yes, well, we're not here to talk about that. I'm here to ask for your permission to allow Momo in the dorms. Shouta swallowed and his throat itched from being so dry. Chika Yaoyorozu actually raised her nose slightly at this. I see. Are these dorms unisex? Well, the girls will have their own side. It was a little white lie. While the girls did have their own side, the right side, the boys were still right across the way and they all shared a common room and kitchen. Chika huffed sharply while she sat all prim and proper. Their own side, huh? But the girls do not have their own dorm. They share one dorm with the boys. Yes, Shouta said in a soft voice, and Chika looked like she was currently sucking on a lemon. I see. You see, I wouldn't have much of a problem if it weren't for that boy. That boy that clearly has been trying to get into my daughter's pants. Rest assured, ma'am, there will be no sexual intercourse happening in these dorms. We have preventive measurements in place. In fact, why don't you tell me the boy in question and why you think he'll be trying to get with Momo so we can make sure they won't be on the same floor? Shouta inquired, trying to find a medium ground between the two of them. It's that Monoma boy, she snarled. He's ruining my daughter's life because he wants to get with her. I'm telling you. He stopped her from interning with Yuumbai, someone he explicitly told her she should intern with, and instead she went to a man by the name of Fatgum of all names. Chika exhaled sharply. Ryushi cut in quickly. You see, Yuumbai was supposed to show Momo how to be a hero and a celebrity. Next thing we know, she's coming home talking about how she's supposed to eat more because of her quirk. Her father scoffed. We put a stop to that nonsense and grounded her for not going with Yuumbai. Regardless, that Monoma boy is ruining her. We don't want him near our daughter anymore. Besides, we all know the Monomas come from dirty money. Ryushi chuckled darkly. Isn't that the truth? Mrs. Monoma in particular has villain roots instilled in her. Shouta only blinked. That's all? He asked. Yes, get him away from her. In fact, take him out of one and we'll sign the papers. Shouta straightened himself up a little. You have my word. I will do everything in my power to ensure your daughter's safety and well-being once you sign the papers, he told them. Shika smiled at this. I knew you were a sensible man, Mr. Aizawa. Papers? Shouta had to hold his own smile back as he pushed the papers towards Chika and Ryushi. I won't lie, Chika finished signing and pushed the papers towards her husband. I was a little worried about that purple-haired boy as well, that Hiroshi fellow. Shouta's eyes narrowed. I've seen him in ballet how he always chooses her as a partner over the others, but I found out he mainly keeps to himself. Not only that, but once I saw him in a skirt it became clear what he was. I'm going to stop you there. Shouta raised his hand to stop Chika before she said something she was going to regret. Hitoshi is my son, so why don't we just stop right there? Yeah, Chika blinked in shock. Right, let's stop there. Is that everything? Yes, I believe that is. Shouta stood and then bowed. Thank you for having me, and remember, she'll be in the dorms in 3 days' time, so make sure she packs. Of course, and thank you for getting rid of that boy. Chica led Shouta towards the door. Shouta saw Momo standing in the living room doorway. She was pressed against the door frame. Their eyes locked and she looked afraid for a second. Afraid and sad because she figured she was losing someone who was helping her come out of her shell. When they locked eyes, Shouta gave her a tiny smile and then a wink. Like I said, your daughter is safe with me, ma'am. What a wonderful logical ruse. He thought with joy. Perhaps this was his best one yet. So, the time has come. Nedzu sat across from Dabai. Moss was sitting on Nedzu's shoulder and was watching the man very cautiously. We have good news. Yeah, Dabai grumbled while he tapped nervously on the table in front of him. The jail healers were doing a decent job at healing his burns, but Nedzu was sure he would never be fully healed. Tamura Shigaraki has been caught. Heh, that is good, so you don't need a spy. Nedzu shook his head. We do still need a spy. However, it's been yanked out of my hands by the HPSC, so we can no longer use you as a spy. Oh, then why do you still have that glint in your eye? Dabai inquired. What are you planning? Do you want Toga to go to her parents? Of course not. Take it from someone who was abused. I'd rather she'd live on the streets than with those FRs. Dabai snarled at Nedzu. Nedzu smiled. I'm offering you in twice one final deal. Don't worry, it's nothing as intense as being a spy. He leaned down and opened a briefcase. You see, I've been thinking about it for a while and… Oh, how do I word this? I don't like the HPSC, you see. And after what I've received today by their oh-so-glorious Madam President, I finally found a way to get under their skin. Here it is. Nedzu slapped a paper down and then put it up against the glass separating them. Dabai read it. Then, his eyes widened as he read it again and then again just to be doubly sure he was reading this right. Now, this offer has already been given to Ms. Toga, who has taken the offer up with glee. You think you can reform us? Dabai quietly asked. We're villains, the bad guys, and you think you can fix us? Fix? Oh no, I think you're misunderstanding, Dabai. I'm not trying to fix you, or Jin, or young Toga. I want to help. I'm not asking you to ever see things from our side or things. I'm simply asking for help. Not only that, but you'll have food and board. Both you and Jin and someone else if I can get him to talk to me. Dabai looked skeptical. Help? From the bad guys? How? We want your help in helping my students understand what makes a villain a villain. As it stands, a lot of my students really just see villains as generic bad guys that one could see during sad morning cartoons. They need to see that villains are people with thoughts and feelings, and before you ask, Toga will not be involved unless she wishes to be. Toga was granted a spot in general education and is now a ward of UA. She will continue her education with us for the next 3 years, and as far as anyone is concerned, she's quirkless. She agreed to all of this willingly. I did not twist her arm. Dabai still looked distrustful before he gave a sigh. There's more. I can see it written on your face. Nedzu smiled. Perhaps, just maybe, if all goes well and you and Jin follow my rules to the letter and everything works as it should and my students don't get harmed, then we can talk about taking down a certain hero for his abuse. Dabai's eyes snapped to attention. How? Oh, look at the time. Nedzu stood up and gave Moss a little scratch. Do we have a deal? I must get going to feed my animals. Aren't you also? Dabai decided it wasn't worth it as he waved Nedzu off. Fine, you win. We'll try it your way. But I need to know you're not gonna take this back, are you? You aren't gonna double-cross us. Young Taoya. I'm appalled. I would never double-cross Himiko's 2 older brothers in rehabilitation. I'll see you in a few days when the dorms are complete. Oh, and expect a visit from Recovery Girl. She can't heal everything, but maybe she'll heal enough that you don't need to staple yourself together. Nedzu then left and Moss perked his ears up. What's the point of all that, exactly? Moss asked once they were outside. The point? Nedzu sighed and looked at the sky above. If I didn't get my hands on them, with those quirks, Jin and Taoya would have surrendered to the HPSC without a doubt. They're already villains, and being forced to work under such people would only reinforce their belief in villains and heroes alike. So, I think I found a middle ground. Besides, I think Endeavor has been number 2 for just a little too long, don't you? Absolutely. Izuku moved in agreement. Good. Now, then I hope you're excited. Excited? Once the dorms are fully up and everyone moved in, you're going right back to Hitoshi. You've been found, so to say. Bonus. Inko shyly peeked at the boy that was talking with Rei. A boy with half and half hair, half silver and half red. He had a scar over his left eye that was pretty bad. He was handsome, almost prince-like, and just looking at him made Inko long to hold on to Izuku. Inko tried to read her book, but she just kept stealing glances at the boy. He was so close to Izuku's age it was almost unfair. He laughed with Rei and Rei laughed back with him. The boy then took out his phone to show Rei some pictures. Was it fate that led Kikayo down that same path? That had the curious woman look at the boy's phone as she passed. Inko didn't know ... but in the end she would be strangely glad it happened. Kikayo stopped dead and the woman, still knowing no manners, snatched the phone. Hey, the boy yelled, thinking her to be a phone thief, and instantly Inko got up. It really wasn't any of her business. Not my circus, not my monkeys, her mother would say when something would happen that didn't involve her directly. But Inko wasn't her mother. Kikayo, she scolded the woman while she marched up. I am so sorry about her, Shoto. Ray quickly apologized on Kikayo's behalf. The four of them circled her, but it became clear she wasn't trying to steal the boy Shoto's cell phone. She was just looking at it. Kikayo ran her fingers over the screen as her eyes misted up. Then she looked at Shoto as tears suddenly started to escape her eyes. Who is this? She demanded while pushing the phone back into Shoto's face. Inko looked at the picture. It was a picture of a boy. The boy was in a UA cheerleading uniform. Really? They got cheerleaders now. He was clearly in a skirt and crop top. The boy had lavender hair that had its own mind as it stood up in unruly waves. It was clear, at least to Inko. The boy wasn't paying attention or didn't even know he was having his picture taken, as he wasn't focused on the camera. The strangest thing. He had this cat on his shoulder. It was an emerald green cat, how rare. But, those eyes. The cat was focused on the camera. The animal almost looked surprised. Those eyes. That's just my friend. Shoto snatched the phone back from Kikayo. Now, please, leave us alone, hey. Inko wasn't even aware she was using her quirk to bring the phone to her. Shoto threw his hands up in frustration at this, but Inko wasn't even paying attention to him. She held the phone in her hands and just stared at it. Stared at that cat and those eyes. I know those eyes. Those vibrant green eyes. Mom, come on. It's time. 4-year-old Izuku grabbed his mother and pulled on her arm like the impatient child he is. Come on. I'm going crazy, she thought as she continued to stare at the shocked face of this cat. It's just a cat. Inko, dear, please give my son his phone back, Ray encouraged while Kikayo was still crying as she too was looking at the picture. Inko felt tears build up behind her eyes. I'm sorry, she whispered as she, with shaky hands, reached out to give the phone back. That cat just looked so familiar. I know those eyes. Those vibrant emerald eyes. Oh, Shoto perked at this. Have you seen this cat then? You see, he belongs to my friend here, and he went missing a while back, and my friend, Shinsu, has been upset since. And he showed Inko the picture again. Shinsu, Kikayo whispered in a gasping breath. I knew it. She took a step back before tearing up again. It's him. It's my son. I never thought Those eyes look so much like Izuku's. That cat, he looks like. Stop it. Inko grabbed onto her long hair and turned away violently from the phone. I haven't seen that cat. Her lower lip wobbled. I'm glad you found your son again, Kikayo. I'll never get to hold mine again. She then walked away with her head low while hiccuping. She needed some time alone to think about things. Those damn eyes. Stepping into the dorms was a sight for everyone in 1A. They all stepped inside and took in the luxurious sights before them. Hitoshi did a full 360 while he glanced every which way. Wow, and they got this up so fast. Denki whispered next to Hitoshi while grinning. This is bigger than the apartment complex we live in. Achako whispered next in complete awe. This common room is bigger than my apartment. It really is a sight to behold, isn't it? Monoma asked while looking up at the ceiling and all the floors above them. The question is, why are there so many floors and dorms for one class? Better safe than sorry. Hitoshi could only shrug. Exactly that, young Hitoshi. Everyone turned at Nedzu's voice, the principal walking in with a smile and a cup of tea in his hands. The hero course can always go either way. You could gain or you could lose. So, we felt better safe than sorry about the amount of rooms. Shouta came in after Nedzu and spoke. Now, while here we expect nothing but the best out of all you, understood? The main dorm rules are posted on the kitchen door and fridge. We expect you all to follow them. The teachers will be living in the apartments roughly 5 minutes from here should you need anything. Yes, that included them as well. They were still packing their stuff to move into the apartments. It did kind of suck having to move out of that house. Everyone loved that house, but it was for the best. The apartment certainly wasn't as big as the house, but it was still more than enough as it was just a 2-bedroom apartment. Seeing how Hitoshi had a dorm now. Let's see, is there anything else? Nedzu asked Shouta. Just stay on your best behavior. I understand there are a lot of mismatching personalities amongst you all and that butting heads are bound to happen naturally. Someone that sounded suspiciously like Zero coughed Monoma, which caused a few of them to break off into giggles. Don't be upset that you don't have half of my intelligence. Monoma snarked back without hesitation. A perfect example as any, I suppose. Shouta shook his head. Regardless, no fighting is to be had in these dorms. Any and all physical fights will be punished with no exceptions. Understood? Yes, sir. Everyone yelled at once. There was a moment where it seemed like the teachers were done and everyone was going to do their own thing when suddenly Nedzu spoke again. Oh right, before I forget. Nedzu was already at the door by the time everyone turned to look at him. Hitoshi, I happened to run into someone on my way here and he opened the door. There was a loud meow as Moss came trotting, almost running but not quite, and with no hesitation. First his meow was standard, then when he saw Hitoshi it became deeper and more frantic sounding. Moss. Hitoshi ran to his cat with open arms, and Moss didn't hesitate as he jumped into Hitoshi's arms and then started to rub himself all over Hitoshi's neck. You smell nothing like me. It's been weeks, what did you expect? Still, Moss didn't let up until he rubbed himself under Hitoshi's chin and was pleased with how Hitoshi smelt now. Hitoshi pulled Izuku off of his shoulder and held him like a baby. Instantly Moss started to purr loudly at this. Yes, now then, your rooms have already been picked out. Go and get yourselves settled in. Shouta demanded while he shooed them away with a wave of his hand. Hitoshi's room was on the second floor and he was sandwiched between Takoyami and Aoyama. Two very opposing personalities for sure, but it wasn't unwelcomed for Hitoshi as Takoyami has proven before to be good company. And Aoyama maybe Hitoshi could get used to his sparkly persona. Their rooms were already ready by the time they got to the dorms, as everyone had to send in what they wanted to bring with them. Hitoshi really wasn't expecting his room to already be made up. He figured he had to put everything up. But nope, the movers had his whole room just the way he liked it. Moss, who was still being cradled by Hitoshi, let out a mew once they were alone. My wheel, he exclaimed and wriggled out of Hitoshi's grasp. Hitoshi smiled as he put Moss down and his friend ran to the exercise wheel with glee. He wasted no time running along the wheel, letting it spin and clatter loudly as he did so. Hitoshi watched him and just smiled before he sat on his freshly made bed. Everything was just the way he liked it. He looked over at Izuku, who must have felt or noticed his stare because Izuku stopped his running and looked over his shoulder at Hitoshi. Is everything okay? Izuku asked through the mind link before he jumped up on the bed with ease. I need to tell you something ... It's about what happened between Nais and I, Hitoshi whispered softly. I've been dreading this conversation, but I figured it's best to rip the band-aid off now. He then rubbed at his forehead as he contemplated his next move. Right, you never did get back to me about that. What happened? And why did you cut me off so abruptly from the mind link? Izuku questioned as he put his paw on Hitoshi's hand. Hitoshi looked at that tiny kitty cat paw and ... For the briefest of moments it looked like a normal human hand up top his own hand. But it would revert back into a cat paw upon a second glance. Hitoshi sighed and looked away. The mind link has been compromised. It's how Nais found out I was at the movies that night. It's why or part of the reason why I cut you off the way I had. I couldn't risk him getting any more information and I didn't want you to panic. Hitoshi scratched at his head. So, I guess until a solution is found we shouldn't say anything that may give our location away, nor should we talk about any sensitive material. Hitoshi whispered while he reached over and patted between Moss's ears. Damn him. Moss's ears went flat with irritation. He would then cock his head towards Hitoshi's forlorn face. Why do I feel that there's more? Because there isn't. Hitoshi sighed deeply. It was a sigh that he clearly felt from deep in his soul. Oh God, Izuku Moss, they wanted me. They wanted to kidnap me and the others and I were running. I look back and he was coming after me on all fours and next thing I know I've fallen and he's on top of me and he used his effing quirk on me again. He turned into me and Hitoshi shuddered. I was just so afraid that I hit him with a rebar and he hardly flinched. Hitoshi's breath picked up rapidly and nearly hitched in fear as he knew what was coming next. Moss said nothing. He just watched and waited for Hitoshi to continue. Oh God, I just wanted him to leave us alone, Moss, but he wouldn't. Even after I smacked him twice, even after he compared me to my uncle, even after all of that he was still stepping up to me like we were friends. He cut himself off, which made Moss tilt his head in confusion. I thought ... How can I get him to hate me? I mean actually hate me, to leave me alone? Why do I feel like I might not like where this is going? Because you won't. Hitoshi then stared at his slippers. ITHOUGHT:// ... What would make you hate someone? He whispered. Because he thinks he's you. So, I called him a slur. More specifically, I called him a null. Moss shook his head and Hitoshi could sense his disappointment. Oh Hitoshi. No, Hitoshi cut him off. Let me finish, because that's not the worst. Hitoshi knew if maybe he just finished it there then Izuku may just be disappointed. So he needed to hear it all before he casted judgment. He was shocked. Hell, I think the others were shocked to hear me say such a slur. While he was shocked, I attacked him again. I started yelling. I think the term is unhinged with how I was yelling. Hell, I can't even remember half of what I said as I was just so panicked. The gist of it. I told him I'd never be his friend. Then oh God, I need to say this about what's coming next. I did not and do not mean it. But I told him that I was glad he jumped. I didn't mean it. I just wanted him to leave me alone and I just kept hitting him with that stupid rebar to the point that he backed away and had his arm out to stop me from hitting him. Once he was on feet he started to cry. He was sobbing. Hitoshi couldn't look at Moss. He knew he couldn't handle the look he would be given if he did, so he just kept looking at his slippers. I didn't even know he could cry. And well, I got my wish. He told me he hated me and ran off. And now, I suppose you must hate me too. Hitoshi did not expect to get smacked by Moss. It didn't hurt, but that didn't make it any less shocking. Let's get one thing straight. I will never hate you. Sure, I may get upset, but never hate. You are my human and I understand you greatly. Don't forget that. I, unlike Nais, am intelligent enough to realize that you were scared and making a rash choice out of that fear. That being said, I can also see that you did go too far in such a fearful state, and for that I feel like I need to do something to show my anger." Then Hitoshi was swatted at his face again. Again, it hardly hurt. Bad. ... That's it. Forgiven just like that. Moss just shrugged. That's all I could think of, really. While I don't agree with how you reacted and how your response was disgusting to say the least, the most I can ask of you is, don't ever do it again. Do you think you can do that? Hitoshi didn't even need to think about it. He nodded. Trust me, I learned my lesson. I keep seeing his scared face, those tearful eyes. Hitoshi sighed and put his face on his knees. I almost want to apologize to him if I can, as weird as that sounds. But I can't. At least, I can't apologize to Nais. I can, however, apologize to you. I'm sorry, he whispered to Moss, and Moss's ears flickered for a moment. Then he snorted softly. You're forgiven, feel better. A little. I'm just glad to get it all off of my chest. It's been eating me up since it happened. I bet. You made him cry. It was more a repeat than anything when Moss spoke. He wasn't being cruel, just reflecting on the sentence. And he said he hated you ... That's not a good thing. Because you know who else he hates? Bakugo and All Might. Yep ... And he wants to murder them. And something tells me I may have just shot up that list to number 1 because of what I did, and you know what? I deserve it. It was time for finals, and everyone was studying their butts off to get a passing grade. The thing about the heroic course is that finals come in 2 waves. The written finals every teacher gives out, and then there's the real final exam. Monoma heard through the grapevine that they'd all be fighting robots, which sucks for Hitoshi as he had a non-combative quirk. Still, he held on to the hope that maybe he could still earn rescue points, and if anything he knew he could take fallen parts of the robot and use them as weapons in the worst case. The nights were filled with people pulling all-nighters in the dorms, studying like no tomorrow. Momo even held tutoring sessions during these late nights. It was hectic with little sleep and early mornings. The day came before they all knew it. Tests were handed out and anti-cheat measures were put in place. For some reason, Moss was not allowed to be with Hitoshi during this time. Hitoshi totally knew why, but the others didn't. Everyone worked diligently until the time was up. There were people trying desperately to write even after time was called. Hitoshi would later learn that he passed the written tests with flying colors, along with everyone else, the lowest grade in class being a C from Denki. And now the real final exam, as everyone got dressed in their hero costumes. The air was quiet, almost somber, as they all felt a feeling of unease ... That was until... What's that? Denki excitedly asked Hitoshi, making nearly everyone jump at the loudness of his voice. Hitoshi just looked at him with wide and startled eyes. Denki simply pointed to the voice modifier in his hands. Oh, this. I got the support course to make it a while back. I guess they finally made it. I gave it a test run and it's supposed to change my voice. See, Hitoshi put it on over his mouth and made sure it fit well before he started to fiddle with the dials. What the F do you nerds want? Hitoshi demanded in a perfect mimic of Bakugo's voice. This, of course, startled Bakugo. Hitoshi fiddled around the dials again before he spoke again. I'm better than all of you and I'm going to prove it by being loud, he said in a pretty close replica of Monoma's voice in a much calmer tone. Monoma snorted and then pulled on Hitoshi's ear gently. You know it's true. Also, thanks for the quirk. This time Hitoshi snorted before he put the voice modifier down. Regardless, he spoke in a normal voice. It was decided that this will help me get the drop on people. Yes, but Monoma inspected it. Will it help against robots? He said with a smirk which made Hitoshi roll his eyes. I don't think we're fighting robots, dude. It feels ... too easy, Hitoshi admitted as he continued getting dressed. He hopped into his pants and then his shirt. This all feels off, Hitoshi explained. The others mumbled whether or not they believed him, but in the end it didn't matter, as once they were all dressed they were led out of the locker rooms and into a building just shy of all the simulation buildings. Hello, Nedzu greeted them all. Principal Nedzu. Everyone cheered at once, as they always like to do. And Moss, Kaminari joined, and once they saw Moss sitting on Nedzu's shoulder. Moss, everyone, minus a few of the saner students, cheered just a little louder than how they would have cheered for Nedzu. Ouch, Hitoshi noticed with a laugh, but Nedzu seemed unbothered. Soon, out came Mr. Aizawa and the other teachers. A couple of teachers looked uneasy about what was going to happen, and seeing Abaro's frown, it made the hairs on the back of Hitoshi's neck stand on end. His gut feeling was right. They were not to be fighting robots. No, they were fighting the teacher. Each teacher is chosen specifically for each pair of students. 10 teachers versus 20 students. On the board was displayed who would fight who. Aoyama and Monoma versus 13. Mina and Kaminari versus Nedzu. Asui and Takoyami versus Ectoplasm. Uraraka and Bakugo versus All Might. Hitoshi had to do a double take at that last one just to be sure he was reading that right. They wanted Ochako and Bakugo to go up against All Might. That's just unfair, Hitoshi muttered to himself before he shook his head and looked over at Ochako. Ochako looked pale as she kept rereading the line over and over again like she was hoping it would change, but it didn't. Hitoshi looked to see who he was up against. Shinsu and Ada versus Loud Cloud. Hitoshi could only think as he reread that. Yep, he was ... he was going to be fighting one of his foster dads. Obviously not a mistake. It was intentional that they wanted someone that knew how Hitoshi quirk worked to put them at an advantage. He was also going to be working with Ida. Hitoshi didn't dislike it, but he wasn't a fan either. He and Ida were, well, they weren't anything. He didn't know Ida. Again, something else that felt intentional. Still, as bad as Hitoshi felt for having to fight Oboro, and it was clear by the frown on Oboro's face he felt the same way, it has to be done. One team at a time, and when they were out on the field they had 15 minutes to come up with a plan. They could either capture their teacher or they could escape through one of the Nenzu exits located at the end of the city. The teachers were handicapped with weights on their ankles and wrists, so the students at least had a fair chance. All Might himself had to wear 8 of these handicaps to keep it fair, 2 on each wrists and 2 on each ankle. Hitoshi still felt that wouldn't be enough. And before they knew it, the finals started with each match being randomized to keep the students on their toes. The first up, Takoyami and Tsu versus Ectoplasm. Good luck, Hitoshi shouted after Takoyami while waving goodbye to him. We'll be right here when you win. Takoyami turned slightly pink. I haven't even started yet. You can't say that I'll win. I know you will. After all, I knew you would get into the hero course, didn't I? Hitoshi winked playfully at Takoyami. Dark Shadow came out and sniggered at his host's face that was now starting to bristle, but not in an angry way. Come on, Tsu grabbed Takoyami's arm and started to drag him away. We have very little time to plan and I don't want to waste any of it. All right, coming. Then they vanished to their fighting zone. Everyone could watch on TV as the fight went down. A bit of entertainment, Hitoshi guessed. I supposed it's you and I, Shinsu. Ida came up to him. Yes, I suppose so. Hitoshi whispered almost nervously. I won't lie to you, Ida, I'm unnerved about fighting my foster father. The two of them sat on the floor as they quietly spoke. I'm willing to bet that's why they're doing it. Well, that and they want us prepared for fighting against villains who won't show mercy. Ida hummed. I can't fault you. I'm sure if I were forced to face up against Tensei, my older brother, I probably would be unnerved as well. It doesn't feel fair, however, villains won't play fair. This time Hitoshi hummed while thinking about how this was going to play out. I know a bit about Oboro's quirk, but not a whole lot. Really, between him and my other 2 dads, his quirk is rarely talked about. Mainly because Papa Hazashi has the flashiest quirk out of all of them. I don't even know if Oboro's quirk has a drawback. Well, let's talk about weaknesses then, personality-wise. And so they would. Hitoshi explained what he could while Ada listened and took everything in. They talked for so long and so in-depth that Hitoshi didn't hear the announcement that Takoyami and Tsu had won. He did hear cheering from the others but didn't think too hard about it. He'll probably be on a cloud, maybe patrolling the area. I don't know. Hitoshi shut his eyes. Boss, sorry, Toshi. I want to help you, but if we're caught using the mind link you'll be failed for cheating. But I can give you one hint while the adults are distracted. Oboro cares for you a lot. That's all. Thanks for trying, and that's not a hint, it's a fact. Perhaps. Hitoshi leaned back and tapped his boot impatiently. The next set of people had to go, Aoyama and Monoma. I hope you fail. Hitoshi joked as Monoma walked past him. Monoma flipped him off. I see how it is. You just don't want me at the camp because you know I will destroy you. You don't even know what the camp is about. Have you no dignity? Hitoshi, he's your friend and classmate. You need to build him up, not tear him down. And you. Ida chopped at Monoma. Do not use such vulgar hand gestures. Ida started to chop his hand and Monoma waved him off. Calm down, you cyborg. It's all in good fun. Honestly, take the stick out of your butt. Then Monoma retreated with Aoyama. Ida blushed. I do not have a stick in my butt. Hitoshi smiled a little at that as he brought his knees to his chest. Of course not, Ida. That's why you're not bitter about Mossy being vice rep. You guys voted for a cat. Ida yelled while he raised his hand to chop it at Hitoshi, but he paused and thought better of it. It made Hitoshi giggle behind his hand. Can't you see that Moss isn't a normal cat, Ida? Ida huffed a little. I'll admit he's smarter than I originally gave him credit for. We've gone off subject. Ida sighed and gave his head a shake. Now, back to Mr. Loud Cloud and maybe any potential weakness. Nah, we've discussed that enough. I'm actually curious. You mentioned your brother. What's he do? Hitoshi changed the subject, making Ada blush a little. My brother. Why ... he's Ingenium. Ada beamed suddenly with pride. The Ingenium. Izuku sat in Oboro's lap while the two of them watched Aoyama and Monoma go off against 13. Monoma and Aoyama were clinging to a wall for dear life as 13 tried to suck them up. Well, Aoyama turned to Monoma and said something. Whatever it was, it made Monoma let go of the wall and go flying towards 13. 13 immediately turned her quirk off in fear of sucking the teenager up into her black hole. Monoma, when he was about to make contact with her, twisted up the air and grabbed her wrist. It happened so fast that Izuku honestly had a hard time following, but Monoma had, while in the air, used Bakugo's quirk with his free hand to propel himself back and knock her off of her feet and send her falling back. Then he activated Kaminari's quirk to give her a little shock. A shock that would cause her suit to lose all function so he could cuff her with ease. Aoyama, Yuka, and Monoma Nito have won against 13. Aoyama said something behind his hand as he giggled at Monoma. Monoma, in response, did what he did best. He over-exaggerated his facial features and started to yell at Aoyama before flipping him off and storming away. Oof, I wonder what Aoyama said that caused that reaction. Oboro hummed while he continued to pet and stroke Izuku. Last time I saw that crazy face was when he was in 1B. Oboro, shout aside while he approached his husband. You're up next. Oboro gave a solemn nod before he put Izuku on the table. Wish me luck, Mossy. I hope you fail. Izuku yawned loudly, going as far as to stick his tongue all the way out. Then, Oboro vanished to go and get ready. Izuku noticed that a few teachers were watching him and he knew why. It was no secret about the mind link, at least between the teachers. So, they were making sure Izuku wasn't helping Hitoshi cheat. As much as Izuku hated it, the most he could do was curl up and take a nap. Nice and friendly. Nap, and nothing more, and maybe give his friend a little more of a heads up. Hitoshi, your turn is up. Good luck. And please remember, Oboro cares for you a lot. Okay, thanks, Mossy. Hitoshi and Ida were placed inside of ground beta for their mission, to capture Oboro or to get out safely through a Nenzu gate. Hitoshi didn't want to fight Oboro, and it seemed that Ida didn't want to either, so their goal was to get to the Nenzu gate as soon as possible. The issue, they didn't know where the gate was, and ground beta was massive. So, the next 15 minutes they planned. We should go through the sewers. Hitoshi whispered. Oboro will be up in the air, and as long as we stay out of his line of sight and stay quiet, he won't be a threat. A good plan, yes, but the sewer system is massive and we could run out of time. The time limit was their enemy, no doubt about it. They had 30 minutes to either capture Oboro or find the exit. It seemed like a lot of time, but in reality it was hardly any time at all, and they should waste time running blind trying to find this stupid exit. The doors opened, which was expected. It meant they had 5 more minutes of rushed planning. Damn, Hitoshi wished more than anything that they had some blueprints. Well, I'm good at running along rooftops, and that would be easier in finding the exit. Buet. Loud Cloud will see us, damn. Together they hurried through the streets. We could try and keep a low profile. Hide in the alleys, it is Ida suggested. They find a tight alley to hide in while they brainstormed. A possibility. Hitoshi gnawed on his lip. He had a feeling it wouldn't be that easy. However, Oboro will probably be patrolling above us. He could still catch us no matter how careful or quiet. Don't forget he married to Mr. Aizawa. He knows how to snuff out those being stealthy. Like this. No sooner had he said it did the show start. A heavy fog fell over them. The day was a beautiful blue, and the fog was so thick that they couldn't even see the sky anymore. It was like something out of that video game, Silent Hill, with a fog so dense it blocked their vision and made it impossible for them to see any more than 10 feet in front of them. Doesn't this block off his vision too? Ada whispered so softly that Hitoshi almost didn't hear him. Most likely, yes, but this is his cloud. He can manipulate it to his will, so odds are he's moving it around below him so he can get a clear look. Hitoshi hummed. He loves you a lot. He repeated what Moss had told him, which made Ida give him a strange look. What? Hitoshi shook his head. Don't listen to me. Come on, ... We're not getting anywhere by standing here. Let's move. So they did. The two of them had to make split-second decisions on which alley they wanted to twist and turn down. Ada stopped Hitoshi when the two of them found themselves out of the alley to run down. No, they were now in front of a main road, and because of the fog, they couldn't see if they were close to the Nenzu gate or not. Then they realized it. Oboro's plan. Hitoshi almost wanted to scoff at himself for not realizing it sooner. He wants us in the main streets. He'd know we'd try the alleyways. With a fog this dense and heavy, he made it so we couldn't cheat. Well, I didn't make it to number 8 for nothing. Oboro laughed from behind them, causing both boys to turn in shock. Oboro was sitting on a cloud, and the air around him was completely clear, so he was manipulating the fog so only he could see. Hitoshi might have panicked. Might have, when he thought he had a chance, and he shot his capture weapon out to wrap around Oboro. Oboro leapt from his cloud and above the capture weapon with complete and utter grace. His body looked so limber as he flipped over Hitoshi's pitiful attack and landed on a new cloud while the other dispersed amongst the fog. Honestly, dear, I may not be a ballerina like you in Shouta, but I was still a dancer. That weight, really, what kind? Hitoshi asked, and Oboro opened his mouth to answer with glee. Then he shut it, put his finger to his lips, and shook his head. Nice try, Oboro was saying without saying it. Damn, Hitoshi shook his own head. Ida suddenly tackled Hitoshi and the two of them rolled along the ground. Run, Ida yelled and dragged Hitoshi to his feet. He nearly got you with his clouds while you were distracted. And the two of them ran into the alley again. Pay more attention to your surroundings. Shit, Hitoshi muttered while looking back, but he couldn't see anything because the fog was too dense. He had been too blinded by his friendly foster father to not realize that Oboro would try to stop them before they stopped him. It was a battle after all, and the teachers could stop them. After all, their teachers were villains. They stopped at an alley intersection with Hitoshi breathing heavily for a moment. The thick fog made him start to sweat and feel humid. Thank you, he whispered to Ada. I would have lost before we even started if not for you. Ada nodded. We're a team and we need to work together as one. I have your back as long as you have mine, understood? Ada told him and Hitoshi nodded. Understood. He loves you a lot. Masa's voice echoed in Hitoshi's head again. It's not a hint, it's just a fact. He spoke to himself in a very soft voice. So soft that Ada didn't question him, or if he did, he didn't out loud. Hitoshi bit his lip as he tried to rack his brain. Clouds, Ada called, and Hitoshi looked to see that Oboro was now making clouds to push them out of the alley. Hitoshi grabbed Ada's upper arm and paused for a moment. He loves you a lot. Masa's advice just kept replaying in Hitoshi's head, making him think. Ida pulled Hitoshi with him as they ran into the next alleyway, zigzagging from alleyway to alleyway while looking around for a way out, for Nedzu's stupid exit. He loves you a lot. Well, yeah, he's my dad. He's supposed to love me a lot. He's supposed to care for me and love me. He's supposed to pick me up if I. Hitoshi felt the spark flicker to life inside his brain as he skidded to a stop, forcing Ada to stop. What? Ada asked. I have a plan. Papa. Oboro, who was looking down at the city as he patrolled the area, turned towards Hitoshi's voice calling him out. Have they decided they wanted to fight? Oboro gripped his staff. He didn't want to go hand to hand with his own son, but he would have to. Papa, Hitoshi called again through the foggy city. It had taken Oboro years to learn how to expand his cloud into a fog to engulf a city. He didn't do it often. He usually kept his clouds, or fog, in a controlled and condensed area, but he couldn't risk them getting to the Nedzu gate. They were too close when he had managed to get them to turn around. Oboro moved the fog so he could see as he got closer to Hitoshi's voice calling for him. Papa, come out. I know how your quirk works, Hituwu. Oh, Oboro's been duped. The boy calling for him, the boy yelling for him, calling him Papa was not his child. In fact, one would argue that this was Tensei's child. Tensei's child was using Hitoshi's shiny new voice modulator to lure Oboro out into the open. An ambush was set, and by the time Oboro realized it was an ambush, it was too late. He turned to the side just in time to see Hitoshi in the air beside him, and for a very real moment, a moment that Oboro would tell his two husbands about later in the dead of night, he no longer saw that scared and trembling child. The child who couldn't have weighed more than 80 pounds at the age of 14. The boy that would shake when Oboro raised his hand up for a high five. The same boy that fell out of his chair when his Ashi was holding a wooden spoon. This wasn't the same tiny, frail, and scared child. This was a teenager who knew his worth. A teenager with the smarts to show, and a teenager with two glowing purple eyes that would do anything to win this battle. Two ends of a capture weapon wrapped tightly around Oboro's upper body, and he was forced off of his cloud in a violent twist. The two of them then spun in the air. The capture weapon picked up momentum as Hitoshi kept a tight grip on his ends. Because of the weight difference, they continued to spin in a wide circle, with Oboro realizing that he was causing this pinwheel. Hitoshi twisted in the air, and then the two of them were looking at one another while Hitoshi continued to spin the weapon faster and faster. Oboro let out a soft noise as his breath hitched because of the weapon's increasing tightening on his ribcage. Then he was freed. Hitoshi let him go. Oboro's eyes went wide. They were still in the air. Hitoshi was falling towards the ground at a fast rate as he tossed Oboro high above him. Oboro didn't hesitate. He reached out and made a cloud directly under Hitoshi. Then, and only then, did he realize that he's been duped. Again, he felt air beside him and turned just in time to see Ida's leg. Make a cloud and save Hitoshi. Or make a cloud to block Ida. You clever boy. You clever, clever boy. Oboro thought almost fondly just before Ida's leg slammed into his back at full power and speed, the boy clearly having gained momentum, and just like that Oboro was careening towards the ground, but not before a capture scarf wrapped around his arm. And he was saved from the impact, the ground right there. Oboro sighed in relief as he was lowered safely to the ground. Then he was tackled by both boys and cuffed. Ida, Tenya, and Hitoshi Shinsu have won against Loud Cloud. Nedzu cheered. Good job, Oboro whispered as Hitoshi turned to look at him. You found a weakness and you exploited it. Not only that, but I haven't been wrapped up in a capture scarf in well over 5 years, and you managed to do it twice. You both did amazing. Hitoshi started to uncuff Oboro. I can't say it was easy, Hitoshi admitted. I didn't want to go hand to hand, he admitted to Oboro. I think if it came to that I would have lost. If it makes you feel better, kiddo, I didn't want it to go hand to hand either. Oboro then patted Hitoshi's hair before he cupped his son's cheek. You both did great and you should be proud of that fact. Oh, you never answered me. What dance did you used to take? Hitoshi asked. No brainwashing, I swear. Oboro looked at him and just smiled. I'll never tell. When Hitoshi and Ida walked into the waiting room, they were met with applause. You guys did amazing. Hitoshi's spinning move was just awesome. Mina clapped Hitoshi on the shoulder before turning to Ida. And you were great too. I love that kick you did when you just came in like, plow, bam, wham, she exclaimed with glee. The next group was up shortly and over the crowd Hitoshi almost missed the call. The excitement faded fairly quickly. It was time. Everyone looked towards Ochako and Bakugo. Bakugo already stormed off without her and was making his way down to the battlegrounds. Ochako watched him go. She was shaking. Why, she swallowed hard. Wish me luck, Ochako whispered almost fearfully before she started to walk behind Bakugo, facing the number one hero ... and no pressure. Ochako, Hitoshi called to her before he ran up. He pulled her in and whispered so low that only she could hear. Don't question me, aim for All Might's stomach. His? Yes, Hitoshi whispered in a hiss. And make sure Bakugo doesn't get himself killed. Ochako looked back to where Bakugo had retreated. I make no promises on that last one, she said out loud before turning and walking away. Hitoshi watched them go. Good luck. How are we doing this? Ochako inquired while she and Bakugo stepped into ground beta. We need to be smart. I don't need or want your stupid help. Bakugo snarled at her but didn't look back as he kept walking. Just look for the damn exit and stay out of my way. I have business with All Might. He then growled the last part lowly while storming forward. It doesn't involve you. Well, that's too effing bad. Ochako immediately matched his energy with her own growl and snarl. This made him actually look back at her. I'm here to get a passing grade, same as you. So get your head out of your ass and put your D away, she demanded before marching past him with ease. We're a team whether you like it or not. Now, you're going to talk to me and we're going to come up with a plan. She then turned so she was directly in front of him. Bakugo growled and he started to grind his teeth in rage. Get out of my way, pink cheeks. This doesn't concern you. But it does, jackass, she roared back at him. This is my grade on the line. She yelled at him and poked him in the chest. I don't know who you think you're raising your voice at. You, I'm raising my voice at you. What? You can dish it out but you can't take it, she demanded, getting right into his face as well. Let me tell you something, Bakugo. I am not afraid of you and I'm not going to back down just because you think you're the best. Newsflash, you're not, Ochako hissed. Bakugo's hand twitched and he nearly raised it, but he thought better of it and Ochako was quick as a whip. A good choice. Ochako narrowed her eyes before turning. A plan, Bakugo. Bakugo sneered at her before pushing past her shoulder. I'm going to defeat All Might. That's the plan. You must not want to go to this summer camp, do you? I don't care. I have to beat him. I can't just let him. It almost sounded like a bomb went off in the distance, making both Ochako and Bakugo turn just in time to see a shockwave coming their way. Ochako's went wide as she froze just watching the shockwave. Get down. Bakugo grabbed her and tackled her to the ground. Ochako gasped and could only brace herself as the shockwave struck them and nearly sent them flying out of the entrance they had just walked through. She felt her body move with the shockwave and her helmet immediately went flying away from her and Bakugo alike, never to be seen again, only to be replaced when this nightmare was over. Then, the shockwave was over and left both Bakugo and Ochako slightly shaking. Who needs to worry about a city when you're the villain? All Might roared as he slowly and ominously floated to the ground with his quirk. Ochako scrambled to her feet, her knees shaking as she stared at All Might. Her body shook and she swallowed a lump in her throat. Bakugo had the opposite reaction. He shot to his feet in a rage as he snarled at All Might. His body was shaking, yes, but not in fear but in anger. Then, in his own ire, Bakugo lunged at All Might with no plan. Ochako waved the boy off suddenly. If he wanted to fail, then that's on him. She just took this as what it was, a good distraction for her. Ochako ran for the nearest alleyway and immediately started to slow down so she couldn't be heard. All Might would, undoubtedly, take note of her absence any minute now. The moment Bakugo was knocked unconscious, she would be next on All Might's list. Still, with her heart beating so hard and so loud that she almost couldn't hear anything else. So, it was a miracle that she heard the yelling at all. No, you're no better than me. You killed him just like I did. Bakugo roared so loudly that his voice echoed all around. Young Bakugo, this isn't about that. It is now. There was an explosion that caused several windows to blow out and its own mini shockwave. Ochako blinked, wondering if she was maybe hearing this wrong and that the shockwave messed up her hearing. Still, she couldn't help herself. She peeked out of the alleyway to watch the two of them. Bakugo's explosion didn't even sway All Might one way or another. The absolute brick house of a man stood strong, but he looked different, and it took Ochako a moment to realize that All Might was frowning, and that's why he looked off. I just. All Might seemed at a loss for words. This isn't the time or place for this. All Might snatched Bakugo by the wrist and lifted him high in the air. Bakugo snarled as kicked the air, desperately trying to kick All Might with all of his strength. Bakugo, per usual, wasn't listening as his anger showed clear as day. No, it is the time or place. It's the time and place where I put you in the ground. Bakugo shot his free hand out and an explosion shot off right in All Might's face. The only thing that moved on All Might was his hair that lightly moved back from the explosion, like it was nothing more than a breeze. All Might, clearly still playing his role as a villain, but not wanting to give Bakugo the satisfaction of an answer, or just not wanting to broach the subject. All Might threw Bakugo into the air before punching him into a nearby building. Bakugo crashed through and Ochako quickly slinked back into the alleyway and took off running before All Might could spot her. Young Uraraka. All Might's booming voice echoed all around her as he started to scope around for her. Ochako kept her head down and was quietly slinking along the compact alleyway. She knew what she wanted to do. Ochako wanted to find the exit and leave Bakugo to his own demise, but she couldn't get what he was saying out of her head. You're no better than me. You killed him just like I did. It didn't take a genius for Ochako to realize that Bakugo was referring to that boy that he drove to suicide. It made anger coil deep inside of her. How dare he try and say All Might drove a boy to suicide? All Might is the best hero in all of Japan, but Ochako would be lying if she said she wasn't curious. Her mind went back to her childhood, back to someone she thought she had forgotten. No, don't think about them now. She shook her head and then knew she had to make up her mind. Did she want to flee and leave Bakugo to the wolves? Or should she help him? Ochako rolled her eyes. This boy better thank me. She hissed quietly and went to the nearest exit of the alleyway and she peered out at the street. All Might was running in the opposite way, still looking for her. Ochako silently ran towards the building where Bakugo was thrown into. The building itself had a large hole in it where Bakugo had impacted. Ochako ducked inside. Bakugo was on the ground and it looked like he was just waking up after being unconscious. They locked eyes and Bakugo got up. I'm not done. Why did you say that? She stepped in front of him in a whispering voice. Why say that All Might killed that boy, same as you? It doesn't involve you. Again, it does. She got right into his face. This is All Might we're talking about here. Ochako continued to whisper. Bakugo sighed and pinched the area between his eyes. You wouldn't understand. Bakugo finally hissed at her in rage. This is between me and him and I would prefer it if you stay out of it. Well, I can't do that. She snapped back and poked him in the chest. As much as I would like to. I can't. I'm willing to help you, but I need to know why. Why am I sticking my neck out for someone who doesn't deserve to be here? For someone who's just like the bullies I grew up seeing. The bullies I knew that once beat her breath hitched. Who beat my friend to death. My friend didn't have a quirk. Bakugo looked at her, his eyes leveled with her. Ochako would normally be crying just thinking about that friend Yuko. He was only 6 when a bunch of no-good middle schoolers found him. Someone in their school told their brother who was one of those middle schoolers and they... No, don't think about him. But she was too frustrated to cry about Yuko. She just wanted to end this nightmare and walk out of here with a passing grade. Bakugo threw his hands up before turning from her and putting his hands on the wall in front of her. I can't tell you everything. Bakugo whispered. It was clear he lost all fight for just this moment. But I have reasons to believe that All Might was the last person to speak to Izuku when Izuku was alive. I also believe that it wasn't just me that drove him over the edge of the building that day, if you get my drift. Ochako wanted to scoff. Please, it's All Might. He's the best hero. I don't want to fight about this. If you're just going to fight me on what I know is a fact, then leave. I'll deal with All Might on my own. Bakugo growled deeply and lowly. He didn't even look at her as he said this. If I could take back what I said that day, I would. He smacked the wall suddenly with his fist. Do you effers think I like walking with the knowledge that my words drove someone who was once my friend to suicide? He was my friend, and I treated him like dirt. He was my friend and he's gone. And upon learning that it wasn't just me that day, Bakugo breathed in and out heavily and Ochako noticed that he was ... Bakugo was crying. I see you guys turn your noses up at me. I hear the whispers you say behind your hands. I even watched my auntie Izuku's mother get hospitalized because she misses her son that much, and you know what? I deserve it. I deserve it. I don't deny that, but that being said, I can at least try to atone for what I did. I deserve that much, don't I? He finally turned to look at her. And you think the way to do that is beating All Might? Maybe, maybe not. I have to do this, he told her uneasily. I have to do it for him. The real Izuku, who's probably watching us. Ochako sighed and looked at the ceiling. She hated her compassion sometimes, though it didn't mean she believed Bakugo. She had questions, but ... if he's trying to be better than ... she'd help him. Okay, we can try, but we need a plan. We can't run in blind and you need my help. If you want to keep up the lone macho crap, then I'll leave you to it, but know that you'll lose. Bakugo looked at her for a long moment before he nodded. Okay, let's do this before we run out of time. I couldn't have said it better. For Izuku, he got bored being with the teachers, and since Hitoshi passed, he was allowed to be with his friend again. Izuku bounded over to where the rest of the students were. Kuda saw him first as everyone was watching the screens with rapt interest. Bakugo and Ochako are fighting All Might. Kuda whispered as he held Izuku in his arms. He then held Izuku so Izuku was facing out and watching the screen with everyone else. Kuda made sure Izuku had support as he held him gently. Nothing seemed to be happening as the cameras were all focused on All Might. All Might was destroying the city. Nothing but rubble and broken buildings in his wake after one powerful punch. Izuku felt his ears go back. How are children supposed to compete with that? Izuku wondered as he watched the destruction. There was no sound, and maybe that was a good thing. It would be too overwhelming with how loud his destruction clearly was. The clock was ticking down. Bakugo and Ochako had less than 10 minutes to either fight All Might or get out of there. Well, in a shocking turn of events, it seemed both of them were down to fight. Bakugo came out of hiding into the end of the street. Even though he couldn't be heard, Izuku just knew that Bakugo was yelling for All Might. All Might turned to face him, and Bakugo didn't give him a chance to speak and rushed at the hero. This kid really thinks he can beat him? Ha, Zero asked with a headshake. He's going to lose. Hitoshi hummed as he watched with a calculated gaze. I dunno, I think he can do it. Hitoshi whispered as he continued to watch. As long as he works with Ochako, that is. Please, that guy doesn't like to work with anybody. Besides, you saw how they were fighting earlier. Kaminari crossed his arms. Right, Monoma. Monoma was watching Hitoshi with the same gaze Izuku was. I dunno. He muttered the same as Hitoshi. Let's watch before we make hasty decisions. They would. Everyone was quiet as they watched with undivided interest. Bakugo rushed at All Might, shocker there, and tried to surprise the man by throwing grenades at him. All Might threw his arm up, and Izuku figured he was just going to try and block his face from getting hit. But no, All Might wasn't falling for Bakugo's obvious trap. Instead, All Might threw his fist up and created a gust of wind and another shockwave, ensnaring Bakugo and sending Bakugo flying through a building. However, Bakugo wasn't going to take that lying down as he got right back up and rushed for All Might again. He was yelling, his mouth moving a mile a minute, his face twisted in rage as he shot his hand out and went to pull the pin on his massive gauntlet. However, in the blink of an eye, All Might was suddenly directly in front of Bakugo, and with absolutely no mercy, All Might gut punched Bakugo so hard and so viciously that Bakugo soared through the air. Everyone winced, and several people, Hitoshi included, let out soft ohs as they watched this happen. When Bakugo landed, he proceeded to vomit up his breakfast just to prove that he wasn't punched lightly. Izuku had to look away for a moment. Jesus. He shook his head. Still, Izuku could only give Bakugo credit. He got up. He was yelling again, and whatever he was saying was making All Might start to frown. Then, Bakugo was at it again. This time he pulled his pin and made a massive explosion. One that could rival All Might's smash attack. All Might was stunned. Run away, Izuku thought. You can't beat him. Run away, Bakugo. Izuku was unaware that he had used the mind link, but Hitoshi was not. Hitoshi looked at Izuku out of the corner of his eye before focusing back on the screen. Bakugo did not run away. No, he charged again for All Might. He used his quirk to propel himself forward off of the ground. All Might was able to prepare himself just in the nick of time, and the two of them collided, and it ended with All Might taking Bakugo's arm in one hand and placing his other hand firmly on Bakugo's back. Everyone recoiled when All Might put so much pressure behind his next move. All Might shoved Bakugo into the ground so hard that the asphalt split. All Might still had Bakugo's arm in his hand, and he pulled back on when he pushed Bakugo into the ground. Oh my god, he broke his arm. Sue looked away. Izuku could see it. If it wasn't broken, then it was dislocated as it looked, to Izuku at least. That Bakugo's shoulder popped out. It could be both. Holy shit. Kaminari also looked away. That's kinda messed up. Villains won't treat us kindly. He's only doing what he's told and going all out. Ida defended All Might. I don't disagree with you. Hitoshi looked at Ida before looking back at the screen. That being said, there's a difference between going all out and going too far. Villain training or not. All Might is a teacher. The class seemed split on this as they all broke off in soft mumbles. Bakugo still tried to fight against All Might by kicking, but it was futile. It seemed like it was the end of the line for Bakugo with no Ochako in sight. Something fell directly on All Might's head. It was some rubble large enough to knock All Might back in a stun attack. Then, as he tried to get his bearings, another piece of rubble fell on his head, stunning him again. It was then a shower of rubble. Piece after piece of broken homes and businesses in this fake city fell around All Might, some hitting him, some missing him. It didn't stop until he was completely encased in easily a ton of rubble. Ochako dropped from the rooftop she's been hiding in and ran to Bakugo. She hoisted him to his feet, but he looked uneasy as he swayed. Go, Izuku cried in his mind and out loud. The rubble was starting to move. Go, go, Hitoshi yelled just the same. Get out of there. Hurry, it's your last chance. Wait, no, they were running for the rubble. What are you two doing? It was a commotion as everyone yelled out as both Ochako and Bakugo ran back for All Might. Ochako had both of her hands out in front of her while Bakugo had the teacher catching cuffs in front of him. It's fruitless. Izuku let out a yowl. Bakugo, don't do this. Tauta was gentle as he patted Izuku's head. Hitoshi was next to yell. Turn around. Takoyami, who was standing next to Hitoshi, nodded in agreement. But of course neither Bakugo nor Ochako heard. Ochako used her quirk on all of the rubble and quickly sent all of it flying upwards, which Bakugo would shoot down with his other gauntlet, making the rubble into nothing but rocks that would rain down around them. And while he did that, Ochako would touch All Might with all 10 of her fingers. Bakugo then rushed in and handcuffed one of All Might's wrists, but not the other. All Might flew through the air before he could react. While in the air he cocked his arm back, smash. He would clearly yell, but neither could hear it. They watched as Ochako, who was directly under him, took the brunt end of his attack. She wouldn't just go flying, but Izuku was sure he saw one of her legs snap. Sue and Mina both screamed in horror as it was clear they saw it as well. Hitoshi gasped out and flinched away, grabbing Takoyami's hand tightly and hiding his face into his friend's shoulder. All Might was floating higher and higher and Bakugo went forward, but he stopped. He turned towards Ochako. Ochako was still okay, but she was screaming while holding on to her broken leg. I'm going to be sick. Momo turned away with her hand over her mouth. Gyro gently patted her back while also looking sickly. Why? Ochako's bone was sticking out. Everyone was horrified. Hitoshi hadn't even looked up from Takoyami's shoulder. Bakugo was seething. He was yelling at All Might, but again, nothing could be heard. However, Bakugo then did something surprising. He turned and rushed to Ochako. Bakugo had a dead arm, but that didn't stop him from using his good arm to try and help her the best he could, but there was only so much he could do with that one arm. Bakugo, Katsuki, and Ochako Uraraka have won against All Might. Nedzu's hurried voice yelled through the microphone. They won, a few kids asked. They didn't meet the requirements. Yeah, they cuffed All Might, but only one of his wrists unless. Did that count? Or were a couple of teachers feeling bad and wanting to get this torture over with? Izuku didn't know. What he did know was that the cameras were abruptly shut off and they weren't allowed to see anymore. What are you thinking? Izuku asked Hitoshi with the mind link. Hitoshi looked at Izuku before shaking his head. I think someone is going to lose either his job or his life. Because you didn't see it. Aburo was the one to come in. I at least saw his cloud. Not only that, but who wants to bet Aizawa is with him? Hitoshi was close to right. Aburo was faster than the medical bots as he landed down on the ground and rushed towards the children. He had Recovery Girl and Aizawa with him. The screams Ochako was emitting were bone-chilling and made him rush to her immediately while Aizawa activated his quirk to bring Tashinori down. Aburo was gentle as he pushed Bakugo out of his way. The break was bad. Her bone was jutting out in a sharp, jagged piece that pierced through the skin and her costume as a whole. Tell me what you need me to do, Bakugo demanded, and Aburo swallowed hard but didn't have to speak because Recovery Girl did. You just hold her hand, young man. Let us take care of the rest, she demanded in a firm, but not unkind, tone. As a hero it was required for them, Aizawa, Aburo, and All Might, take emergency first aid should a time call for it, and this was one of those times. He told Bakugo. In short, I need to push the bone back, and Aburo started softly as he and Recovery Girl helped lay Ochako's legs flat. No, don't touch it. Ochako wailed loudly and frantically. I know it hurts, sweetie, but the bone has to go back in. Bakugo, just let her hold your hand, leave the rest to me. Shouta. Aburo shouted for his husband, who, Bakugo realized, was trying to throttle All Might by strangling the man with his scarf. Mr. Aizawa looked pissed. His lips pulled back into a snarl, hair raised, and eyes red. When he turned to look at them he looked like a feral animal ready to strike. Leave him alone. I need you. Urgh. Aizawa pulled his scarf off of All Might. You got effing lucky. Before he ran to aid them. Put her head in your lap and activate your quirk. Don't take your eyes off of her. Bakugo, hold her hand. Ochako, I know this is going to hurt, okay, but know that you're safe. Ochako covered her eyes with her arm as she let out several loud and scared sobs. Bakugo scrambled to grab her hands as Aizawa put her head in his lap as instructed. Bakugo couldn't even look as Aburo ripped the leg of her costume. He used the fabric to make a tourniquet just above the break. Ochako's head threw back as she let out a scream that would echo all around them. Bakugo felt strangely numb as he watched this happen. Did Deku's legs snap like that when he? Recovery Girl nodded at Aburo. You need to do it soon before the girl bleeds out. I know. The hard part was coming as Aburo prepared himself for this next part. He swallowed hard and pushed the bone back into her leg. Bakugo felt he was going to be sick just from the noise alone as Recovery instructed Aburo on what to do. Bakugo held strong. Was Izuku in pain like Ochako in his final moments? Was all he could think. It was weird for him to think of these things, but he was. Ochako let out another scream of pain as she tried to writhe and flinch away from Oboro. Recovery Girl and Aizawa helped keep her still. Tears were flowing out of her eyes as she wailed and cried in pain. Recovery Girl was finally able to kiss Ochako, and this kiss is what did it. Ochako fainted. Her stamina drained as her body started to heal. I can't heal her fully, but it's more than enough for the time being. Go and take her to the infirmary. Recovery Girl told the bot, and the bot would do just that. How badly are you hurt? Oboro asked Bakugo as he inspected the boy. I am fine. Oboro just touched the shoulder that popped out of its socket, and it nearly sent Bakugo to his knee. Probably dislocated. Oboro muttered as he inspected it. I can pop it back in. Bakugo growled and took a step away from Oboro. He then covered his shoulder with his other hand as he stared at the man. He may as well repeat what Ochako had screamed, "Don't touch it." He knew it must have been written on his face because Oboro put his hands up. Bakugo. Aizawa was firm as he grabbed Bakugo's hand. You can't get healed if your shoulder is out of your socket. It needs to be popped back in. Bakugo sucked in several breaths as he felt himself shake again. I didn't mean for her to break her leg, he whispered, which was strange because what he was going to say was, I can do it myself, or I don't need you looking down on me. But that's not what he said. We know you didn't, son. Oboro coaxed Bakugo by grabbing his hand gently. Someone doesn't understand the concept of holding back, and that's not your fault. Oboro reassured him. I'm sorry. He croaked suddenly, which made both Oboro and Aizawa look at him. Bakugo felt. Was he crying? No, he was Bakugo Katsuki. And Bakugo Katsuki doesn't effing cry. Yet, he pulled his fingers back from his face and he saw tears. You drove him off that building. Bakugo yelled in his fury as All Might grabbed him, right before All Might would dislocate his arm and smash him into the pavement, a move that Bakugo would later discover broke 4 of his ribs. No more than you have. All Might yelled right back in his growing frustration with Bakugo, and then he would slam Bakugo into the pavement and dislocate his arm. No more than you have. All Might repeated after he finished, now out of breath and almost wheezing. And like with me, he will never forgive you. And you're going to have to live with that. Bakugo clenched his fist in rage. No, you're wrong. There's one thing that I can do that you obviously haven't. Bakugo then turned. Bakugo. The teachers tried to call him back, but he wasn't listening. He was a man on a mission as he took off running. Yes, his arm was dislocated and 4 of his ribs broken, but that didn't matter. Bakugo stormed through the entrance of Ground Beta and up to where the other students were. He was going to make this right, even if it was the last thing he did, because ... he can't keep living like this. He wants to talk about atonement then. He should have done this from the moment he learned the truth. Nobody in Wano expected Bakugo to slam those doors open. It made them all jump. Bakugo. Hitoshi was, surprisingly, the first to greet him. What are you doing? You're still injured. Anyone with eyes could see that. Several of his classmates looked concerned as he let his eyes scan over all of them. Then his eyes finally landed on Moss, who was being held by Kauta. Put him down, Bakugo demanded as he walked up to Kauta. Bakugo's breath was ragged and he must have looked crazed. Kauta actually tightened his hold on Moss as he took a step away from Bakugo. Just put him down. Bakugo, calm down, Hitoshi demanded as he put himself between Kauta, Moss, and Bakugo. What? Hitoshi's eyes suddenly lit up. Literally, they lit up purple as he turned to look at Moss and Kuta. Kouda. Put him down. Hitoshi switched sides like that. Kuta looked unsure, but Moss mewed, and whatever he said Kuta understood. Kuta hesitated, but he would eventually comply. He placed Moss down and Hitoshi got out of the way. Soon, Moss, or rather Izuku, and Bakugo were staring at one another. When all was said and done, Bakugo would blame internal bleeding from his broken ribs for this next move. As the class was watching, all confused except for the only other person in the room who knew this secret and the 2 concerned teachers watching from the hallway, nobody knew why Bakugo did this next. Bakugo dropped to the ground. All the way, his entire body was on the ground in a bow so low it just looked like he collapsed. His nose was against the carpet as he spoke. I'm sorry, please. He let out several deep breaths. Forgive me. Then, Izuku would put his paw on Bakugo's head. His paw was gentle and maybe this was the internal bleeding talking, but it felt almost like a hand nestling in his hair. When Bakugo would look up, he saw those familiar green eyes staring right back into his soul. Izuku would meow and then take his paw back. He jumped away and clambered up Hitoshi's shoulder. For just a moment, both Hitoshi's and Izuku's eyes started to glow purple and green respectively. Come on, Hitoshi leaned down and offered his hand to Bakugo. It's filthy down there, buddy, and I think you really need to see Recovery Girl if you're begging for forgiveness from my cat. Hitoshi was playing it off for the rest of the class as he helped Bakugo up. Hitoshi then helped dust Bakugo off. Being gentle as he did so, he pulled Bakugo in and whispered so lowly that only Bakugo could hear him. You're forgiven. Don't muck it up. Izuku ran his tail under Hitoshi's chin as he watched Bakugo. His eyes were absolutely gleaming before he turned away and went on about his business. And it was like a weight was lifted off of Bakugo's shoulders. Or that might actually be the internal bleeding, as Bakugo would pass out shortly after that. Not everyone passed the exams. Mina and Denki lost against Nezu, which, holy crap, how were they supposed to win? Hitoshi wasn't sure if he could win against Nezu and a crane. Regardless, they lost. Kirishima and Satu also lost against Semitas, as they both wore themselves out trying to fight against all of his walls. The last pair to lose was Siro and Ajiro up against Midnight, who knocked them both out almost immediately. Now finals are over and neither Bakugo nor Ochako have come back after their fight with All Might. Mina was openly weeping as she held on to Kirishima, who looked upset, as everyone else who lost looked disappointed in themselves. You guys have fun at the camp. Mina cried as Kirishima patted against her hair to try and calm her down. Aizawa opened the door and walked in with his hands in his pockets. Good news, Ochako and Bakugo are going to be alright. Both will be in a cast, but they'll be okay, he told them, and several people let out soft sighs. Though, for the first time since losing, Kaminari cracked a teary smile. Bakugo must have really hit his head. You missed it, Mr. Aizawa. He begged forgiveness from Moss. Kaminari wiped his eyes. Pretty funny. I'll probably tease him about it next semester. Mr. Aizawa's face split into a grin. I'm sure you have plenty of time to tease him about it in the camp. But Mina and I lost. It was a logical ruse. Aizawa beamed a very unnatural smile to everyone. Seeing how every one of you passed the written exams with flying colors. Everyone is going to the camp. However, those that failed against their teachers will be taking remedial classes while everyone else gets to do fun activities. There was an immediate outcry from several students, and Ida even hopped up, his hand still raised in the air as he spoke loudly and with his full chest. Aren't you worried that all of these logical ruses are going to ruin our trust in you as our teacher? Not at all. Aizawa's weird smile dropped as he still looked amused at Ida's question. It's up to me to keep you guys prepared for the real world, and once out there you'll face worse surprises than what I dish out. Aizawa told them all before turning and walking back to the door. You're all allowed to go back to the dorms once you're out of your costumes, and of course once you put your costumes back. Still, good job everyone. Make sure you have everything needed for camp in 2 weeks' time. Then he waved them goodbye. Once the door shut, Shouta scowled. Now, to yell at a buffoon. Yagi Toshinori was not having a good day. It started out fine, sure, but then he went and messed it all up again, and he had the welts on the back of his legs to sew for it as Recovery Girl gave him a good whacking with her cane. It didn't matter how quickly he tried to get away. Once he was in her sights, she became snipe and continued her beating. That girl could have bled out. Toshinori, you need to learn when to hold back. She's just a child. Recovery Girl didn't want to hear it as she continued to whack him with her cane. I was playing the role I was given. Villains wouldn't hold back against children, and not only that, but Toshinori was ashamed to admit it. But maybe he let his temper get to him. With everything that's happened and the fact that he still has yet to find a successor for One for All, on top of Bakugo's ire and insistence that Toshinori practically pushed Midoriya off the building, it all became a little too much for just one man. Of course he felt guilty. He hadn't even meant for young Ochako to take the brunt of such an attack, but now here he was. The doors opened, showing Shouta and Nezu, with Nezu riding on Shouta's shoulder. They were having this conversation out in the hallway of the infirmary so as not to disturb the children resting. Shouta's glare made Toshinori shrink in on himself a little. How are they? Shouta ignored All Might entirely. Well, thanks to Amuro and you, of course, I was able to heal her leg. The downside is that because of the way it broke, it's going to take multiple heals before she can walk on it properly. However, it could have been worse. Much worse, Shouta agreed. Something green caught all of their eyes, and everyone immediately stopped talking when Moss just came strutting through the hallways. Everyone just watched. The cat padded along the floor, looked at them, and kept walking. He got to the infirmary door and stared at it for several long seconds before he realized his problem. Spicy, Shouta spoke, making the cat look at him. We're kind of in the middle of. Moss bumped his head against the door and then looked firmly at Shouta. Shouta sighed and walked over. He opened the door for Moss. Moss happily padded in and Shouta shut the door. He would then return to the group. Regardless, he continued where he left off. You got lucky, Toshinori. If that girl would have bled out or lost her leg ... I wouldn't have to say it, would I? Aizawa asked with a girl, and it made Toshinori gulp. I will apologize to Ochako and Bakugo when they wake, I swear it to you. I want you away from Bakugo. Aizawa put his foot down immediately. I'm no idiot, Toshinori. He's pissed because he knows what happened that day. He needs to simmer down, and until then I don't want you around him. And once he's calm enough, I'll personally monitor a one-on-one between the two of you. There was a heartbeat of silence before Toshinori just backed off. That would probably be for the best. He agreed without a fight. Nezu chittered his teeth a little. Now onto more uncomfortable topics. Toshinori, bumps, scrapes, and bruises are one thing, and are expected of the hero course as a whole. Broken limbs and ribs are a whole other thing entirely. Nezu started to lecture Toshinori. Regardless of the dorms, the parents are still expecting their children to be safe. I know. Toshinori sighed heavily and rubbed at his face. I don't know. I don't have an excuse. However, I want to counter-argue with you for a moment. You could have easily crushed Kaminari and Mina with that crane. Of course, Nezu was smiling as he said this. However, here's the difference between you and I, Toshinori. Everything I did was planned to a T. I had certain exits I would block off with the crane and the rubble. Not only that, but I always made sure the children weren't anywhere near the crane head as I operated. Was it fun? Oh yes, it was watching them scramble around in that panicked state of theirs. Nezu started to shake with excitement before he corrected himself with a cough. In short, I knew they would panic and not go the right way, and I was right. I never intended to harm them. If I did, then all I had to do was just throw rubble and debris on top of them at the start, which I didn't. The goal today was to test our students and their limits. If they fail, they fail, and if they pass, they pass. That's the point of being a teacher. Toshinori frowned at this. I see. I guess I need to do some more research on teaching. Oh, you'll have plenty of time to do that. Aizawa growled, and Nezu put a paw up to stop him before he spoke any further. Please, Shouta, let me. I'm the principal. You see, Toshinori, I can't fire you. The HPSC would have my tail if I did. So, it's been decided amongst all the other teachers that you just aren't ready for teaching just yet. That this test run has been an experience. So, instead you're now Obero's teacher assistant. Congrats. This way you're still at UA. You still get the salary, and you get teaching experience all rolled into one. We should have done this from the start, Shouta mumbled. Foundational Hero Studies was originally his class to start with. Toshinori rubbed at the back of his neck as he stared at the ground. All right, that's more than fair. I'm glad you see so. Nezu was smiling. Because if you didn't, then we'd have a problem. But since you agreed so willingly, then there's no problem at all. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at those students, yeah? Nezu asked. Toshinori, perhaps you should go back to your apartment and rest up. You look a bit peaked and should get some rest. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a demand disguised as such, and Toshinori just nodded in compliance. Yeah, I'm rather tired. Toshinori whispered the last part. I have some things to think about. He would then turn and leave the area. When he was gone, Shouta snorted. I still feel like he got let off too easy. I know, Shouta, but as much as we wish for wrongdoings to be punished, the HPSC just wouldn't understand. I think a demotion is just what he needs. Besides, Obero is as good a teacher as any to get Toshinori to understand how things should and shouldn't go. Nezu explained while opening the door to the infirmary. Recovery Girl gave a soft noise at what she saw first. Oh, I see now. Ochako had her leg up in the air and was laying on her back as she rested. There, laying directly on her stomach, was Moss, the emotional support cat, doing his job well as Ochako was awake and petting him. Though it was clear that she had been crying by the tear stains on her cheek that were dry. Ochako turned to look at the teachers and principal. Hello, she greeted them while trying to play it cool. I must have really passed out. The sun is almost down. She pointed at the window at the orange sky. How are you feeling, Ms. Uraraka? Nezu inquired. Ochako's mouth twisted a little and she picked Moss up to hold him against her chest. Moss didn't seem to mind as he just let this happen. Okay, I guess. I should really apologize to Mr. Shirakumo. She spoke almost like she was on autopilot as she stared out the window. Why? Shouta inquired. You didn't do anything. I was screaming at him. I should have. I'm better than that. She told them while looking at Moss and then holding him in the air so he was facing her. Moss pressed his paw pad against her nose and she smiled at him. Uraraka, your leg had the bone sticking out of it and you were bleeding badly. It was a femur break. You had every right to scream and cry at that moment. Shouta told her as he squatted down by her bedside. He then reached and scratched Moss behind the ear. Ochako looked outside again. Did we pass, at least? She asked him. Shouta smiled. With flying colors. Ochako had to walk on crutches for a while. Recovery Girl told her she should be able to walk on her leg by the time camp rolls around. So, her leg was in a cast and she hopped along. Immediately several students wanted to sign her cast and did once she gave permission. Ada demanded that nobody sign anything inappropriate and to keep it PG. It was all rather peaceful in the dorms once finals were completely over and it made everyone relax. Bakugo, who had his arm in a sling, was getting ready to retreat for his bedroom for the night when Kirishima spoke. Hey bro. Kirishima called to Bakugo, making him pause. What? I'm busy. Bakugo grunted in his usual tone. Hitoshi was sitting on the couch, Moss in his lap as he and the others kept riding this high and were getting to watch a movie. It was put to a vote ... and then put to a poll ... and then finally they just drew from a hat. It was decided they were going to watch a Disney movie. The Little Mermaid to be exact. Not really Hitoshi's thing, but the others were so happy that he just couldn't say no. Takoyami and him were sitting side by side as they turned to Bakugo. We're all going to watch a movie. You want to join us? There it was. Finally, an olive branch extended to Bakugo after all these months since the USJ. Would he take it or reject it? There was a heavy silence between everyone as they waited. Bakugo snorted. F it. I ain't got nothing better to do, I guess. And Bakugo turned towards the others. He wedged himself between Hitoshi and Denki with a sigh. I do wish it wasn't the Little Mermaid though. Trust me, you're not the only one, dude. Denki laughed. Just don't go begging the TV for forgiveness, right? Bakugo turned to Denki so fast that Hitoshi was surprised Bakugo's neck didn't break. Bakugo only let out steam through his nose like a bull and Kaminari got the hint. He clammed up fairly tightly after that as it looked like he was trying not to laugh. Gimme that goddamn cat. Hitoshi hardly had time to think when Bakugo scooped Izuku up with one hand. Izuku, who was sleeping, woke up and let out a mew of confusion. Bakugo turned Izuku so they were now facing each other. Bakugo raised a finger at Izuku and pointed at him sternly. I don't want you getting all smug and shit, you hear me? That was the blood loss. Moss just looked sleepy before he reached a paw out and taped Bakugo's nose. His eyes were soft and his body language lax. Then Izuku started to knead the air just above Bakugo's face and he started to purr. Mina cooed. He's making biscuits. Biscuits? Where? How? Shoto asked from his spot on the floor. I see no biscuits. No, sweetie. Mina shook her head hopelessly. It's a saying. Mossy is just kneading the air and it looks like he's kneading dough. She explained to him and Shoto just blinked. Oh, he hummed. Take your weird cat back. Bakugo dropped Moss back into Hitoshi's lap. Hitoshi stroked Moss along the spine and scratched just at the base of his tail. Moss purred at this and laid down happily. The lights were dimmed and the movie started. It wouldn't be halfway through the movie when Moss would switch laps. He laid happily in Bakugo's lap. Pushin' your damn luck, Bakugo muttered but scratched Moss under the chin regardless. Only a few moments later he would pop on into the dorms. Hitoshi didn't even question it when she crawled into his lap like a lost kitten. He scooped her up and kept one hand on her back and one on her legs just to keep her steady. He figured she was just missing him and didn't feel the need to really think too much deeper than that. He would stay in his lap during the whole movie. Hitoshi was so engrossed in the movie that he didn't even see or notice when at one point when Takoyami looked at Eri. Eri pulled down under her eye and stuck her tongue out at Hitoshi's friend. The movie would end, as all movies do, and everyone was getting up to retreat for the night. Hitoshi gently patted Eri's legs to get her to get off of him. She didn't. Bakugo didn't move right away either, and Hitoshi noted that Moss was passed out on Bakugo's lap. What are you doing, sweetie? Hitoshi asked with a smile. Eri puffed her cheeks out. I may ... or may not ... have done something bad. That got a few people chuckling as they hung around. Hitoshi smiled at her and moved some hair out of her face. Okay, what did you do? Eri looked away from him. Promise you won't get mad. Hitoshi sighed deeply and just smiled. Big brother won't get mad. What did you do, sweetie? Well ... it's just... Eri had her hands tucked away in her jacket that she was wearing. She kicked her legs as she tried to find the right words. I just couldn't stand to see her so sad, so I... Hitoshi's smile started to drop. Eri, you couldn't stand to see who so sad. And his eyes darted from Eri's face to her jacket. What did you do? I didn't reverse her as far back as Pumpkin, and out of her jacket pocket Eri pulled out. Oh dear God. He rewound Brat. He gasped as he took the kitten from her quickly. Brat let out a scraggly mew and immediately Izuku's ears twitched and he woke up. She was sad. She couldn't walk and I didn't like seeing her sad and I've been practicing. And Eri's face turned red as tears perked in her eyes. You said you wouldn't get mad. She yelled before she pouted by puffing her cheeks out. Brat let out another meow. She was like a half-printed cat. She was young, yes, but not a newborn. She was clearly of kitten age at 6 to 8 weeks. Her fur was lighter in color and would turn darker as she got older. Kaminari looked at the kitten. Does that thing even qualify as a cat? Moss hissed at Kaminari, which made the blonde flinch in surprise. Moss then jumped on Hitoshi's shoulder and leaned in. What do you? Moss then snatched Brat by the scruff and jumped down. Hey, Moss, mine now, Izuku stated firmly as he walked away. No, give her back. Then the doors opened. Where is she? Came Aizawa's immediate demand. Eri ran into Hitoshi's legs in fear. Hitoshi wanted to laugh. He just had no other emotion but shock and laughter. Moss's getaway wasn't so easy with him trying to waddle away with Brat. A cloud swept Moss off of his paws as Aburo grabbed him. Moss let out a growl as he swatted claws hidden away at Aburo. Thank you. Aburo still managed to retrieve Brat as he put Moss on the ground. To say Izuku was cursing in his mind was an understatement. Eri, Shouta came around the couch as Eri was doing her best to merge with Hitoshi. Now, we told you can't rewind, brat. He got down on one knee so they were face to face. Why would you go behind our back and do it anyways? Eri looked away from Shouta. She was sad. She whispered. At least I think she was. She admitted while still clinging to Hitoshi for dear life. I just did what I thought was best for her. Eri finally admitted. Shouta sighed and rubbed at his tired face. That's not for you to decide. You're too young to make choices like that. It's not your responsibility either. There's a reason we told you no, but come on. That's not a discussion for everyone to hear. Eri was then yoinked by Shouta grabbing her by under her arms and putting her on his hip. Hitoshi looked around for Moss and he could only laugh as Moss was now on Aburo's shoulder and staring at Kitten Brat with rapt interest. Then, Moss would leave with Aburo without another word. Hitoshi sighed softly and just gave his head a shake. Things were going to be interesting for sure and he had a feeling that Moss wasn't going to be around for a while. Shouta sat in front of Tamura, plexiglass sitting firmly between the two of them. Not that Tamura could do anything to the man as he was bound with a straitjacket and on heavy quirk suppressants. I'm trying to help you, Tamura. Whether or not you believe me. Tamura just stared at him. Shouta sat back in his chair as he sighed through his nose. Tamura, I know you don't believe us because you've been brainwashed, but us heroes are willing to give you a second chance. More silence as Tamura just stared with glassy eyes, though his right eye was blackened from the construction hook that slammed into him. Shouta sighed softly and leaned his arms on his knees so he was a little closer to Tamura. They left you behind, Tamura. You know that, I know you do. Tamura's face gave a little twitch and he finally spoke. They'll get me out of here before you know it and then you all will pay. Shouta wasn't convinced. I don't think so. I think that's what you like to believe, but that's not the case. Tamura's red eyes narrowed at Shouta. As cool as you are, Eraser, you certainly aren't that smart. Father loves me and he'll do anything to get me back. Shouta hummed at that. You say that, but that's not what I see. I see someone who's being replaced by something that's not even a human. That's not true. That's my brother you're talking about. Tamura growled and was jerking his hands, but they couldn't be moved because of the jacket. Shouta was sure that if Tamura could, he would scratching at his neck. No, that's the corpse of your brother. Tamura growled. Shut up. He hissed between clenched teeth. If I would have known. If I had been there that day then he'd. You're talking about the day he jumped, right? Tamura's breathing picked up into sharp and panicked breaths. Father was devastated upon learning the news. I've never seen anything like it. I never even knew the twerp, and here father was. Upset. I never knew the kid, but I wanted to avenge him. If that makes any sense. You wanted to avenge him because his death made all for one upset. Shouta nodding in understanding. But you have no connection with him. Tamura frowned. Father wanted me to be his big brother and I would rather die than disobey father. Plus, it made him happy to see Izuku alive. Well, I use the term see lightly. My father can't see, not in a normal sense anyways. Tamura whispered the last part while looking away. I see. So, you took Izuku in as a brother despite knowing that he was anything but. Tamura turned away from Eraserhead. Then, the man shrugged. Maybe the brat and I would have gotten along when he was alive. Maybe we would have hated each other, but he's dead. Tamura huffed out softly. He looked almost torn as he said this. He's dead, he repeated as his eyebrows furrowed. The kid is dead and I've been playing big brother to Anamo. Now you get it. Shouta whispered to Tamura. Tamura, I don't think All For One cares for you. I really don't think he does. Lies. Tamura resisted. He took me in when the heroes shunned me. He cares for me. Tamura struggled against the restraints as he tried desperately to get to his neck. Tamura suddenly stopped as quickly as he started and Shouta was stunned to see tears perk in the man's eyes. It was just so surreal to witness. Ever since Izuku woke up it's always been about him and I just blindly followed to keep father happy. Tamura whispered before he started laughing. That effing cat. Tamura continued to laugh. It's all Izuku could talk about and then he gets the idea to kidnap that kid. His friend. We told him time and time again that hero brat isn't his friend. That there's no Hitoshi in his memories, but he just wouldn't listen and now look at me taken by heroes. And he's nowhere to be found. Neither father nor Kurogiri. Tamura swallowed hard at that revelation. Shouta looked him dead in the eyes and gave him that final push. All For One went from doting on you to doting on something that died over a year ago. Why? Because that thing looks like his real son. You were always the stepchild replacement, Tamura. He always wanted Izuku, but after his fight with All Might he couldn't take Izuku with him for whatever reason and so he settled for you. But now he has his son back. And you. Shouta opened his hands and almost seemed to shrug. And there's one more thing. Your quirk. Tamura just looked at Shouta with wet eyes. My quirk, he whispered in a scared, small, and almost childish voice. I'm going to be blunt with you. We have firm reason to believe that your quirk isn't your quirk. We ran tests on you. Shouta pulled out papers from his scarf. Tests when we first captured you a week ago and the same tests performed now. Tamura, your body wasn't made for that quirk you have. That's why you've been scratching at your neck. Shoto was calm as he said this and pushed both papers against the glass. Off suppressants, your body was slowly eating away at itself. Slowly decaying, if you will. The quirk was rotting you from the inside out. It shows in your blood cell count mostly, but the signs were also in your organs. The second test was performed last night while you were asleep. There was a major improvement since you were put on quirk suppressants. Your blood cell count is skyrocketing back up and your organs aren't struggling as hard. Tamura, it's not a coincidence. The quirk he gave you is killing you and he didn't care. He's using you, most likely for a successor. Tamura, you have the toe joint. You're supposed to be quirkless. Do you know who else grew up quirkless? We think that quirk was meant for Izuku. All for One probably knew how it was affecting your body and let you keep it. It was always about Izuku in the end. Tamura let out a squeak out of his throat before he started to thrash. You're wrong. You're wrong. Tamura let out wheezing sobs. Hey, it was all a setup. Tamura finally screamed as he cried. Hey, a loud sob racked his frame. He let me kill my own family. With no remorse. Tamura's sobbing suddenly ceased as he slowly looked at Shoto with incensed red eyes. He was shaking violently while gnashing his teeth. Then he said the line that Shoto wanted to hear. What do you need me to do? Small bonus. Because I haven't seen much of Dadmik in a while. Hizashi hummed to himself as he helped brush Hitoshi's hair. You have Obero's hair, somehow. Hizashi grumbled. Hair that defies all gravity. But if we were to straighten it. He then whipped out a hair straightener. Maybe we can work with it. Hitoshi sat still on his knees as he let Hizashi straighten his hair. It took a long time because Hitoshi's hair just didn't want to cooperate with Hizashi. But in the end he got it and Hitoshi's hair was straight and it tickled the back of his neck. It just hardly went past his chin. Still it hung his eyes and he had to move it back to look at himself properly. Hitoshi tilted his head at his reflection. Something about his straight hair and tired eyes just looked so familiar. Moss, who walked into the bathroom, let out a startled mew and jumped. I guess he didn't recognize you. Hizashi grinned. Hitoshi stared at Moss, who looked at him with wide eyes. What? The answer he got he didn't expect. You look like my uncle. Then Moss turned and stalked out. Tilt. Hizashi tilted Hitoshi's head up and helped apply some lipstick. I think this color will fit you well. It's a light pink. Hizashi was speaking but Hitoshi was hardly listening. You look like my uncle. That was unsettling. Not that it mattered, as mere seconds later Hitoshi's hair would literally poof back up into its troll doll style. Hizashi was devastated, but Hitoshi was relieved. Maybe long hair wasn't meant for him. Dabai grunted as the old lady kissed his cheek. This was roughly the fourth kiss he received this week. He wasn't too sure as each kiss usually knocks him out flat. Although this last kiss didn't knock him out just yet, it did drain his energy to the point of feeling tired and irritable. Then again, when wasn't Dabai irritable? Well, Recovery Girl started as she tilted Dabai's head to focus on her. He just stared and she hummed. Looking better. I'm just glad to see those stitches removed. She pointed her thumb at the boatload of bloodied staples. The skin won't ever be perfect again, but you certainly look a lot better in my eyes. She touched the raised pink skin with her soft and wrinkly fingers. The skin itself was where he once had those staples put in. The area was scared and raised. Really, that was the worst of it. Those areas under his eyes and around his mouth were going to scar, but the rest of his skin was still able to be saved. The area became lighter and bouncy again. Obviously, those weren't the only areas to scar. He had lots of staples in lots of places. Still, Dabai had to admit, he'd never thought he'd see somewhat normal skin on himself again. How many more appointments do you think I need? He asked her as he touched the tender skin. 2, 3, it's unsure. That being said, you need to go easy on your fire as you'll accidentally burn your skin from the inside again. Well, you'd be happy to know my quirk privileges have been revoked. Dabai grumbled a bit. He knew it was only a safety precaution on the rat's part. Still, Dabai was forced to take medical quirk suppressants and, no, he couldn't just not take them. Nedzu, or sometimes Aizawa, would watch and make sure he swallowed the pills down. He couldn't leave UA either, as Nedzu chipped Dabai, and twice if they attempted to leave without permission the teachers would be noted and they would both be hauled back to jail. Nedzu meant it when he said he put in precautions to stop them from either taking off or harming the students. For now, dear, earn your stripes around here and I'm sure Nedzu will take you off of the suppressants. Recovery Girl told him as she sat in her chair and went to type on her computer with surprisingly deft fingers. Dabai could only hum at that and he leaned back on his elbows. Well, I should go. Make sure Toga has everything she needs. Of course, if you need me you know where to find me. Right in. Thanks. Then he took off ready to start his day off, wondering if today would be the day he would get to see Shoto again or not. Shinsu. Hitoshi blinked as he turned to look at Shoto, who was standing at his dorm door after knocking. You know you can call me Hitoshi. Hitoshi told him with a smile. Hitoshi felt a little embarrassed as he didn't think anyone would bug him today, and now here he was, with his face caked in heavy contour makeup, with dark purple glittery eyeshadow on and deep black lipstick coating his lips. It didn't seem that Shoto minded Hitoshi's face full of makeup, as he looked like he had a lot on his mind. Shoto just stared at him, and it looked like he was turning it over in his head. Then he just shook his head. "Can we talk?" "Sure." Hitoshi moved to the side to allow Shoto in, and Shoto walked in. "What's up?" Hitoshi asked as he shut the door and then went to sit on his bed, where Moss was happily sleeping with baby Brat laying with him. Hitoshi didn't know how Moss keeps kidnapping Brat from the Fosters, and apparently, neither do the Fosters. Regardless, Hitoshi sat gently so as not to wake the cats. Shoto looked at Hitoshi and then looked down at his slipper-clad feet. When your uncle's misdeeds came to light. When everything you thought you wanted was suddenly, and surprisingly, in motion. How'd you feel? Talk about heavy. Hitoshi leaned back on his hands as he thought about Shoto's question. Well, at first, I was terrified. Hitoshi whispered. When the Fosters learned what he'd done to me, I swear they made bets on who would throw the first punch. Still, I was certain he was going to hunt me down. Talk to my Fosters in that voice he'd used to get people to see that he's not a bad man, just a tired man with a problem child to raise. Hitoshi sighed and then laid on his bed so his legs were dangling off. The Fosters would laugh with him and return me, scold me, and then leave me like everyone else. Hitoshi's eyebrows furrowed as he thought about it. After a silence, Shoto softly asked what happened. He got away. Hitoshi laughed. It's believed the night I managed to run away he just up and dipped. Then, I realized it's real. Oh my god, it's actually happening. He's going to finally get what's coming to him. And every day I waited to hear that he'd been arrested. But he was never caught. Last I saw him while you were there. Hitoshi then looked at Shoto. He shot me. And still he has yet to be caught and put to justice. It just shows how slippery a man truly is. Shoto frowned before he sat next to Hitoshi on Hitoshi's bed. Hitoshi looked at him. So, what's with the question? My father is finally being charged with child abuse, neglect, and with domestic abuse, Shoto told Hitoshi. Oh wow, that must be exciting. Shoto frowned at this and gently tugged at a string on his shirt. Yes, no, I don't know how I should feel. On one hand, he's finally getting what's coming to him. Finally, but on the other hand, what if it doesn't happen? Like with you and your uncle. What if it's just a waste of time and resources and for nothing? My old man has a lot of money, Hitoshi. He can pay off anyone and everyone. I see. Hitoshi looked at his ceiling. You're in the stage I was in. The stage where you think they're just going to scold you and give you back to your abuser. It happened in the past. Why would this time be any different? Shoto put both of his hands under his head as he stared at the ceiling with Hitoshi. Because it was different for me. Hitoshi turned to look at Shoto, and Shoto turned his head to look at him in turn. It was finally different. I wasn't scolded for lying, nor was I handed back to my uncle. So this time has to be different for you. You know why? Why? Because you're not the one who filed the complaint. Hitoshi told him and then looked back at his ceiling. And they're all forced to listen now. Huh, Shoto whispered. That's a little messed up if you think about it. Yeah, I know. Hitoshi whispered as he then laughed. Trust me, I know. Come on. Hitoshi patted Shoto's leg before standing up. Huh, where? We're gonna go and get some ice cream downstairs. I think we both need it. When we're done, Shoto trailed off, making Hitoshi look at him. Could you put makeup on me? You want to wear makeup? Shoto thought about it before nodding. Yeah, I think I do. UA was a school with a no-nonsense policy on bullying. This much was clear to anyone who attended. So, when a new quirkless girl was suddenly added to the Gen Ed roster while nobody dared bully her, it was clear that a lot of the Gen Ed students didn't exactly welcome her with open arms. It was shown when eating lunch. She was by herself. It was almost comical if it wasn't sad. One giant table with one lonely girl sitting at it. Still, she looked unbothered as she ate her lunch and kicked her feet. Now, there was a little under a week left before school would be let out for summer. After this week it would be time for camp come Monday. While everyone was already planning on a mall trip this Saturday to get things they may need for camp, not everyone could come. Still, the fact that the semester was about to end didn't stop Achako from standing up from her table with Ida and approaching the lonely girl. Achako spoke briefly to her and then gestured her thumb towards her table with Ida. The invitation was clear. The girl didn't even hesitate as she perked and quickly went to join Achako and Ida. That one notion led to their, somehow, second, third, and fourth unofficial members of Class 1A. Toga Himiko and her two very weird brothers Dabai and Jin, which was strange because Hitoshi knew for a fact that Jin was a grown-ass adult and was like 90% sure Dabai was one as well. It was hard to say as Dabai kept the lower half of his face hidden by a face mask. Jin, on the other hand, wore a full-fledged face mask when he spoke, and he absolutely had some form of DID. Toga brought them both to the dorms and excitedly introduced them, as well as showed them off. Everyone was a little wary but polite regardless, save for one, Shoto. Shoto just kept staring directly at Dabai. Shoto also kept tilting his head from side to side like a confused puppy as he did this. His eyes narrowed while he just watched Dabai. What? Dabai finally hissed towards Shoto. You got something you want to say, Peppermint? Everyone was looking at the two at this point. Shoto just had that confused look on his face before he shook his head. No, you look like someone I knew, but he shook his head. It can't be, he's dead. Then Shoto looked away from Dabai and the others. Dabai scoffed and turned away from where Shoto had fled to focus more on Toga and the others. Hey, Toga bounced off of the couch and jumped towards Hitoshi, who was debating going after Shoto but now couldn't. What's with the cat? I've never seen a green one before. Oh, this is Mossy. He's our vice class rep, Kaminari told her with a smile as he hung off of the side of the couch. Really? That's amazing. I bet he tastes yummy. And just like that, the room became heavy with tension and wide eyes. Hitoshi found himself taking a sudden step away from this girl. Toga frowned suddenly and then looked down. Oh, I did it again, she whispered shyly. I didn't mean it like that. I mean I did. It's weird, okay? I don't want to actually eat him. It's complicated. Toga groaned as she dragged her hands down her face and then proceeded to sit in between Dabai and Jin. What was that? Hitoshi gave Toga a look. It was like some part of you switched gears. You don't have to tell him a thing, Toga, you should tell him everything. Jin spoke with two different voices contradicting each other. Hitoshi Moss spoke suddenly and without care. I can't describe it, but there's something about this girl that's been bugging me. Like, I know her. Hitoshi turned towards Moss. Dabai's eyes narrowed as eyed Hitoshi up and down. What was that? He suddenly demanded, and that made Hitoshi turn back towards him in alarm. I know what I saw. Your eyes lit up, and I mean that in a literal sense. You telepathic or something. If you have something you want to say, Dabai then stood, and him being a grown adult, he was tall but not taller than Hitoshi. Hitoshi was still taller than him by an inch. It happened fast when Monoma and Takoyami immediately flanked Hitoshi's sides with dark shadow above Hitoshi's head growling. Everyone was on their feet, but nobody was taking sides just yet as they waited to see who would make the first move. I am telepathic, Hitoshi found himself admitting. But not to anybody else here. He then picked Moss up and held his cat up to Dabai. I communicate with my cat telepathically because he's not a normal cat. When he talks to me, his eyes glow just the same, right, Moss? You're aware of what you're doing, right? Moss asked as he looked back at Hitoshi. I know, but I need them to trust me. If that means exposing us, then. What? Everyone, including Dark Shadow and Takoyami, yelled at him in surprise once it became clear that Hitoshi was, in fact, not lying. Moss is a special cat. He's borderline human in his thoughts, and it's because of him I learned that I can attempt telepathy. He's helped me expand my quirk in a way that I never would have thought of. I apologize if you thought I was talking behind your backs. That was never my intention. I was merely talking to Moss. Moss then mewed in obvious agreement. Dabai looked from Moss to Hitoshi. 8. Never would have expected that. Then he sat back down. My bad. Hitoshi snorted and let Moss rest back on his shoulder. So ... what was he asking? Toga was the brave soul to ask Hitoshi after a few moments of silence. I already told him I wasn't going to eat him. He wasn't asking me anything. He was just telling me that you seem familiar to him. Toga gave a weak laugh. I think I would remember a cat like that. Even when I was on the streets, I saw lots of stray cats. None green, though. There's just something about those eyes now that I think about it. Toga leaned over Dabai to get a better look at Moss. Moss narrowed his eyes. No, there's something about her that just feels so familiar. Her teeth, Hitoshi. Her teeth. Hitoshi looked at Toga's eyes and then to her teeth as she was smiling. Wide and vampiric, identical to Naisa's own teeth. Oh my god, then it struck Hitoshi as he took a step back in alarm. You weren't always quirkless, were you? Toga's smile dropped and for a moment she looked confused before the smile returned. Wow, you're really smart. You figured it out so quickly. And she stood. Jin and Dabai both kept sharp eyes out as she approached Hitoshi. How do ya know? She inquired, and Hitoshi just stared at her teeth before looking once more at Moss. Everyone was looking at them now with rapt interest as no more than 30 seconds ago, Toga was thought to be completely quirkless, and now they were here. Moss picked it up. It's her teeth. They're vampiric in style, much like someone we've met who has a quirk that doesn't belong to him. Then Toga's happy demeanor changed as she growled at Hitoshi with the light leaving her eyes. I think I know exactly who you're talking about. Her fists clenched tightly. That boy, right? The one with the green hair, the one that's not even alive. That's the one. I like to call him nice. We were told his name was Izuku or some shit like that. Dabai gave a heavy sigh as he stood next to Toga. They heard our precious Toga and took her quirk. Who said that? Not me. Twice was beside Toga, the same as Dabai. But still, he didn't stop. We tried to take her quirk back, but they warped us here. Toga explained to Hitoshi as she finished for Twice. But yes, they took my quirk to give to that thing. What was your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? Hitoshi asked amongst the shocked mutters of his other classmates. They can just do that. Mina whispered to Denki. I guess so. I've never heard of someone being able to take a quirk and give it to someone else. Denki whispered. Oh, Toga, that's awful. Ochako spoke louder than the others. This made Toga look at Ochako with a mixture of shock and surprise. I can't imagine having my quirk forcibly ripped away from me and given to that thing from the USJ. Hagakure hissed. Shapeshifting. Toga turned back to Hitoshi. My quirk was shapeshifting. If you drank blood, you'd be able to shapeshift into that person. Bakugo grumbled as he sat on the back of the couch the others were just sitting on. Right, Toga nodded. That's it. Yeah, both Bakugo and I have run into that quirk more often than not. Hitoshi explained to her. He's turned into me twice. Yes, what do want? Jin asked so suddenly that it made Hitoshi jolt in alarm. Ignore him. Dabai waved Jin off. Why is that thing hunting you guys? What does it want? Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck and then looked at Moss. It's hard to say. He wants multiple things from multiple people and he's dead set on getting those things. But Toga, you are right. He's not alive. Toga rolled her eyes. Yeah, it was obvious the moment I laid my eyes on him and he crossed the wrong path by taking my quirk, and I won't rest until I get my quirk back. We could use this to our advantage, Hitoshi. Moss jumped in as he looked at Hitoshi. What do you mean? She knows her quirk better than anybody. We may be able to find weaknesses to help bring Nais down. Hitoshi thought about it. What'd the cat say? Dabai demanded when Hitoshi suddenly became thoughtful. He says we may be able to use her help if you're willing. Hitoshi looked at Toga as he said this. Who knows your quirk better than you, right? If we can find a weakness, then we'll be ready for the next attack, whenever or wherever it may be. The light in Toga's eyes returned full force. You want my help? I do. You know, Bakugo jumped from the back of the couch into the floor. Nais has more than just her quirk, right? He then crossed his arms over his chest. He has that healing factor for sure which could hinder any and all weaknesses void. You're true, but we need something to work with, Bakugo. You're not just the only one he's royally pissed at because Hitoshi scratched at his face. Asked Takoyami. I more or less forced Nais to hate me, and odds are I'm at the top of his hit list. Bakugo hummed. I suppose you have a point. Toga leveled her eyes with Hitoshi and then took Bakugo. I don't care if he hates me or not. I just want what's rightfully mine, and if I get to help take that thing down, I'm more than willing. Here's how my quirk works. Everyone was crowding around Toga, notebooks out as they hastily wrote. This was something all of Class 1 rallied together on. Something that needed to be stopped before Nais, got even more powerful and out of control. It was how Jin, Dabai, and Toga all became unofficial members of one that were welcomed into the dorms anytime. That night, before Hitoshi made it back to his dorm, he was hounded by the class for keeping his telepathy with Moss a secret from them, and then asked for about an hour about how it was done. Then 2, grabbed by Shoto and hauled into the other boys' dorm with no warning. Whoa, what's up? I'm going to say something crazy. Shoto cut Hitoshi off and then went to his desk where he showed Hitoshi a whiteboard hanging on the wall. It was like something out of a movie with pictures thrown up, taped on the board, and then had crisscrossing red strings to each picture. I believe Dabai is my dead brother who came back to life. Okay, why? Oh boy. Hitoshi really wished he hadn't asked that. Next thing he knew, he and Moss were sitting on Shoto's bed as Shoto divulged into his family history and about what happened to Taui, which was sad. But then he followed it up with this rant about how Dabai was absolutely his dead brother. But Taui has white hair, Hitoshi had pointed out. I thought about that. I believe it was the fire that turned his hair black. Fire doesn't work like that, my dude. Shoto hummed as he rubbed at his eyes and stared at this board of his with intensity. I just wish I knew what it all means. All of these people and coincidences. It's leading to something, I know it is. Honey, Hitoshi sighed. You're not making much sense to me right now. Then Hitoshi spotted a name on the board. What's with that name? He asked as he pointed to it. Kikayo. Does it mean anything? Kikayo. Oh yeah, another thing that just doesn't make sense to me but has to be connected. Yeah, I met this woman in the same hospital my mother stays in. Yeah, your mom that you visit every weekend. Yes, and this woman, Shoto laughed a little. She said she was her mother when she saw a picture of you, but that can't be right. Hitoshi felt like someone dumped a bucket of ice water down his back. What? His voice became small and tight. What did you just say? She said she was your mother. But look, I'm going to find your real mother, trust me. God, how can someone so smart be? Hitoshi cut himself off before he said something he was going to regret. What hospital is this? He demanded in a voice that made Moss jump a little. Shoto looked at him in shock. It's a mental facility. The Osaka mental facility to be exact. Hitoshi nearly left Moss for his scramble for the door. He did turn around and take his cat back. Of course, he didn't even say goodbye to Shoto. Hitoshi nearly knocked down Monoma on his way out of the dorms entirely. Sorry, he called over his shoulder before he left for the apartments. She's a pretty lady, isn't she? Hitoshi's father asked him. His face was completely blank in Hitoshi's mind now as he showed 6-year-old Hitoshi a picture of his Hitoshi's mother. In his mind this picture was also blank. I'm hoping maybe she'll get clean before too long, then we can all be a happy family again. Of course there's still the matter of your quirk, but in due time I suppose. By the time Hitoshi made it to his foster's apartment he was panting and sweating. Any makeup he may have been wearing was in streaks and he didn't care. Dear, Hisashi asked from the table as he was the first to spot Hitoshi. Everything okay? My mother. Lead. First time in. Ever. He wheezed out and missed how Hisashi's eyes went wide. Mother. You have a mother. Addict. Drugs. Unstable. Hitoshi continued to wheeze. Never met. Akasa mental facility. Please. Hisashi almost looked torn at this as he looked at the table. How strange, he whispered. You're not the only one whose mother made a sudden appearance. And Hitoshi didn't like what Hisashi meant by that. Bonus. Boss, you back with us? Yeah, boss. What happened? You were affected by a quirk, but don't worry. We got a specialist to erase it from your body. A quirk? Yeah, hard to explain really. But it was messing with your brains. But again, don't worry. The doctor assured us that it should have worn off by now. Do you know who this is? A picture was given to the boss and he looked at it. His brow furrowed for several seconds before recognition sparked in his eyes. That goddamn brat. He roared in rage as he stood up. If I didn't need the brat I would kill her 10 times over. Welcome back, Overhaul. One of Overhaul's henchmen bowed at him but did not touch him. We've missed you this last year. How bad has everything been halted? Overhaul demanded as he started to pace around. No, don't answer, it's all coming to me, bad, because of that boy. Boy, where is the girl? Overhaul demanded. It's unknown currently but we have people looking into it. When you find her, there's most likely going to be a boy with her as well. Bring him to me as well. He will pay for making a fool out of me. Overhaul huffed heavily as anger coursed through his veins. Nobody makes a fool of him. Nobody. Izuku padded up to Eri and then jumped into her lap. The little girl was sitting at the dinner table with her 3 fathers and Hitoshi all looking at her. I don't understand, she finally said softly. Hisashi sighed deeply as he looked at his 2 husbands before looking back at her. Well, your mother wants to see you, dear. She emailed me personally about it. Yes, you told me that, but why? Her confusion only grew while Izuku allowed her to pick him up and hold her against his chest. She gently scratched behind his ears while still looking confused. She hates me. She said I was a cursed child and that she doesn't want anything to do with me anymore because I made Daddy vanish. Eri clasped her hands over her ears and shook her head so wildly that her ponytail wiggled from side to side. Baby, Izzy. Hisashi put a hand on her shoulder. If you don't want to see her again, that's fine. Abara whispered to Shouta in a voice so soft that Izuku was only able to pick up on it because of his sharp hearing. Shouta whispered back, but if she wants to see me then, shouldn't I at least hear her out? Eri whispered as she looked at her lap with misty eyes. Maybe she wants to apologize. That's what you taught me, right? That when people are mean to you then they should apologize. Maybe she realized she was being mean and wants to say sorry to me. The 3 men looked at one another with varying degrees of distrust on their faces. Surprisingly, it was Hitoshi who kept the positive outlook up. Yeah, maybe, Hitoshi told her with a smile. Was it because he too just learned not too long ago that his own mother is out there? Or was it because he really believed it? Izuku didn't know. Eri looked at Hitoshi and then back down at her lap. Would you see your mommy again? She asked Hitoshi. If she asked, well, our situation is different, sweetie. I've never met my mother. Hitoshi told her in a soft voice. I want to meet her again. But I want you with me, big brother. She grabbed Hitoshi's hand. I don't want to be alone with her. Oh, trust me, you won't be. Shouta shook his head. I'm sure we all will be there. It was unanimous as all the fathers nodded along with Shouta's claim. There was no way they were letting Eri be alone, even if this woman was her mother. Eri gave a shy smile at this and then looked at Izuku. And you'll be there too, right, Mossy? She asked the cat. Izuku nodded and she then hugged him tightly, but not too tightly. Then, I'll meet her. Hisashi didn't look too happy but was doing his best to hide it. In fact, none of the Fosters looked particularly happy. Even so when Hisashi looked at Hitoshi. And you, do you want to meet your mother as well? You said she was. Where? Now it was Hitoshi that looked down at his hands, be it out of embarrassment or thoughtfulness. Todoroki claimed that she found him in Akasa mental facility, I think. If it is her I just want to. He paused and actually thought about it. What did he want to do? Did he want to just talk? Ask her questions? Yell at her? He didn't know. It must have shown on his face as Hisashi patted his hand. You just want to meet her, I'm sure. Hitoshi thought about it some more and decided yeah, really that's all he wanted to do. For 16 years he was told about his mother, about how she was a druggie, about how she abandoned him for drugs, abandoned his father alike. Hitoshi just wanted to meet her. Izuku watched Hitoshi for a few moments before he wriggled himself out of Iri's arms and jumped on Hitoshi's shoulder. Hitoshi absent-mindedly reached up and scratched under Izuku's chin. Izuku raised his head up, loving the touch he was being given. Well, it's the same as with Iri. When we find this woman, we'll all be with you, Hitoshi. Shouta promised first, and he scooted out of his seat. He then ruffled Hitoshi's hair as he passed the boy. Hitoshi and Izuku both watched him go before looking at each other. Did I upset him? Hitoshi shut his eyes as he thought this. I hope not. In fact, they all look really unhappy, even Oboro. Oboro wasn't smiling as he stared at a nearby wall and just seemed lost in thought. Hitoshi just felt awkward as time ticked on, and finally it got too much and he stood. I think I'm going back to the dorms now. Mossy, you're joining? He asked as he pointed at Izuku. Izuku looked at him, thought, and shook his head. I'm going to stay with Brat for a little longer. I'll be back before dark. Okay. And Hitoshi put Izuku down on the table. See you guys later. Bye. Hisashi called, and Oboro only smiled a very small smile. Hey, Oboro stopped Hitoshi from completely walking out the door. Yes, Papa. You know we love you, right? Oboro asked, and Hitoshi blinked. Of course. And I love you. Hitoshi smiled at them. Bye. Then he left. Izuku looked at Oboro, who looked at him and then stood. I think it's time for my patrol. Izuku watched him go out the door briskly. Iri was already going back to her room, and this just left Hisashi. Hisashi sighed once it was the two of them. I'm worried, Moss. Hisashi finally admitted as he picked Izuku up and held him close to his chest. Izuku purred and allowed this. The man was gentle in his touch and hold. Hitoshi mother doesn't have a chance in hell. Not if she's admitted fully to a mental hospital. But Iri's mother. If she demands guardianship and the courts deem her as fit, she could very well take Iri away. That would crush not just us but Hitoshi. I know he was just saying what he thought was best, but we were hoping to dissuade Iri from meeting with that awful woman. Does that make us awful? Wouldn't say awful. Selfish, yes, but not awful. Izuku answered, knowing full well that Hisashi couldn't understand him. The man smiled and tucked Izuku's head under his chin. Izuku kept on purring as he rubbed against Hisashi's chin before he spotted Brat and demanded to be let down. Okay. Hisashi gave a tiny laugh and tossed Izuku gently to the ground. Immediately Brat started to hop around Izuku in excitement. Izuku returned the excitement in full, and the two of them tumbled in a play fight. A play fight that would quickly turn into a dog pile when Pumpkin and Brine joined in. Soon it really just turned into Izuku and Pumpkin going from a simple play fight to a more aggressive play fight. No claws were used, but they certainly weren't gentle with one another either. The fight would dispel when Aizawa shook a bag of treats, getting everyone's attention. Everyone got one, including Izuku, and the cats went off to do their own thing after that. Izuku spotted Brat looking outside of the glass window leading to the balcony, so he joined her. It's so surreal, she whispered to Izuku, her once scraggly voice gone with a younger voice that made her seem like a new cat entirely, especially since she sounded so young. One moment I was laying on the blanket, and the next thing I knew I was young again. She looked at her paws and flexed them to show her claws. I have my claws again, and I'm shorter than you. She looked at him and he looked at her. It's almost like Pumpkin, but I remember everything. I feel like a new cat, but I'm not. Izuku looked away from her and looked out of the balcony. I know what you mean, he whispered to her. It's weird. You don't even think it could be real, but it is. I feel like I was given a new life. Yeah. Brat leaned against Izuku's wild fur and then just sighed, but it was a happy sigh. I'm glad. I feel like I could go on forever with this new chance. Just take it from a professional. Don't be careless. You won't get another. That's true. I won't. She purred before laying down and turning herself into a loaf on the floor. And neither will you. So, don't go chasing after any more dogs, okay? I don't think dogs are a problem anymore for us. At least none like the last. That's good. But Izuku didn't feel at ease, as in the back of his mind, in the far back in a dark and deserted corner, he can always feel eyes watching him, waiting for the next slip up. Hitoshi and Takoyami circled around each other. Both boys were dressed in gym shorts and tank tops of different colors, red for Hitoshi and black for Takoyami. They each had fake wooden daggers in their hands, as they were in a gym and couldn't be seen with actual knives. The aim of the game was to either disarm their opponent or get the other to surrender. There were rules, of course: nothing below the belt, no biting, eye poking. Hitting was allowed, but if you get bruised then that's on you. Oh, and of course no quirks. Hitoshi had his wooden dagger pointed down and tucked against his wrist, tucked away but waiting for a moment to strike. Takoyami had his dagger out and clenched tightly in his hand, ready and not waiting. They were squared up and ready to strike by waiting for the other to strike. Finally, it was Takoyami that charged. Hitoshi waited as Takoyami ran at him, prepared to strike. When Takoyami was close enough, Hitoshi threw his arm out and the two daggers clacked together for a moment. But Takoyami, being the more experienced out of the two of them, used that to his advantage and suddenly wrapped his free arm around Hitoshi's dagger-wielding arm in an attempt to disarm him. Hitoshi used this to his advantage and pulled Takoyami in with that very arm. Takoyami moved a step in and that's all Hitoshi needed. Takoyami really didn't expect the headbutt to the side of the face, nor, while stunned, Hitoshi knocked his leg against the back of Takoyami's leg and sent him flying to the ground in an instant. Well, Hitoshi wasn't the only one with a trick up his sleeve. Takoyami hit the ground, but not before kicking the wooden dagger out of Hitoshi's hand, disarming Hitoshi and thus winning. Clever. Hitoshi sighed and looked at this abandoned wooden blade. You almost had me. Takoyami grumbled and extended his hand out for Hitoshi to take. Hitoshi did and helped his friend up to his feet. I wasn't expecting that headbutt, that's for sure. He then rubbed at the sore spot where Hitoshi had slammed his face into. A dangerous move, might I add, as I have a beak. Hitoshi gave a small laugh at that. It was a calculated risk. Hey, are you coming to the mall with us on Saturday? Hitoshi asked, changing the subject while grabbing his wooden dagger from the ground. The mall? Yeah, some of us are getting sanctioned leave to go and get stuff needed for the summer camp coming up. I need a few things, so I'm going. I see. Takoyami thought about it for a moment. I suppose I may need new shoes. I don't think I own anything appropriate for hiking. I'll ask my parents for money. Hitoshi smiled. Great, I'll be sure to add you to the list. The more the better, literally, safety and numbers and whatnot. Dark shadow poked out of Takoyami's head and gave a happy chirp as she watched Hitoshi. Hitoshi waved at her. You know, Takoyami cleared his throat a little and was thankful for his black feathers. When we were sparring, you were a tad rigid and your movements a little not smooth. The pulling could easily be used against you if the villain had a weapon of their own. Hitoshi listened to Takoyami's words and then hummed. You're right. I need to be smoother with my techniques. I need to. Perhaps if I were to treat it like a dance. A dance? Hitoshi smiled and nodded. It's silly. I know nobody is going to come at me pirouetting, but maybe I should start treating fighting as more of a dance to help loosen myself up. Perhaps. Takoyami was silenced when Hitoshi turned and hooked his phone up to a Bluetooth speaker from his bag. Maybe it would help if I just get used to the idea first. And he reached into his duffel bag and pulled out his slippers. You just have those with you? Takoyami inquired and Hitoshi nodded. It's easier to have everything with me, be it working out or ballet practice. Hitoshi explained. This way I don't leave anything behind by accident. He took his tennis shoes off and put on his slippers. They were still demi-soles as he wasn't able to have point shoes yet. One more year and he'll be able to advance to that stage. I'm a little surprised at the music. Takoyami hummed as the piano music filled the air. What? You didn't think we'd just dance to the Nutcracker all day, did you? Hitoshi lightly teased with a smile as he slipped into his shoes. Takoyami, once again, was thankful for his feathers for hiding his shame. Once Hitoshi was ready and stretched properly for simple moves, he stood and got into position as he would in ballet class. Takoyami sat on a nearby bench and simply watched as Hitoshi started to dance to the music. Hitoshi wasn't doing anything fancy, simple ballet moves to get himself warmed up properly. Then, when he was confident in himself, he reached out for Takoyami. Okay, let's try simple moves. Takoyami, who wasn't sure how this would go, simply nodded and grabbed the fake dagger and got in front of Hitoshi like he was going to attack. The slow music that filled the gym didn't help his sudden nerves. Still, Takoyami went for it and Hitoshi dodged almost expertly with a pirouette, and when Takoyami turned, Hitoshi was in an arabesque position and waiting. Takoyami went to attack again, but this time Hitoshi blocked him by putting his arm out, and once Takoyami's arm was past a certain point, Hitoshi grabbed that very arm and twisted himself inwards as if he was going to pull Takoyami into a dance. He didn't. Once they were touching, Hitoshi twisted Takoyami into a large circle and sent the other flying away. Takoyami stumbled back in surprise. Oh, of course. It finally hit him. If your opponent has no knowledge of the dance, then you have the upper hand. If it looks stupid but it works, then it's not stupid. Hitoshi balanced back in 3 quick steps. So, come at me. Takoyami would try again. And again, but Hitoshi literally danced circles around him with his knowledge of ballet and Takoyami's lack thereof. You know, Takoyami, you should try ballet. Hitoshi told him during this. Not for me. Takoyami shook his head at the thought. Fair. Takoyami came at him and Hitoshi grabbed his friend's wrist, knocking the dagger out of Takoyami's palm as he pulled Takoyami in. For a moment Takoyami wondered if Hitoshi grew, but no. Hitoshi was on his toes, the very tips, before he lowered himself down to the flats of his feet. I'd think you'd be good at it. Hitoshi smiled, his eyes soft and his expression relatively lax. I will say ... you do look graceful when you leap and pirouette. Thank you. There's more to ballet than just dancing on your toes. That's what a bunch of people don't understand. Hitoshi then let Takoyami go. Could you show me? Takoyami stopped himself, but it was too late as Hitoshi was already looking at him. Maybe just something basic. We'd be here for a while just teaching you the basics, I'm afraid. But, tell you what, I'll dance with you. Hitoshi offered. And I'll just show you where to move, and if you decide you like ballet, then I'll teach you a little more. Oh okay. Takoyami gulped when Hitoshi positioned himself behind Takoyami. What's your weight? I can lift Momo and Monoma well, but I just need to be sure I can do the same for you. For a moment his weight was forgotten. Whoa, Hitoshi, deciding for himself, put his hands on Takoyami's hips and lifted him. Oh yeah, you're close to Monoma's weight, so this'll be easy. Hitoshi gently put Takoyami on the ground. Then the dance started. We're going to go back a few steps. You can hop or skip a step. Hitoshi instructed and Takoyami followed his instruction to a T and skipped back a few steps while Hitoshi led him. I'm going to dip you. Just make sure to loosen your back and don't freak. I have you. Hitoshi reassured him and Takoyami did as he instructed. Takoyami was dipped forward and he was dipped low as Hitoshi leaned in, keeping one strong arm firm against Takoyami's back. Takoyami had no thoughts as he forgot they were even in a gym at this point. It felt like they were a stage with a spotlight shining down on them. Takoyami and Hitoshi moved a little clunky in this dance, but that's just because Takoyami wasn't as skilled as Hitoshi. Yet, Hitoshi never seemed to mind as he instructed Takoyami where to go and how to do it. It ended when Hitoshi broke away in a pirouette and then got down with his knee tucked under him and his arms out. I'll catch you, he promised. Takoyami believed him with no question asked as he allowed Hitoshi to lift him. Hitoshi didn't even shake as he caught Takoyami by his waist and lifted him up into the air. For a moment Takoyami couldn't even describe it as he was in the air being held up while Hitoshi stayed in that same position on the ground. Then the moment was ruined by clapping. Bravo, Jesus. Hitoshi, being stunned, dropped Takoyami. Oof, I am so sorry. Hitoshi quickly helped Takoyami up to his feet as both boys looked towards Mirio. Mirio was with his friends as they all looked interested, except for Tamaki who was doing everything in his power not to look as he tucked himself away in a corner. Mirio was still clapping. Talk about a show. I certainly wasn't expecting that. Hitoshi turned scarlet as he looked away from the others. I'm glad you liked it, he whispered softly. I wasn't expecting an audience. Neither was I. I liked it. Dark shadow popped out of Takoyami's shoulder. You should both do that again sometime. Yes, maybe another, but it's getting late. Hitoshi looked at the time on his phone. I have to go. I promised the Fosters I'd eat with them today. They got it in their head that all I'm eating in the dorms is ramen. But that is all you eat. Takoyami snorted. Hitoshi packed his bags and smiled. Well, I never said they were exaggerating. See you, Takoyami, Mirio, Nejire, Tamaki. Hitoshi bid his goodbye to all of them respectfully as he made sure his bag was packed up and on his arm. He didn't even change out of his slippers as he retreated, but before he left he looked over his shoulder and those indigo eyes bore into Takoyami. For what it's worth, you'd make a wonderful black swan. Then he left. Takoyami watched him go with a small smile before he too packed and left the gym to the big three. This left Takoyami both over the moon and ... if not a tad offended by that last statement. Huimaru was the name of Iri's mother. Something went wrong with the Akasa facility. Hitoshi didn't know what, but there was nobody by the name of Shinsu there. So, he'd have to ask Todoroki next time he'd see him if this person was really his mother. It could have been a crazy woman saying anyone was her son for all Hitoshi knew. It left him rather disappointed, but he didn't have time to be disappointed. Now, it was time for them all to be there for Iri, as promised. Iri's mother did not want to come to UA. Red flag. She insisted that they all come and meet her at the local McDonald's. Seeing how 3 heroes were going to be there, and a hero in training, it was decided that would be fine, as long as it was in public and not alone at her house. Perhaps that's the reason she wanted to do McDonald's. Yui was sitting at a table with another man who looked elated to see Iri as she hopped up. Yui looked to be in her late 30s. Her hair was long and brown and put up into a ponytail. Hizashi put both of his hands on Iri's shoulders and pulled her back into him. Iri didn't seem to want to pull away. She didn't even look happy to see this woman, and Hitoshi couldn't blame her. Here, Hitoshi handed moss to Iri and Iri held him quietly. Immediately the woman stopped and took a step back. Though, Yui was now closer and Hitoshi was able to see little things about her. Her face had a smattering of freckles across her nose. Her eyes were a honey brown and she had a gap between her 2 front teeth. Iri looked almost nothing like her. They had the same eye shape and same smile as well as nose, but aside from that, the woman looked uncomfortable as she looked at the cat in Iri's arms. Moss looked at her and his ears went flat on his head in clear distrust. I'd rather not have a cat here, Yui stated, and Iri just looked at her before looking back at Hitoshi. Mossy isn't a normal cat, Iri stated finally. He's really smart and knows to stay on the ground, or on Big Brother's shoulder. That did not ease the woman's mind as she just stared at Moss. I guess ... if he's just away from me, that's fine. The woman was trying to control her face, it was obvious. Now come, I already ordered for you, let's talk. I already ate, Iri told the woman. So, I'm not hungry. The woman sucked in a breath at this. And why when you guys knew we'd be coming here? She asked in a leveled voice at the 3 Fosters. We try to limit fast food intake, for one. We don't mind once in a while, but we already had fast food this week. Oboro was the one to explain while he walked with Eri and the others to the table. Not only that, but Eri doesn't really like McDonald's. Yui scoffed. What child doesn't like McDonald's? Eri, Hazashi repeated. It's true, Eri admitted. Their nuggets taste weird and the burgers are too greasy. She told Yui as she sat down where some nuggets were laying in wait. But that's fine. Eri then handed Moss to Hitoshi. Hitoshi smiled and held Moss like a baby. Mossy loves nuggets and she took one to give to Moss. You are not feeding those to a cat, Yui said sternly, which made Eri pause and then put the nugget down. Sorry, she whispered and immediately was patted on the head by Shouta. Let's just skip the pleasantries. Shouta finally spoke. What do you want? His eyes were calculating as he stared at the woman and then to the man sitting with her. The man wasn't part of the equation. He was a short man with blonde hair and green eyes. He was slightly pudgy but nothing too wild. He looked a bit plain. Right, this is my husband, Takashi, Yui said matter-of-factly. I felt it best if he attended with us today. If you're going to be blunt, then I'll be blunt. Seeing how Eri seems to finally has a grasp on her quirk, I want her back. I don't want to live with you. Eri didn't give anybody else a chance to speak as she cut Yui off. Seeing how you're being blunt and all. Well, you have no say. I think I do. Eri looked at her mother with a leveled stare. You gave me to Kai, and I think you have no say. Her mother's fists clenched as her face turned angry. Who do you think you're talking to, young lady? I'm the adult. Chairs scraped and two clattered. The moment Yui stood, all three of the Fosters were out of the seats, with all of them having one hand on Eri, daring Yui to try anything. Eri would wriggle out from under their hands so she could sit in Hitoshi's lap. Hitoshi held onto her and Moss jumped onto her shoulders so he could watch. Eri, get off that boy's lap, Yui demanded after a few seconds of tense silence. You're being embarrassing. He's my big brother, but you wouldn't know that, would you? Eri shot back as she hit her face in Hitoshi's neck. He is not. He is, Eri shouted back with vigor. Hitoshi is my older brother. He knows me the most. He knows what it's like to be unloved by someone who's supposed to love you. He knows what it's like to be hurt time and time again by someone who's supposed to be family. He knows what it's like to rather be homeless eating out of garbage cans than go back to our abusers. Hitoshi was the very first person to ever show me kindness, even when I told him my quirk. Why? Because he has a quirk he doesn't like. He, by every right, is my big brother. And Eri sucked in an uneasy breath as tears collected in her eyes. I know why I want to talk to you now. To yell at you. How dare you just demand I leave my family? I love my daddies and my big brother. And they love me. You didn't love me. You called me a curse. And you gave up. Yui's face fell as she looked at Eri for a few moments more, and then her shoulders slumped as she wilted visibly. I see. Eri puffed her cheeks out in an almost comical pout before she put her face against the crook of Hitoshi's neck again, and Hitoshi silently patted Eri's back. I see, Yui repeated before she stood. I'm your mother. You stopped being my mommy when you gave me away. Eri didn't even look at her. Just go. I don't want a mommy like you. I have 3 daddies who actually love me and who will never give me away or call me a curse. Yui went quiet and then she grabbed her purse. Let's go, Takashi. We'll find something else, I guess. Something else. Shouta scoffed. Something else. The woman's face turned red. If you must know, I'm infertile. Eri was my last chance for a biological child. I knew it. Hitoshi shook his head before sneering at her but not saying anything more. Yui just looked at him and turned, hurrying out so quickly that Takashi nearly tripped over the chair to follow behind her. Silence followed before everyone visibly relaxed. I was too harsh, wasn't I? Eri asked when she broke away from Hitoshi to look at her dads. Sometimes, people just need that wake-up call. Oboro told her and got down on one knee to look at her. You spoke what was on your mind and that makes me happy. You don't have to take BS from anyone and you're learning your worth. Eri smiled a watery smile at him before sniffling. Thanks, Papa. Come on. Shouta offered his hand and Eri took it to hop off of Hitoshi's lap. Moss balanced on her shoulders before he was picked up by Hazashi and held against the man's chest. Let's go home. I agree. Eri puffed her chest out happily. Nugget. Hitoshi offered the breaded nugget to Moss, who was more than happy for such a treat. Bonus. Izuku stretched himself out on the balcony of the Fosters. The apartment was abuzz with the Fosters going back and forth on this surprise that they want to give the children. Izuku just wanted some alone time. Such alone time is what resulted in him perking his ears up suddenly. A strong smell wafted through the air and his nose twitched. The smell was deep and calling to him. Izuku stood up quickly and jumped up to the railing. Outside. For now, stay on the balcony. Fairy, Vlad spoke from the balcony next to theirs. He put his cat outside. This cat looked like him, only she was a normal colored cat. She was a ragdoll that was clearly a pure breed cat and not fixed. She smelt. Oh, I gotta go. Izuku realized as his pupils expanded the moment he looked at her. This cat was thick-furred, like him. Her body was white, but her legs were dark brown. Her toes were white. and her face was masked in dark brown fur as well as her ears, but she had a white hourglass on the bridge of her nose. She had the biggest and bluest eyes, and her smell. I gotta go. He cried out loud. I gotta go. Gotta go. Open the door. He yowled and patted the balcony door. Hello. Izuku's breath stuttered as he turned to look at the other cat who was now on their balcony. Her smell was almost overpowering. This was a cat in heat, and Izuku wasn't neutered. Can you help me? Izuku laid across Hitoshi's shoulder as Hitoshi walked into the mall with Mina, Ochako, Toga, Tsu, Takoyami, Zero, and It's a shame the others couldn't all come with us, Ribbit, Tsu commented as she attached herself to Ochako's arm, who was out of the cast and just put into a boot. She should be fully healed tomorrow, who already had her other arm claimed by Toga. Toga was invited along, and by that it means she invited herself along and nobody had the heart to tell her no. Toga was skipping along despite the fact that Ochako and Tsu were not. She was beaming the entire time. It's just a safety precaution. Ada gently moved his glasses up. Too many hero students will make us a target. So, the teachers felt it best that we go in groups. Zero shrugged. Well, we shouldn't be long. What's our time frame? 2 hours, Mina answered for him. And Dad made it clear if we aren't back within the time limit he's hunting us down. Hitoshi reminded them. Easy peasy, Toga said happily as she did a little shimmy dance. Can we get Starbucks? She happily asked as she spotted the famous coffee place that was crowded as usual. Starbucks doesn't sound all the bad, Mina mumbled while giving her lips a little lick at the idea. But that'll take time. Allow me. Ida chopped his hand suddenly. Why don't you guys just give me your orders and money and I'll make sure you get what you want? Hitoshi put his hands in his pockets. But that'll take some time away from you. I don't need to get much. I already have a lot of camping gear. I just need to make sure that I have a sleeping bag, which isn't hard to get. You're the best, Ada. Toga hugged him tightly, making the boy blush. Yes, of course. Ada straightened himself up and cleared his throat. Write down your orders. You gonna get something? Izuku asked while he stayed draped over Hitoshi like a scarf. Hitoshi thought about it and nodded. Yeah, just get me a triple espresso. He put his hands in his pockets while others just looked at him. Just a triple espresso? Ochako asked and Hitoshi nodded. I don't need anything else. I'm not into those sugary drinks. So, a triple shot espresso, please. All right. We'll all meet back here in 30 minutes. Ida declared firmly and everyone decided on it. They would all then split up to go to their respective stores. Hitoshi, Takoyami walked up to him and had his hands shoved into the pouch of his hoodie. What do you need to get? Perhaps we could stay together. I don't need much, just some sunscreen in all actuality. Sunscreen? That's all. Hitoshi nodded. I'm whiter than sour cream. The sun will turn me into a crisp. Hitoshi dramatically draped his hand over his head as he said this. This nearly caused Izuku to slide off of him, but thankfully Izuku managed to correct himself before that happened. Takoyami gave a rare smile at Hitoshi's lame joke. Aside from that, I already have everything I need. I need hiking boots and perhaps I should also invest in some sunscreen. Takoyami looked at his hands before shoving them back into his hoodie pouch. Good. Let's go to the shoe store first so we can get your boots and then we'll go and get the sunscreen. Sounds like a plan. Takoyami agreed. So, off they went. The mall was huge and, perusal, packed. So, after looking at directions, they decided on which shoe store to go to. The shoe store was on the second floor, so up the escalator they went. When Takoyami stepped on, he stepped a little too short and nearly fell, but Hitoshi was quick to grab his hand. I got you. Hitoshi smiled at him and quickly pulled him up to the step he was on. Takoyami gave a little cough and quickly retracted his hand back into his little hoodie while looking away. Izuku only snorted as he watched this interaction. Clueless, he noted. Together Takoyami and Hitoshi went to the shoe department. While Takoyami tried on new hiking boots, Hitoshi was looking at some tennis shoes. He wasn't planning on buying anything as he was just looking. Izuku stretched himself out and just lazily smacked his lips. Someone's birthday is coming up. Izuku noted and it made Hitoshi smile a little. I guess it is, isn't it? I don't want anything, in case you were going to ask. Hitoshi remarked as he picked up a shoe and tossed it over in his hands a few times. I have enough, I think. He smiled and gently scratched Izuku's ear. This made Izuku purr a little as he lifted his head up to allow this. Too bad. Izuku responded. This made Hitoshi smile a little as he then looked around some more. It wouldn't be too long before Takoyami returned to Hitoshi's side with shoes picked out and in a bag. Hitoshi smiled at him and they walked out together. Hitoshi, pet store. Izuku perked his head up as they passed by a pet store that was showing off the latest batch of kittens in the window. I dunno, Mossy, we'd told them we'd be ready in 30 minutes. Hitoshi told Izuku and it made Takoyami look at him. Did he say something? He wants to go into the pet store. It's like his own toy store, you know. Hitoshi explained as they stopped walking and Takoyami's eyes got a spark behind them all of a sudden. We have time. Now that I think about it, I need to step inside myself. You have a pet. I told my mother I'd check prices on dog treats, Takoyami said, and Hitoshi just tilted his head. I don't remember seeing a dog when I visited. We got a puppy. Oh, okay. Now, Moss, you know I don't have a lot of money, so if you're going to pick something out, keep it cheap, Hitoshi instructed as he led Izuku down. Izuku started to trot into the store and went down the treat aisle. There were loads of cat treats, and Izuku went for the Milky Temptation treats, which were the cheapest and the tastiest. He kicked the treat off of the shelf and grabbed the bag in his mouth. Now, he just had to find Hitoshi and Takoyami. The store wasn't that big, and it didn't take long for Izuku to spot Hitoshi looking at the kittens in the window and was holding a fluffy black kitten in his arms while cooing. I'm right here, you know. Don't get jealous. It's not like I'm taking them home. Izuku snorted at this before looking around. He saw Takoyami. Izuku tilted his head when he spotted Takoyami in the fish section. Izuku narrowed his eyes and then trotted forward to see what Takoyami was looking at. Fish gravel. Takoyami had 2 bags in his hands and seemed to be weighing out his options. One was a bag of deep blue and black. The other bags were a transparent blue that were clear through. It was also shiny and reminded Izuku of pills. Takoyami caught Izuku out of the corner of his eye and did a double take before becoming embarrassed and trying to hide the bags behind his back. Don't worry about it. Takoyami coughed as he nervously laughed. Don't tell Hitoshi, either. It's a bird thing. Izuku only blinked and then turned and trotted back to Hitoshi, who was now holding a gray kitten and was cooing. I got my treat, Izuku told his owner. Oh, right. Hitoshi snapped out of his daze as he looked from the gray kitten and down to Izuku. He then looked at the kitten and frowned as it was clear he became attached. Goodbye, kitty. He nuzzled his nose against the kitten's nose and put the kitten down. He then extended his arm and allowed Izuku to jump on his shoulder. What did you get? Hitoshi took the treats out of Izuku's mouth and looked at them. 8. Hitoshi took the treats and paid for them. Takoyami already picked out what he needed and had it doubled bagged so it couldn't be seen. I bet that's fish gravel, Izuku thought as he looked at the bag that was clearly being weighed down. Did you get the dog treats? Hitoshi asked, and Takoyami only nervously laughed. Yeah, I guess I did. Did you get your cat treats? Yep, temptations. Now, no, Izuku, not now. Izuku felt a pout play on his lips as he bristled, and he just couldn't help it. Skank, seriously? Hitoshi laughed out loud as he turned to look at Izuku. God, perhaps I've been spoiling you too much. Izuku's ears went low and he sighed. Takoyami and Dark Shadow both looked back and forth between the two. Is everything okay? Takoyami inquired after a few seconds. Someone is being spoiled. That's all. Hitoshi rolled eyes fondly and scratched the top of Izuku's head. Come on, I'm sure the others should be ready. So, back down the escalator they went. Izuku did get over his little pout and laid across Hitoshi's neck, and he breathed in deeply. There were so many scents in the mall and it made him sneeze suddenly. Bless you. Dark Shadow poked herself out and gently patted Izuku's head. She felt cold as she touched Izuku's head. Izuku smiled and purred at her. Well, Dark Shadow seemed to have a sense of humor as she silently reached into Hitoshi's bag and took out the treats. She was silent as she opened them and took a treat out for Izuku. Izuku perked. What hey, Dark Shadow? Takoyami scolded as he retracted Dark Shadow back, but the damage was done and Izuku got his treat in the end. God, you're spoiled, Hitoshi reiterated as he rolled his eyes and put the treats back in the bag. This time he tied the bag so neither Dark Shadow nor Izuku could try something like that again. They got to the food court and saw Ada handing out Starbucks orders nearby. Hey, Hitoshi called while waving as he and Takoyami approached them all. Toga smiled as she grabbed 2 drinks, clearly Hitoshi's and Takoyami drinks. She started skipping towards them with the biggest grin. Then her grin slowly melted off of her face and turned to anger. This made Hitoshi stop for a moment. Then, next thing he knew, Toga was charging. Toga, he inquired, but was cut off when Toga let out a scream, and with no warning she charged past Hitoshi, raised one of the coffee drinks above her head and tossed it, nailing someone directly in the head and splattering them with the cold and sugary drink. Toga, Achako cried, completely horrified. They all were horrified by this sudden outburst. Toga was breathing heavily as she tensed and glared at the person whom she just threw coffee on. Turns out she still wasn't done as she threw Hitoshi's drink as well on the stranger. It's you. She snarled, and the person, who had a hood up, lowered it. Oh shit. Hitoshi took an immediate step back as Naiz was now standing right there. Izuku was on his toes and hissing. He crouched low and let out a low growl while his pupils slid into tight pupils. Izuku felt his body bristle as he was kicking himself for not picking up that Naiz had been this close. Too many scents, he realized while looking around at all the people and all the food places. Too many scents, muddled his. Naiz, despite being drenched in a drink, smiled, showing off his fangs that mirrored Toga's own fangs. Give it back, Toga suddenly demanded while gnashing her teeth. It doesn't belong to you. She lowered her head while looking at the ground and clenched her fists so tightly that her fists were shaking. Nice just kept that smile on his face. The others quickly joined them, and it wasn't lost on Hitoshi that they were actually circling around him, protecting him from Nice's wrath. Leave, Ada demanded firmly, his shoulders squared. Nice looked from Ida to Toga, and then finally his eyes landed on Hitoshi and his smile faltered. The smile twitched down into a terrifying scowl, and he narrowed his eyes. Then, the anger melted as he relaxed, shut his eyes. He started to hum. The song was familiar. HMM. Hitoshi hummed along. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Nice was humming happy birthday, and who had a birthday coming up? Hitoshi, that's who. Izuku gave another growl as his fur rose impossibly high. Nice then reached into his jacket and pulled out something that was gift-wrapped. I think last time we had an interaction I must have spooked you. Nice offered the present to Hitoshi. It was a box with colorful wrapping paper. The box was surprisingly big, and it made Hitoshi wonder if Kirigiri was nearby to open a portal so Nice could do this. I said give it back. Toga roared as she then rushed at Nice. Toga, you're quirkless. Ochako yelled, and that made Toga stop and just look over her shoulder in surprise. You're no match for him. This isn't about you. Nice grumbled as he walked past Toga, and the two of them locked eyes. Toga gnashed her teeth but said nothing. When Nice got too close for comfort, everyone immediately formed a tighter circle around Hitoshi and raised their fists. Takoyami actually stood in front of Hitoshi, completely blocking Nice from getting to him or Moss. Nice just smiled again, those sharp teeth looking oddly shiny in the mall light. You're new, Nice whispered as he tilted his head like a confused puppy at Takoyami. Takoyami and Dark Shadow both visibly bristled, with Dark Shadow wrapping herself tightly around Hitoshi and Izuku respectfully. The quirk was actually bristled the same as Izuku as she opened her maw and gave a warning screech to Nice to get him to back away. Oh, of course. Nice then leaned down and placed the present on the ground and gave it a kick towards Hitoshi. It slid through Takoyami's legs and stopped just at Hitoshi's feet. If Nice was going to say something else, he never got the choice because Toga had enough. She charged again, and this time she didn't let anyone stop her. She punched Nice across the face. Give me back my quirk, she demanded so loudly that her voice echoed through the mall and made several people stop and stare, if they weren't already. It was Tsu who managed to grab her and haul Toga away from Nice. Nice looked at Toga with a growl. Forget it. Nice snarled and stood up straighter. If he was injured by Toga, the injury would heal quickly. It's mine now. Toga let out a primal scream and struggled out Tsu and Achako's grasp. You bastard. You can't just, it's my quirk. Give it back, she desperately screamed while scrambling to get to him but just couldn't. Under normal circumstances, Hitoshi Nice looked back at him and then looked at Izuku. Hitoshi grabbed Izuku and protected his cat by holding him close to his chest. I wouldn't hesitate to take that cat for my own. Dark Shadow let out an angry growl, daring Nice. However, I know I'm currently outnumbered. Not only that, but I'm outmatched. All of your quirks are strong, especially yours. Nice looked at Takoyami. Takoyami narrowed his red eyes at Nice but did not engage. I wouldn't make it 5 steps. I just wanted to give you your birthday present before your birthday, Nice explained and then put his hands up. Kirigiri. A portal opened behind Nice and the Namu stepped through it before vanishing. Oh, Mina sighed and put her hands on her knees. That was scary. Dark Shadow finally released her grip on Hitoshi and Izuku. She returned to Takoyami's side, and Hitoshi, once freed, bent down and picked up the present. Be wary, Takoyami advised the moment the present was in his hands. Don't open it, Hitoshi. Hida came up and chopped his hand at Hitoshi. We don't know what it could be. It could be an explosive for all we know. We need to call the teachers and... Hitoshi opened it. Several people jumped back, fearful of what could be inside. Hitoshi looked inside. It was not a bomb, but what it did was make Hitoshi turn pale regardless. What is it? Zero leaned in to look inside the box. He looked confused as he reached in and pulled the object out. I've never seen anything like this. Hitoshi swallowed hard as he looked at Izuku, who was looking at the object with the same unease as Hitoshi. Hitoshi then looked at his shoes, unable to meet their eyes. He rubbed at the edges of his mouth where the scars had since faded. It's the muzzle my uncle made me wear. The one Moss saved me from, Hitoshi whispered as he grabbed the frayed ends of the muzzle where Izuku had chewed him free. Izuku's fur refused to lay back down. He's still unhappy with you. Yeah, I'd say so. This is a threat. Toga grabbed the muzzle and inspected it. Wow, not even my own parents put me in a muzzle, she whispered to him as she looked at it from every angle. This is just disgusting. Let's burn it, she declared. Agreed, that thing is. Achako must have looked at the inside where Hitoshi knew blood stains were probably still there. She suddenly looked sickly and had to look away. Disgusting. Hitoshi didn't know if he felt better or worse about his friends' pitying glances and disgusted looks as they put the muzzle back into the present box and put the lid back on it. Takoyami took the box and refused to let Hitoshi hold it. I'll make sure a teacher gets this thing and decides what to do. Then if it's deemed alright, we'll burn it. Takoyami told Hitoshi firmly. We need to do something about that thing. Takoyami mumbled the last part as they all walked, once again forming a circle around Hitoshi as they did so. And we will. One day, I hope. Hitoshi whispered as he grabbed Takoyami's hand almost absent-mindedly as they walked. I really hope so. He's not going to stop, even when I make him hate me. If anything. Hitoshi reached with his other hand to pat Izuku up top of the head. It's spurring him on even more. Maybe, if we give me to him. No, Hitoshi nearly knocked Izuku off of him when he turned his head suddenly so he could look at Izuku. Don't you ever suggest that again. Izuku, I mean it. Sorry. Izuku lowered his gaze to the floor and just rested against Hitoshi. I don't want you to be hunted down because of me. You know he's toying with you by giving you your old muzzle back. I know. I'll just have to take it on the chin for now. Izuku draped himself around Hitoshi's neck once before lowering his ears. This left him feeling uneasy, but unable to do anything about it for now. Still, at least he can be the support cat Hitoshi needs him to be right now. The muzzle was inspected, when nothing was found, and Hitoshi scolded for opening the present without an adult there. It was then promptly burned outside of the dorms. Everyone in Wana crowded around outside as Shoto burnt the muzzle in a metal barrel that Momo had created. It went from a muzzle burning to Dabai finding Endeavor merch and burning it with the muzzle. Before they knew it, everyone was burning bad memories in front of the dorms. It was interesting that everyone had some sort of bad memory that they hung to and was more than happy to be rid of. Though, everyone burned their Endeavor merch if they had one. F the guy. Then that somehow turned into everyone making s'mores outside. Never a dull day or night at this point, with 1A. Monoma was leaning against Hitoshi as he munched on a s'more while looking at a photo. Thinking of burning it, Hitoshi asked without thinking. Yeah, it's a photo of my grandfather on my mother's side. He wasn't a good guy from what I was told. He's the reason my mother turned out the way she is. Something about him. Monoma paused to take another bite, smearing marshmallow and chocolate on his face as he did this. Trying to kill my mother when she was my age. I guess he was a villain. Oh man ... Why do you have a picture of him? Hitoshi asked as took a bite of his own s'more. It wasn't mine. I found it. I never even met the guy. I only know this much because my father told me about what he knew. My mom only escaped because she had her wits about her. That's what I was told. I don't know the full story. Generational trauma. Can I see him before you burn it? Monoma finished his s'more and turned the picture for Hitoshi and Moss to see. The man was broad-shouldered, his hair tousled, white in color, and his eyes a blood red. There was something about this man that made Hitoshi's head turn and tilt. Moss jumped in the air in surprise. This made Hitoshi and Monoma jump as well. Moss, Hitoshi, that's my father, Izuku told Hitoshi. Izuku was low to the ground and his ears far back and flattened. What? Hitoshi whispered. That's ... That can't be right. What? Monoma asked and Hitoshi wanted to slap himself for speaking out loud. Is something wrong? It's right. Hitoshi, that's my father. That's all for one. Oh my god ... Does that make Nito my? Is he my nephew? Sorry. Hitoshi cleared his throat. Moss thought that your grandfather looked familiar is all. He wanted to know if we've met him, but obviously, we haven't. He played it off as he got a closer look at the photo. Is that your grandmother he's with? Oh yes, Grandma Monoma. She was a firecracker. Monoma grinned at the memories. At least, his smile faded. That's what I was told. Her death. Well ... We can't prove it but we're sure he killed her after he tried to kill my mother. I hate him. I never met the douche and I hate him. Hitoshi looked at Izuku again quickly. Hitoshi snatched Izuku up and held him against his chest. He was against him in such a way that nobody could see Izuku's face. Why? Because Izuku was openly crying now. I'm sorry that happened. I can't imagine the strain this man put on your entire family for years. I hope he gets what's coming to him in the end. Hitoshi tightened his grip on Moss as his cat continued to cry. Yeah, I do too. I hope he burns. Monoma hissed and then he stood, walked towards the fire barrel and dropped the picture inside. Monoma watched the picture for several long seconds, watching as the picture would warp before catching fire and would disintegrate into ash. What are we, homeless bums? Came Abaro's voice as he jogged up to their session. This he laughed at the sight of 20+ students either eating s'mores or lining up to burn a bad memory of theirs. Okay, kids, you can't do this. It's controlled. Shoto argued before dropping an Endeavor action figure into the burning barrel, which made Abaro only cross his arms. I don't care. Put it out and get rid of the barrel. Feral, the lot of you. He threw his hands up with a laugh. A burning barrel in front of the dorms. Not something I would have suspected. Nedzu is probably laughing his little rodent butt off at this. So, the barrel was put out promptly and iced down. We're totally doing this during the camp. Shoto asked Momo. Hell yeah. Momo smiled. I got more stuff to burn. Me too. Once it was all cleaned and the barrel disposed of with Shoji and Kirishima hauling off towards the dumpster, Hitoshi excused himself back to his room, his clothes smelling like smoke and his eyes slightly a little more itchy. I can't believe it. Izuku hiccuped as Hitoshi put him on his bed. He was always a bad guy. But why start a family just to kill them off? Why did he spare me and my mom? Well, I know why, but I wish I could answer that, buddy, Hitoshi thought while he stripped out of his smoke-smelling clothes and into some clean PJs for the night. I don't understand it that much either. Nito is related to me. He is. Hitoshi picked Moss up and wriggled under the covers, keeping Moss under his arm as he did this. Well, he's related to Izuku. He's not related to you. Not anymore. Right. Let's get some sleep. Yeah. We're going to need all we can get before heading off to camp tomorrow. Yeah, you're right. Night. But it was not a restful night for either of them. All right, one at a time. Don't push, don't shove. Momo kept the line moving for the bus as she motioned for people onto the bus. Moss was supervising on her shoulder. It was his duty as vice class rep after all. Shouta was standing beside her waiting and watching. When the last person boarded the bus, so did he, and then finally Momo and Moss. Go on. Momo grabbed Izuku and put him on the bus floor. Izuku padded immediately to Hitoshi and jumped on his lap. Hitoshi grinned at him. Time for a new adventure, Mossy. Hitoshi, despite not getting much sleep the night before, was still excited and ready. I have to agree. Ada, who was sitting in the window seat next to Hitoshi, fixed his glasses and smiled. A new adventure is just what this class needs. To take our minds off of things. You get it. Hitoshi smiled at Ada. The bus would move before too long and Hitoshi was smiling. This is what they needed. Like Ada said. Besides, there's no way for Nais to find them at the camp. His father, all three of them, reassured Hitoshi that this camp was in a secret location that only the teachers knew about. So, Hitoshi could relax and look forward to the next 2 weeks with his classmates and friends. Bonus. Dabai patted Toga's hair as the girl pouted. I miss them already. She whined while she laid on the couch of their own little dorm. They just left no more than an hour ago, Toga. Dabai told her with a laugh before he stood and walked over to the dining area. Their own living space was away from the main dorms. Toga did have her own dorm being a Gen Ed student, but she preferred to stay with Dabai and Twice. This dorm was more like a glorified apartment with 5 separate rooms and a common room for everyone to share. Dabai went to make himself a coffee. How is it, by the way? The Gen Ed kids are giving you a hard time. Nah, they leave me be. They think I'm weird. She huffed and pressed her face against the couch cushion. All of my friends are in the hero course and now I'm alone. She pounded her fists and legs into the couch like a toddler having a tantrum. Ouch, and here I thought Twice and I were your friends. Dabai could only grin as he watched this. You are, but they're my age and they're really, really nice. Toga sniffled. Hey, we're nice F you. Twice flipped Toga off before quickly shaking his head to regain himself. Sorry, no, I'm not. The door to their dorms opened and everyone immediately turned towards the noise. Nedzu popped his head in and smiled at them. Congrats. He cheered while throwing confetti in the air. What for? Dabai inquired. You 3 got a new roommate. A new roommate. Boo, I don't want to share my shit. Twice made a thumbs down as he said this. Dabai narrowed his eyes and looked at Toga, who also had her eyes narrowed. Why do I have a feeling we're not going to like this new roommate or ours? You're sharp. Nedzu chuckled. You're not. I'm going to be blunt. But he's agreed to help us take down Nais and get you your quirk back, Ms. Toga. Nedzu looked at Toga as he finished and then stepped to the side. You know him, you all do. Tamura. Tamura Shigaraki stepped into the common room. He didn't have the hand on his face or anything of the sort. Instead, he just put his hands in his pockets, sighed, and gave them all a 2-finger salute. Sup? Dabai and Twice had to both tackle Toga the moment she jumped from the couch. This was to prevent her from going into the kitchen and grabbing the biggest knife possible to stab Tamura's scrawny ass. This was going to be an interesting new roommate for sure. Another one. This one I just thought of and had to add it. PST. You got the goods. Achako peeked over her seat at Hitoshi and stared eagerly at him. Now, he could only ask her as he looked around at the bus full of people that could see this go down. They were right next to Ada for crying out loud. I just need my fix, man. Achako whispered as she ducked low against the back of her seat. Please? Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Fine. And he raised Moss up to her face and flashed his little paw to her. Achako let out a happy squeak. They're so cute. She squealed as she looked at Izuku's toe beans. I just can't believe they're pink. I would have thought they were green or black. She clapped her hands and then she reached over and with her index finger she tapped the center of Moss's paw pad. Moss closed his claws around her finger, but not enough to sink in or hurt her. He's so cute. Look at those murder mittens. These murder mittens have saved my life, believe it or not. Hitoshi grinned before bringing Izuku down and laying him in his lap. Did you get your fix, you crack addict? Thanks. And just like that she was gone. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and then looked at Ida. Ida looked aghast, shocked, and horrified all in one. Hitoshi only shrugged. Wanna hit? The first time is always the scariest. Knock it off. Ida roared, making Hitoshi's hair blow back as Hitoshi could only laugh. Fair. Hitoshi was tried. In fact, everyone was. Kirishima was holding a dirty and derpy Kaminari on his back. Heh. Kaminari flashed a thumbs up while his nose bled lightly, and he wasn't the only one given a free piggyback ride. Ochako was on Ida's back trying to calm her motion sickness. Hell, Bakugo was holding Aoyama on his own back. But not before saying, if you shit on me because you can't control your quirk, I'll end you. One moment they were overlooking the massive forest. The next thing Hitoshi knew, Moss was not only taken from him, but he, along with everyone in 1A, were tossed over the cliff and landed on the ground below. Then they were in for the fight of their lives with monsters made from the earth. Their only warning was Aizawa yelling, lunch is in an hour. See you then. That was 4 hours ago, and the sun was starting to set and turn the sky a dusty pink. Fighting dirt monsters in the vast forest wasn't exactly easy or quick for all of them. But they were here, sweaty, dirty, and dusty. Congrats. One of the wild pussycats, the leader Mandalay, clapped for them. Everyone groaned. Hitoshi felt his disbelief grow as Moss was being fawned over by Ragdoll. The bouncy woman was jumping up and down while also twirling. A green ragdoll. Like me. Holy crap. He's adorable. She cooed. She's been like this for hours. You'd think she'd wear herself out by now. Tiger, the extremely buff man in a skirt, laughed as he watched Ragdoll with Pixie Bob. Aizawa walked up to Mandalay and smiled. You guys look like you've seen better days. That was so unfair, Mr. Aizawa. Several students yelled in his direction. Hitoshi clapped his hands together to get rid of some of the dust from his hands. Mr. Aizawa started going over rules while shrugging off any and all complaints coming his way. Ochako groaned as Ida and Sue helped bring her to the ground. She really overdid it when fighting today. Once everyone calmed down, and knowing that no amount of yelling was going to change anything, they were told to unpack their things and get ready for dinner that was being cooked for them tonight, but only for tonight. After tonight, it was going to be up to them to work as a team to make dinner. When Hitoshi went to the boys' side of the cabin, he passed by a little boy. A boy who looked positively angry at the world. The boy had a red hat with golden horns pointing out. His hair was inkai black, and he looked like Bakugo with how angry he looked. Hello there. Hitoshi crouched down as he smiled at the boy, and he extended his hand out. My name is... The fist came fast and hard. Hitoshi wheezed when a tiny fist made contact with his apple bag so hard that it caused Hitoshi to fall to the ground. Mother, he censored himself while crying. Several people were laughing at his expense. He knew it. One of them being his traitorous friend, Monoma. Monoma was laughing so hard that he was on the ground with tears coming out of his eyes. The boy's hand was suddenly grabbed, making him cry out as Takoyami held his hand up in the air, stopping him from attacking anybody else, and to stop him from walking away. That wasn't necessary. Takoyami narrowed his eyes at the boy. Well, the child didn't like this as he struggled against Takoyami's grasp. When he got too rowdy, Dark Shadow actually swooped in and picked him up by his underarms. You fiend. Ida came to Hitoshi's aid when Monoma, who was still laughing, didn't. I don't want to talk to any of you wannabe heroes. Let go of me. The boy screamed as he continued to kick against Dark Shadow. Wannabe. Ida yelled aghast. Momo, the goddess she was, made an ice pack which Shoto iced up. I think I'm going to puke. Hitoshi groaned as his stomach roiled over, and he was glad he hadn't eaten anything in a while. Otherwise he might have actually thrown up. Koda. Mandalay turned her sights on the commotion and gave a bit of an exasperated huff as she grabbed Koda by his wrist and took him away from Takoyami and Dark Shadow. The boy didn't apologize as he just allowed himself to be led away with ease. It was then did Moss remember his role as Hitoshi's support animal. To be fair, Hitoshi couldn't blame him as Ragdoll was holding him hostage for a good while. Because Hitoshi was on his side, it was easy for Moss to squeeze between Hitoshi's arms and just lay down. Moss smelt like perfume and dirt mixed together, and something about that scent was a little comforting. It would take 10 minutes for Hitoshi to finally get up with the help of Ida and Sato alike. It would take roughly an hour, but Hitoshi would recover and feel okay again after the unexpected attack on his gonades. They would be served dinner, and that's when Moss took off. Where are you going? We don't know this area well, and I don't want you getting attacked. Hitoshi nearly stood from his spot to follow his cat. I'm just gonna explore around nearby. Don't worry about me. Then he was gone before Hitoshi could protest. Okay, Hitoshi spoke out loud as he watched Izuku take off. Izuku followed the scent up to a cliff. Quickly he dodged a rock thrown his way. Leave me alone. No. The boy, Koda, lowered his hand that had another rock in it. It's just you. Koda snorted as he plopped down on the ground and chucked the rock off of the cliff. What do you want, you dumb animal? Now, if this was anybody else who had punched Hitoshi the way this kid did, there wouldn't be a doubt that Izuku would be on one path. The path of revenge. But this wasn't a normal case of bullying. No, this was a child that was clearly angry at the world and all it had to offer. So, Izuku put all personal grudges aside and put on the cute charm. He let out a soft mew and padded up to the boy. HMPH. The child, no older than 6, turned away from Izuku and pouted. I'm pretty sick of cats. You know, Izuku walked right into the child's lap and gave a deep purr as he rubbed his head up against Koda's chin, and Koda sneezed when Izuku's tail flicked under his nose as a result. Though, you aren't like the others. You're actually a cat. Koda sighed in defeat when Izuku flopped in the little boy's lap and rolled onto his back. Koda huffed. Needy. He mumbled but complied and knew not to touch Izuku's belly as he just stroked Izuku's head. I guess you're kinda cute. For a dumb animal. The boy gave a rare smile while he continued to stroke Izuku's head, flattening Izuku's ears against his head as he did so. Then it happened so fast. The boy let a few tears drop. The tears splashed against Izuku's head and made him look up at Koda. Koda gave his eyes a quick wipe. I'm not crying. You're crying. Koda wept softly. Then next thing Izuku knew, he was being used as a tissue. Koda picked him up and just wept against Izuku's side softly. It's not fair, Koda whispered as he held Izuku close. Izuku just allowed this. He was an emotional support animal after all. Koda let tiny sobs rack his frame as he cried. Why didn't they love me as much as they loved random strangers? Koda asked as if Izuku could answer, and even if Izuku could answer, his answer would be, who is they? But he just let Koda cry it out. It's all he could do in all honesty. Eventually Koda would calm down and stop crying before too long. It's easy for you, you know, Koda whispered once Izuku was placed back on the ground. Your parents abandoned you one day and you learned to survive on your own and forget about them, but Koda put his knees to his chest and wiped his watery, puffy eyes. Mine left me for a bunch of strangers. It's not fair and I'm not ready to be on my own. A picture was starting to form in Izuku's mind, but before he could get to the bigger picture, Koda stood up and wiped his hands on his shorts while still sniffling. If I don't get back soon, he hiccuped a little. Aunt Shino is gonna send Ragdoll to find me. I don't like Ragdoll, so walk with me. Not like you understand. Izuku walked a few paces ahead of Koda and then just made a come on gesture. Wow, I guess you do understand me ... at least a little, Koda whispered as he started to follow behind Izuku. The walk back to camp was short, with them returning to an empty and clean eating area. The others are probably going to the hot spring if you want to meet up with them. Koda grumbled a little. I gotta see Aunt Shino. Koda huffed a little before shooing Izuku away. Go on, go, he ordered in a pushy tone. Izuku would turn and leave for the springs when Koda insisted one more time. Honestly, the springs weren't hard to find. All he had to do was listen for the excited chatter of the students. Once he found it, he didn't even think. He went for the first entrance he could find and he rushed for it. Immediately he realized his mistake, but it was too late. Mossy, Ochako grabbed him by the harness before he could leave. Mossy, all of the other girls, all of which were naked, cheered. Next thing he knew, his harness was removed and he was put into the water. Izuku gasped as he swam quickly. He's adorable, Mina cooed while watching him swim. Izuku didn't mind water. In fact, he loved baths, but he didn't want to bathe with the girls. He felt like a pervert. Itoshi. Izuku looked around for a way out but couldn't see one. Suddenly he was grabbed again. Easy there, Moss. Momo pressed him close to her chest. Itoshi, whoa, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Where are you? I'm in the springs with the girls. Itoshi, they're all naked. Momo is holding me. Momo was unbothered as she stroked him with her wet hand. Izuku could feel Hitoshi laughing. Then from the other side of the wall came Hitoshi's voice. Hey, do you guys have my cat? The girls erupted into giggles. Yeah, we do, Mina called. But you're not getting him back. Hagakure snatched Izuku from Momo and held him up like an offering to the sky. You get him every day and now it's our turn, she cried for all to hear. Hitoshi hummed. 8, have fun, traitor. Now he most certainly could hear Hitoshi laughing as he swam back to the guys. Izuku was put in the water and he finally found a solution to this awkward mess he put himself into. He found floating on his back while staring up worked just fine, thank you. Look at him. He's so cute, Mina cooed as he just let the water take him. This was fine. This worked perfectly. Until it didn't and he bumped into someone. Gyro just looked at him. Hey, little dude, she said, and Izuku didn't know why, but that did it for him. Seeing the reserved and quiet Gyro naked, nope. He was better than this, damn it. Izuku flopped forward and swam. He swam as fast as he could to that wall. Oh, look at him go. One girl cooed. Who? He didn't know, nor did he care. He was a better cat than this. Izuku made it to the wall and he just started climbing, using his claws to his advantage. Girls let out cries of alarm as he did this. Hitoshi, catch me. Izuku was nearing the top of the wall. Catch you, he heard Hitoshi say out loud in surprise. Well, Hitoshi must have seen Izuku's ears from the top of the wall as Izuku heard a sudden oh shit, followed by splashing water. Izuku stood up on the wall and shook all excess water off as he gave a loud meow. Catch me, Izuku demanded once he was dried off, and he jumped. Well, Hitoshi didn't have to because Dark Shadow emerged and caught Izuku right out of the air and gently brought him to the water. You drama queen. Hitoshi huffed as Izuku floated on his back. I've seen things I've never thought I'd ever see. Izuku just floated on his back and away from the boys. It was most certainly an interesting first night at the camp. The next day everyone was relaxed and ready to start training. Despite everything they've gone through, they hadn't really worked on their quirks much, and that's what these next 2 weeks were going to be about, expanding their powers and making themselves even more powerful. During the day they were going to do grueling training. At night after dinner they get to do some fun things, except for those in remedial classes, that is. 1B was here as well, and before Hitoshi knew it they were all swept up into training. Moss was somewhere, but that didn't matter right now. Takoyami was swept away to a dark cave and warned Hitoshi not to follow. Revelry in the dark, he would say before vanishing. What? Hitoshi asked, but then shrugged and left Takoyami to be. Hitoshi needed to work on his quirk, and therefore he needed a partner, and one would come to him. I want your help and you want mine, Bakugo said matter-of-factly. I want bigger explosions and you want a partner. You think I can make you have bigger explosions? Hitoshi asked with a bit of a smile as he ran his fingers through his hair. It's getting rather long. Hitoshi supposed he would have to get it cut soon. Look, Izuku was the expert on quirks and shit, but I feel if you brainwash me and tell me to make the biggest explosion I can muster, then ... who knows? We might get somewhere, right? Bakugo inquired, and Hitoshi waited out before shrugging. Maybe. Won't know unless we try, I guess. And thus began a day that would start out relatively fine but would end with everyone sore and exhausted. While the others were off training, Izuku found Kota hiding out in the same spot as last night. Kota immediately perked up when Izuku trotted up to him. It's you. Kota shook his head and changed reaction. Oh, it's the dumb cat. What do you want? Izuku laughed on the inside as he padded up and sat down next to Kota. You belong to that boy ... the one I punched, right? Kota looked at Izuku's vest. Hi Dashi. HMPH. Kota then huffed as he just patted Izuku on the head. Whatever. Then he gently scratched Izuku under his chin. Izuku purred at this before Kota pulled away. I like it here, Kota told Moss as he sat with his feet dangling off of the edge. It's quiet and the adults don't know I'm here, which is why I'm careful about always returning before Ragdoll can track me. This is my spot, and I guess it's yours as well since you're the only one to find me. Izuku flopped onto his side next to Kota, and Kota reached and patted him. It's peaceful. Yeah, I get that, Izuku thought as he looked out at the forest before them. It was large and massive, and just listening to the birds and wildlife below. Kota grabbed one of Izuku's paws and started to massage between Izuku's pads. My mom and dad ... they abandoned me, like your parents did to you one day. Only they abandoned me to save strangers, and Kota sniffled as another hiccup left his mouth. Why wasn't I enough? It's not fair. He huffed as his shoulders shook and tears started to flow again. There it is. His parents must have been heroes, and now ... he's alone. Izuku knew what to do. He stood and padded over to Kota's side, and he placed his head on Kota's lap. Kota hiccuped as he rested a hand on Izuku's head and just continued to cry. That's why I hate people like them, heroes. Heroes would rather save a bunch of strangers than be with their family. Izuku let the kid pour his tiny heart out and vent something that's clearly been festering for a long time. Izuku let out a loud purr to try and help calm Kota down, and it seemed to work a little as Kota did quiet down, if just a little. His fingers were gentle while he ran them up and down Izuku's spine. I'm not a crybaby. Kota sucked in a breath as he began to calm down even more. I miss my mom and dad. He whined and leaned down to press himself against Izuku's fur. It's okay. Izuku mewed as he felt himself start to tear up as Kota used him as a tissue again. Why'd they have to leave me? I don't understand. It's not fair. Kota hiccuped and pulled away. I'm sorry. I know you don't understand me, but I know you won't tell anyone. Not like you can. You're a cat. Kota rubbed his hands against his cheeks to wipe his tears away. Do you miss your mom or dad? I bet you don't even remember them. This made Izuku feel a frown tug on his mouth. Mom. His mind slipped to his mother. Maybe you do. Cats aren't all dumb. But I miss my mom and dad. Then Kota laid on his back and allowed Izuku to climb on his chest and curl up into a tight ball. Gonna take a nap? Kota asked, and Izuku really wasn't. He didn't know what to think right now. As the days went on, Izuku always met with Kota on the cliff while Hitoshi ate with the others. Also, as the days went on, Hitoshi's head was aching and his body started shaking as he expanded his quirk past its normal level. Today was officially Hitoshi's 16th, but nobody, not even Hitoshi, cared right now. His birthday wasn't going to be celebrated until he got back to Musutafu anyways, so no feelings were hurt. Though, Moss was sure to give Hitoshi a happy birthday, and so did his father, but that was about it. Hey, could you read my mind? Kaminari had asked while they ate their dinner one night. Or mine? Monoma asked, and Hitoshi just groaned. No, why would I want to? He asked rather bluntly while he cradled his aching head. He wasn't the only one trying to calm their nerves or shakiness. Momo looked so tired and almost sickly as she inhaled not one, not two, but 3 full plates of food. Monoma had his hand bandaged as he had decided to try and use his quirk and copy Bakugo's all day. It left his hands blistered and caused his wrists to swell up the size of grapefruits. Kaminari's nose was constantly bleeding due to his overuse of his quirk, and not just that, but being hooked to a car battery would do that to anyone. Takoyami was keeping his distance from everyone, and if anyone tried to get close he would get up and make it a point to stay by himself. So, everyone was just leaving him be. So, here they were, an exhausted mess, and they weren't allowed some reprieve from the pain. Oh no, now tonight they have to do a test of courage after dinner. Something buddy system, something freights. Hitoshi didn't know. He didn't care. He just wanted to get this over with. So, after dinner they were getting ready to go with Hitoshi being paired with Gyro. Both purple-haired teens just had the same attitude about this let's get this over with so I can sleep. Hitoshi was so over it that during the first few scares that 1B had planned neither he nor Gyro so much as jumped as they kept walking. I'm so tired. Hitoshi broke the silence while he rubbed at his head. Ike and Nuo. Gyro let out an exasperated groan. I am too. Hitoshi huffed softly while he walked. I wish Mossy was here but he found a new favorite human. You talking about the kid? Yeah, but I can't fault him, he is an emotional support animal. Gyro gave a tiny smile but then stopped suddenly and put a hand out to stop Hitoshi. Her hand touched his chest and he tilted his head. Shush. You hear that? She asked and Hitoshi shook his head. I'm sure it's the next group coming to scare us, he tried to say and keep going but she suddenly grabbed him and stopped him. Get down, she demanded suddenly and pushed Hitoshi to the ground just as something broke through the bush with a roar. Hitoshi let out loud gasps as he and Gyro both scrambled back. As a Namu roared at the sky. Not just any Namu either. This was a Namu that Hitoshi fought with Bakugo. A massive Namu. Hitoshi put both of his arms around Gyro and stood, keeping her protected. Not here. Not now. Hitoshi whimpered. Happy birthday. Nice's giggle made Hitoshi slowly and shakily turn toward his voice. Nice was standing in a nearby tree and was smiling as he hung upside down from a branch. It is your birthday today after all, and what's a birthday without a surprise party? Hitoshi let out a groan as his eyes started to flutter open. The lights were bright, too bright, and made his head hurt. What happened? Happy birthday. A familiar face leaned down into Hitoshi's own face. Nice the camp Gyro. What's a birthday without a surprise party? The massive Namu roared to the sky again before it swung its massive arm right at Gyro, and the poor girl was thrown off of her feet and went flying into a nearby tree. Gyro! Hitoshi cried in alarm and stepped forward to go and get her, but he was suddenly grabbed by the massive Namu. The Namu had a tight grip on Hitoshi's arm and kept him off of the ground and immediately strained Hitoshi's shoulder. Let go of me. Hey, Hitoshi, I got a new quirk. I hope you like it. Nice smiled as he looked at Hitoshi. Then a sickly sweet smell invaded his nose and made the inside of Hitoshi's nose tickle. Chew. Hitoshi sneezed and then he blacked out. Hitoshi started to struggle before he let out a cry. Let go of me. He jerked his body from side to side, but he quickly learned he was tied to a chair with thick chains that were already starting to bruise and chafe against his skin. Don't panic. I'm not going to hurt you, Nice whispered as he crouched down in front of Hitoshi. It's a birthday party. Nice threw his arms up as he cheered. All that met with that cheer was dead silence except for the smoky man Kurogiri, cleaning the bar quietly. Hitoshi let out several quick breaths as he looked around. Then he swallowed hard. His throat felt painfully dry. I'm rather thirsty, Hitoshi whispered against his better judgment. Of course, Nice popped up with a smile. He went to open his mouth to say something else but stopped when the TV flicked to life, cutting through the air with a tense silence. Hello, my son. I see you've managed to bring your friend back to the bar, a deep voice said. A voice that sent electricity of fear down Hitoshi's spine. This is Monoma's grandfather, Izuku's father. All for one. Yes, the new quirk just as you said it would. It's amazing. Nice turned and smiled at the TV. The man couldn't be seen, but there was no doubt he was watching. Oh, I should explain. Hitoshi, my dad gave me a quirk that was similar to Midnight's quirk. I can secrete this. What did you call it again, Dad? Smog. I can secrete this smog and I can make people fall asleep. Which is how I got you out of the camp so quickly. Oh, Hitoshi whispered as he felt himself shake in his seat. Izuku, yes Dad, you can have your party with Hitoshi, but once it's done I wish to speak to him privately. This is how I die. Hitoshi whimpered out loud. Die? Oh no, I would never hurt Izuku's friend. I merely wish to talk to you. But please, enjoy your birthday party. Then the TV went dead. Nice smiled and stood. Let me go get the other presents I got you. Kurogiri, please keep him entertained. Of course. Then Nice ran off. There was silence. It was Kurogiri that broke it. What happened to Tamura? Is he alright? Kurogiri asked and Hitoshi shrugged. He was arrested, so I can't answer the other question. I'm rather thirsty. Can I have a drink? Kurogiri's purple eyes narrowed a little before he nodded. Of course, anything for Izuku's friend. What would you like? Whiskey. You're a minor. Oh, sure, you'll kidnap me, but you won't give me a strong drink. I see your morals. Kurogiri snorted. I'm not giving you whiskey. How about a rum and coke? Anything. I might as well get my first sip of booze before I die. Kurogiri started to make the drink. Once done, he walked over to Hitoshi and put the straw to his mouth. The soda masked the burning of the booze, but the rum made the soda rather flat. Thank you, Hitoshi whispered once he was done. It's like my master said, you're not going to die. Kurogiri patted Hitoshi's head. If he wanted you dead, he would have done it by now. I got the presents. Nice came into the bar with 4 gift boxes in his hands. Don't worry, none of these are like your muzzle. I could use my quirk, but with Kurogiri watching and with Hitoshi looked at the TV that had a recording camera on it as the red light flashed. Using his quirk was out of the question. So, he was quirkless for now. Nice ... Don't you hate me? Hitoshi was afraid to ask such a question, but it had to be done. Nice declared Hitoshi to be his next target, but now it was like he didn't even remember what happened on that construction site. Hate you. Nice hummed as he put the presents down. Yeah, I did. I mean, I wanted to kill you. To make you pay. But now. Nice hissed as he slammed his hands against the ground. Then he straightened up. But I'm over it. Father and the doctor fixed me. They said I wasn't acting right. So, here I am. And I'm just glad to have you as my friend. They tampered with him, like a malfunctioning robot. Hitoshi wondered. Nice put the box on Hitoshi's lap. I'll open it since you ... Well ... Nice gestured towards Hitoshi's bound arms. Nice. Tada. It's a cat pillow. Nice smiled as he shoved the pillow in Hitoshi's face. It was rather cute as it was in the shape of a cat face. It was a calico cat coloring. Thanks. It's lovely. Nice. Next present. I think you'll love this one. I know I liked it when I read it. It's a manga. Nice opened the next present and it was in fact a manga. Cat massage therapy. Maybe you could get the other me ... And oh ... That's not right. Nice pinched the area between his nose and groaned while shaking his head. That cat. Maybe you could get that cat to do this to you. Of course ... The whole point of kidnapping you was to get your ... Cat ... Nice looked a little lost and his eyes dulled for a moment. He quickly shook his head. It looks adorable. Nice listened. Hitoshi was trying to speak, but Nice just wouldn't let him. Nice almost seemed panicked as he scrambled for the next present. I found this Jew just for you. It's a dead rat. I don't know why. Nice looked at the present inside of the box but didn't remove it. Thank God. I thought I'm sorry. He then tossed the box away from him and Hitoshi alike. Nice, please, just let me speak. Please. Nice screamed out as he slammed his hands against the ground suddenly. It sounded like it hurt with the way his hands smacked against the ground. Nice's shoulders started to quake. I'm trying. I know, don't hate me. I don't want to be hated. I can't handle being hated again. I know I'm just a ... null to you, but I can. Nice looked up at Hitoshi and he now had tears streaming down his gray cheeks and leaving streaks. I can be better. I want nothing more than to be your friend. Izuku Nice grabbed onto Hitoshi's shoulder. You know what it's like to be rejected. I'm sorry I scared you. I know I deserved what you did to me. Please. Nice pressed his head against Hitoshi's chest. Please ... Don't reject me. Nice. I want to apologize. Hitoshi whispered. I never meant what I said. Nobody deserves to go through what you did. I was scared and I acted poorly. Hitoshi swallowed a lump in his throat. I acted like my uncle, like you pointed out. I never want to be like him. Nice gave a watery smile before hugging Hitoshi tightly. Then you'll be happy to hear that your uncle is dead and never going to hurt you again. Nice whispered, and that made Hitoshi's body turn cold. Oh, when did you? A few days after he shot you, I think. It's hard to say. Nice pulled back and had a sickly smile on his face as he suddenly became scary. He died after I threw him down the stairs to the cellar. To be fair, I wasn't kind when I beat him with the wooden spoon. I think I broke ... 4 spoons. In the 3 or 4 days we had him in our custody. But father didn't like that. So I was fixed. His eyes muted as he pulled back and away from Hitoshi. But what matters is that he didn't get away with what you did. And now, all is forgiven between us. No more bad blood. Yeah. Hitoshi looked away from Nice. Good. Now for your last present. Nice put the final present on Hitoshi's lap and opened it. He wanted Hitoshi to look in. Please don't be another dead animal. Hitoshi leaned forward to look into the box. There's nothing there. That's right. Because this final present is ... Well, it's a surprise. Like this party. It's a big one. But one I know you'll love. But it's for later. Oh ... Can I have a hint? Nope. Cake time. Oh dear God. Hitoshi felt his breath start to pick up as a panic attack was close to coming on. He was doing his best not to cry, not to scream. He just wanted ... He wanted to be back at the camp. Boss, Hitoshi tried to connection for the first time as Nice's back was turned. Rude Nice was now standing over Hitoshi in just a blink of an eye. He had a thick slice of chocolate cake with white icing all around it. His green eyes were dull as he glared down at Hitoshi. The plate was shaking as he was gripping it so hard that his knuckles were turning white. Nice quickly shook his head, and his glare faded as he smiled and shut his eyes. I mean, as much as I'm glad you found a way to talk to that cat, we're not ready for him yet. Nice put some cake on a fork and with no warning he shoved the fork into Hitoshi's mouth. So why don't we keep the telepathy to a minimum? This party was meant for you after all. Nobody else. The cake was dry and the icing was marshmallow fluff. Hitoshi hiccuped and nearly inhaled the cake down into his lungs as he tried not to cry. I'm sorry. Hitoshi whispered that the fork was removed. All is forgiven. Nice smiled as he cut another slice of cake. Sorry, there's no candle blowing. I couldn't find candles in time. Then he jammed another forkful down Hitoshi's throat. Hitoshi, what's up? You done with the courage test yet? It's been a while, Moss asked unbothered. Hitoshi was on the verge of spiraling. They don't know. They don't know. He kept repeating it over and over again in his mind as he tried to stop himself from rocking back and forth. He wanted to sob. I don't understand, he cried after he swallowed the cake down. Understand. Oh, why has nobody noticed your absence yet? Nice asked as he cut another piece of cake on the fork. Well, you see, we took you during the test of courage, did we not? Not only that, but yelling, screaming, ungodly roaring is to be expected. Nice shoved the fork back into Hitoshi's mouth. Not only that, but we got you at just the right spot. Nice took the fork out of Hitoshi's mouth. Nobody was around to see it happen, and everyone probably assumed the screaming and my Namu's roar was part of the test. Even 1B I'm willing to bet. Nice hummed. Gyro is unconscious. They had to have found her body, Hitoshi yelled, and we met with cake being shoved into his mouth again. Just eat your cake and enjoy your party before they notice what happened. Hitoshi, is everything okay? The others are talking about how it's been too long since they've seen you or Gyro. Moss sounded concerned. Nice leaned down so they were eye to eye, and those dead green eyes made Hitoshi swallow hard and almost choke on the cake going down. His eyes were dull again as a sardonic smile spread across his face. Nice pinched Hitoshi's cheek. Tell him everything is fine. Yeah, everything is okay. I just snuck off to lay down. Hitoshi thought about his next move and he prayed this would work. You know me, Izuku. Always looking for a chance to rest after training so hard. I love you. Nice slammed the rest of the cake against Hitoshi's mouth. Sticky icing and chocolate cake smeared all over Hitoshi's face. I am Izuku. Nice roared in his growing ire. Not some cat. Young master, please, calm down. Kurogiri grabbed Nice's wrist and yanked him away from Hitoshi. That's not how you treat your friends, remember? Kurogiri scolded Nice. Nice grunted before taking a few steps back. His breathing was hard, his mouth twisted into a snarl. Hitoshi let out a soft cry. Everything overboiled and made him start to cry as tears started falling from his eyes. Please, he cried. I just want my dad's. It felt childish to say out loud, but it was the truth. He wanted nothing more than to be comforted by his 3 dads right now. Yet, here he was, covered in cake, bound to a chair with chains, and crying for his dads. Nice's anger started to slowly dissipate as if a realization overcame him, and he quickly ran off. He would return moments later with a bowl and a wet rag. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Nice apologized as he dipped the rag in the bowl and gently started to wash Hitoshi's face off. Don't be too angry with me. I'll make it up to you, I swear. Nice had tears spring into his eyes as he looked beside himself. He let out several hiccuping breaths. I am better than this. Nice continued to scrub the mess of cake and marshmallow fluff off of Hitoshi's face. Izuku Midoriya doesn't slam cake into his best friend's face when upset. Hitoshi, through his own spiraling panic attack, could feel Nice's own panic attack coming on. I don't want to be fixed again. I don't. Nice's voice turned high as he slammed the rag into the water and tried to get the cake and marshmallow off of the rag. I'm sorry, he repeated as his shoulders shook and tried to breathe. It's okay, Hitoshi whispered. Hitoshi knew he should feel weird about having to comfort Nice, his kidnapper, but he worried what would happen if he didn't console Nice. I know you didn't mean it. His own voice turned high and quivered near the end as he felt himself shake even more. I messed up, he whimpered and then looked at his lap. I never meant to upset you. Nice's breathing leveled out and he exhaled slowly. Okay, let's just both agree we made mistakes, he whispered so softly that Hitoshi almost didn't hear him. I think ... that's enough cake. I think so too. Hitoshi agreed as he looked everywhere except for at Nice. Okay, party is over. Let's go and see my dad. Yeah. Nice smiled and grabbed Hitoshi by the back of the chair. He wants nothing more than to meet you, and I can't blame him with how much I've been hyping you up to him. Let's go. Hitoshi swallowed, his throat growing even more dry than what it was previously. Okay, something was wrong. Izuku was sure of it. Everyone was so carefree as they laughed and joked with one another, but more than a couple were looking out at the forest edge waiting for Gyro and Hitoshi to return. But they wouldn't. In fact, 1B would return before Hitoshi and Gyro, and that was when alarm bells were raised. Momo was the first to approach Kendo, and the two would speak briefly that ended with Kendo shaking her head. Momo looked back at Monoma and then gave her head a shake as well, and that made Monoma look uncomfortable. "I'll go get a teacher." He skipped off, and Izuku's heart was pounding as he watched Monoma go. Hitoshi. He tried the mind link for the umpteenth time, but he would get no response. Izuku looked around at the others. People were now standing around as the mood was starting to shift amongst everyone once the fear of their own being lost in the woods. "I will admit that the roar you made, Shishida, was pretty nerve-wracking." Ioma complimented the 1B students. Shishida shook his head. "Everyone says that, but I never let out a roar. I just gave chase to the unsuspecting." Shishida explained, and Izuku's ears went low. "I never let out a roar. ... but I remember a roar." Izuku remembers hearing a roar echo around the forest not once but twice, but he was with Koda and assumed, what else could let out a roar like that? What massive being could let out a roar so loud that it scared birds? Izuku's ears went low as his eyes went wide. "Namu, nice, shit, Koda. Izuku let out loud moans as he rushed and looked around for Koda. He couldn't see the teenager anywhere. Koda, he yelled, let out low mews of distress. "Right here." Two strong hands grabbed Izuku from around his middle before he was picked up off of the ground. "Is everything okay?" Koda inquired, his voice soft, and if it wasn't for Izuku's improved hearing he probably wouldn't have heard him. No, I think." Before Izuku finished, Ragdoll popped up almost out of nowhere. "So, a couple of kittens got lost. No worries, they must have just ran off the path. My quirk will find them in seconds." Ragdoll smiled while reassuring the others. "Let me just..." Ragdoll activated her quirk as she looked towards where the test of courage had taken place. Then her smile started to drop. She looked off towards the side and then the other side. She started frantically looking around in every direction. "That's not good." "Ragdoll." Mandalay approached her and the concern became clear across the leader's face. "Is everything okay?" she whispered, the two of them making sure to keep their voices low so as to not alarm anyone. Ragdoll frowned before looking at Mandalay, then she just slowly shook her head. "I don't see them." "Everyone." Mandalay's voice flew into everyone's heads in a matter of seconds. "Please return to your cabins." Whispers broke out as students started to return to the cabins as requested. Izuku started to struggle against Koda. "No, wait." Izuku tried to fight against Koda. Wait, let me go." Koda looked a little torn as it was clear he didn't want to let Izuku go against orders, but in the end he decided to let go of Izuku. Izuku turned and rushed towards where the pussycats were hurrying towards the remedial school. The students that were taking the classes were jogging off towards the cabins. Shouta and Vlad both emerged looking rather confused about the interruption. "What's going on?" Aizawa inquired as he stepped forward. "Is someone hurt?" "No, we got a couple of missing students." Mandalay started to explain as they walked inside of the classroom quickly for privacy. Izuku managed to slip in before the door shut. "The problem is..." Ragdoll frowned. "They're not in the forest. It's either that or they're too far for me to see them, but it doesn't make any sense. There's no way they got that far. No way. Even with how long they've been gone. If they ran, they should be only a few miles out at this point." Ragdoll explained. "Okay, who's missing exactly?" Shouta inquired. "Gyro and Hitoshi." Izuku watched as Shouta grew grim. "Hitoshi?" he asked again just to make sure he heard right, and Ragdoll nodded. "I'm ashamed to admit it took everyone, not just us, a while to realize they've both been missing in the first place. With the test of courage, everyone figured they were too scared to come out the other side," Mandalay said while shaking her head. "But the question is, what happened to them?" Izuku stepped in and jumped on a nearby desk. "Boss?" Aizawa asked as Izuku jumped over to the chalkboard. "What is he doing, eraser?" Vlad inquired when Izuku started to dust his paws with chalk dust from the eraser. His green paws turned a dusty white and he stood uneasily from the chalk and eraser tray on his two hind legs. "Is he actually?" Before Tiger could finish, Izuku started to write on the chalkboard with his paws. It was interesting to say the least. The dust tickled the inside of his nose and made him sneeze more than a few times in a row, and so viciously that it made him stop his writing for just a few seconds. Once his sneezing stopped, Izuku was able to finish his message. It wasn't his usual tidy handwriting that he remembered having as a human, but it got the point across as he got back down on all fours and looked back at the adults. Shouta was the only one in the room to understand. "Nice?" Mandalay asked after a few stunned moments of silence. "Are we just going to gloss over the fact that the cat just wrote in kanji?" Pixie Bob demanded, but true to what she just said, it seemed they were going to ignore that for the moment. "But how?" "This place was kept top secret, that only the teachers should know." There's no way. Shouta sucked his teeth as he started to pace. Wait, slow down, Eraser. Who, or what, is Nice in the first place? Mandalay asked, and Vlad sucked in a breath before crossing his arms. It's hard to explain fully. Vlad shook his head and then put a hand to his head, so much so that it makes my head spin just trying to think about it. Is a Nice a faker or pretender? Ragdoll asked, which caused Shouta to nod. It's a nickname we've given him as it's not his actual name. You see, Nice he's a Namu, but a more advanced Namu. Nice was once a quirkless 14-year-old boy named Izuku. Now he has more quirks than I can count, and he's not exactly dead either, but at the same time he's not Izuku. Nice has it in his head that he's Hitoshi's best friend, and has it after not just Hitoshi, but he also has it after Moss here. Shouta pointed at Izuku, who just nodded to the others. Why would a Namu be interested in a cat? Tiger inquired the obvious, and Shouta looked at Izuku, and Izuku nodded again, giving him permission. Moss, as I'm sure you all have noticed, is not a normal cat. He's not only hyper-intelligent, as you can see. Shouta gestured towards the boar, but he's had this quirk. A quirk that's somewhere between super region and immortality as a whole. We've witnessed this cat get flattened by a semi, and yet ... here he is. Not only that, but one of the quirks Nice has allows him to copy not just a person but their quirks if he bites them, and he's bitten Moss. Moss's quirk makes him feel ... warm from what I was told. So, Nice has made it his mission to get his hands on Moss. I can see where he's going with this, as he's tried it once before. There's not a doubt in my mind. He wants to do an exchange. Hitoshi and Gyro for Moss. Shouta picked Moss up and held him. Izuku felt his ears go back as he looked at the ground. Damn it. Shouta tightened his grip on Izuku, and Izuku could feel the anger radiating off of him. This is bad. More than bad. Mandalay agreed. We don't know where this hideout could be, but not only that, it's going to take us at least a day for everyone, not just us, to get back to the city. If we get back to the city, we could have Ragdoll locate the 2 missing students, but do we have the time? I could leave. Ragdoll and I. The rest of you could stay here and placate the children. Shouta looked at the time on his phone. We could inform Netsu and other heroes about this and start a secret reconnaissance without the villains knowing. Shouta offered quickly. The children aren't dumb, Eraser. They'll know something is up. Besides, losing 2 heroes would put us at a disadvantage. I think it's best if we just send everyone back to the dorms, lest we lose more children because of this. Vlad argued. There was some silence as everyone pondered their next move, and Shouta finally just nodded with a sigh. Fine. Let's compromise. Vlad, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Tiger could make sure the children get on the buses while Ragdoll and I get a head start. Because it's going to take at least an hour or 2 to get the buses going and the children ready. Please ... one of them is my son. The longer I stay behind, the longer he has to spend with that monster. We can do that, Eraserhead. Go, Mandalay ordered, and Shouta nodded as he and Ragdoll quickly took off in the night for Ragdoll's car. Hang on, Hitoshi. Izuku heard Shouta say as he kept a tight hold on Izuku. Dad's coming. Nice was quiet as he left Hitoshi in front of All for One. Hitoshi was still bound to the chair by chains, and there was nothing he could do except accept this. Nice quietly crawled into All for One's lap, and All for One put his hand on Nice's head. All for One certainly didn't look like the picture Hitoshi saw a while back. This man looked like a fried Mr. Potato Head with only a mouth to show for it. Hitoshi swallowed hard as he still felt intimidated by this man regardless of his looks. So, you're Hitoshi Shinsu. All for One said as he pressed Izuku to his chest and continued to run his fingers through his curls. Yes, Hitoshi whispered. All for One smiled, and it sent another wave of shivers down Hitoshi's spine. Izuku has spoke nonstop about you. I have to say though, after your last interaction I was unhappy to hear how he was treated. Hitoshi couldn't look at All for One anymore, and he looked at his lap. I was scared, sir. I apologized. Yep, so it's all good now. Izuku mumbled while grabbing his father's hand and messing with it. Regardless, I must ask something of you, Hitoshi. Hitoshi felt his breath pick up and the hairs on the back of his neck prickled upwards. What would that be, sir? I simply wish for you to treat Izuku a little kinder from now on. You see, when he gets upset he gets ... not like himself. I'm sure you've seen it for yourself. Yes, good. All is good then. All for One seemed okay with that, and that made Hitoshi feel almost a little better, but he was still shaking. Izuku. Yes, Dad. Nice was different with his dad. He was stiff, more reserved, and quiet. I think it's time to show Hitoshi your last present. Yes, of course. Nice popped up from his dad's lap and grabbed the back of Hitoshi's chair just as quickly. Hitoshi, I'm sure you'll find this surprise to your liking if all my son has told me is true, that is. As you see, it's a present for the both of you with his birthday coming up in a few weeks. Hitoshi didn't like that. He didn't like that one bit. He could only stare as he was being dragged away from All for One. Izuku would be ashamed it just left his mouth right before Kurogiri's portal sucked them away from All for One. He was sure he saw the lunatic smile in those few seconds. Hitoshi expected to be warped back to the bar, but that wasn't the case. Instead, he was warped to a large room with a bunch of tanks filled with a thick-looking liquid. Don't think about it. Hitoshi shut his eyes tight. The room was creepy and made Hitoshi shudder even harder. It was dark, and the only noise to be heard was the constant humming of a machine. Knives was humming as he skipped while dragging the chair in front of him. "What is this place?" he asked just to break the uncomfortable silence. This is the doctor's lab. Not the main lab, but the lab where he works on test subjects such as extraction. Knives explained unbothered. Extraction. Yep, I'll explain it all in a minute. There's the doctor now. Over here, Izuku. The doctor, an old and portly-looking man, waved them over next to an open tank. No, what Hitoshi feared was very much a reality. He was going to be shoved in that tank. He started to thrash and scream. "Somebody help," he wailed while fighting against the chains. All he received was his own voice. "SHSH. Knives got in front of Hitoshi. "It's okay. We're not going to take your life. I'd never do that to my best friend." "When did we become friends?" Hitoshi demanded. Knives smiled. "When?" Hitoshi decided to shoot his shot and put Knives under. "Release me," Hitoshi demanded in his panic. "Oh ho." The doctor laughed as he witnessed this. "To see your quirk in action." The doctor didn't seem to stop this, as he was more than happy to watch as Knives fished a key off of his person and started to unlock the chain binding Hitoshi to the chair. The doctor actually clapped when Hitoshi was freed. "Bravo, Izuku was right. That's a strong quirk." Hitoshi stood once freed and debated going for the doctor, but the doctor was just too okay with this. "Yeah." Hitoshi was grabbed from behind almost immediately by Kurogiri. Kurogiri gave the Namu a kick to the leg. Nothing hard, but more than enough to break him out from Hitoshi's spell. "Oh, it's just as I thought it'd be. How brilliant, Hitoshi." Knives was grinning widely. "I was wondering when you'd use your quirk on me, and you didn't disappoint me." "Yes." Knives pumped his fists excitedly. "You see, it's a present for both of us. You hate your quirk and I want your quirk. So, it's been discussed." "No," Hitoshi screamed as he kicked against Kurogiri, who was surprisingly strong. The man was leading him towards the tank. "I'm going to have your quirk, so I can always have a part of you with me." "Stop it. Stop it." Hitoshi was going to wake up, right? This was a nightmare. It had to be. It was a nightmare. "But don't worry. I'm not going to leave you without a quirk. I know how cruel people are to the quirkless ... so I've found the perfect quirk for you. It's just going to take a few days for us to extract your quirk and give you the new one." Moss, they're going to." Upnai suddenly had his exposed palm under Hitoshi's nose, and that sickly sweet smell tickled the inside of his nose. "SHHH. Don't contact that cat. Don't worry, you're going to wake up and you're going to be so happy." Hitoshi felt like he was in a tunnel as his fight started to die and Knives' voice started to taper off and echo all around Hitoshi's head. "You're finally being rid of your curse, Hitoshi," was the last thing he remembered hearing before everything finally went black. Aizawa was quick to call in favors. Not just Aizawa, but the moment Aburo and Hizashi got the word of Hitoshi's missing status, they also called in favors, and before the sun even rose that night, UAS conference room was filled not with just the UA staff, but also with other heroes willing to help, such as that of Hawks, Rocklock, and even Gang Orca. All good heroes that were willing to help. Then there was Grand Torino, someone Aizawa has never heard of before, but apparently, despite his age, was spry and more than willing to help. Izuku sat in Nenzu's lap while Toshinori, puffed up fully as all might, stood hovering beside the chair as everyone looked over a holographic map of the city. "Nai sure has grown smart," Toshinori said while he turned the holograph map to try and get a better view of the city. This made everyone look at him. "What do you mean?" Shouta inquired. "Well, think about it. At the USJ when we first ran into him, he was angry, yes, but slow. He lumbered a lot and wasn't the fastest. Even during the internships, he was too blinded by his anger to really think or act in an intelligent manner outside of separating you from Bakugo ... But now, he managed to know the best time to kidnap young Hitoshi, and Gyro Toshinori tapped the table a few times with his fingers as he thought about it. He's getting smarter and stealthier in his moves." There was a heavy silence, and Izuku looked at Nenzu before looking away with a frown. "He's just some kid, is he not?" Rocklock asked. "Not quite, Yagi." Shouta almost pushed All Might out of the way as he took over the hologram and changed the image of that from the map to that of Knives. It was a 3D hologram, making it easy for them all to see Knives from every angle. "Why, that boy can't be older than 12. Rocklock looked shocked as he, as well as the other uninformed, were expecting a villain more villainous looking than 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya. Izuku sighed as his ears went low. "Here's the thing. This," Aizawa pointed at Knives, "is the definition of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Knives is a Namu. For those unaware as to what a Namu is a corpse that's been reanimated and stuffed with quirks to make itself more powerful. They are volatile and listen only to one person, their master, all for one. Which brings me to my next point. While Nice here doesn't look like a typical Namu, there's a reason for that. It's because Izuku Midoriya, this original body, is the son of All For One, the son that killed himself over a year ago. That brings up some implications I'm not liking. Hawks muttered as he scratched at his face. Yeah, no shit. Shout sighed as he sat in a chair. Now, why do we call him Nice when his name is actually Izuku? Well, for the simple point that Izuku is dead. He died the day he jumped off the building. Shouter reached over and rubbed Izuku's head as he said this. This is no longer Izuku Midoriya. This is someone pretending to be Izuku. Hence the name we've given him. Nice. That's kinda f***ed up ... So why Gyro and Hitoshi? Gyro was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Hitoshi, on the other hand, Shouter looked from Izuku to his husband's before sighing. It's hard to explain in full, however. Nice has it in his head that he and Hitoshi are friends. Not only that, but Nice is after Moss here. Shouter picked Izuku up and held him for the heroes to see. And Moss is Hitoshi's cat. Why on earth would such a thing want a cat? Gran Torino opened his mouth for the first time since entering the room. You see, Nice has a quirk that not only allows him to shapeshift, but he can also copy quirks once he takes blood. During the USJ, he bit into Moss, to put it lightly. Moss has a quirk that makes Nice feel alive. Nice has been gunning it for Moss ever since. There was a silence before Gang Orca said the thing that everyone was thinking. Why don't we just ... give him the cat then? Because that's what he wants. Shouter's eyes narrowed as he held onto Izuku a little tighter. Not only that, but you don't want him getting his hands on this quirk. Just trust me on this. If he gets this quirk ... he'll be impossible to defeat. The cat is just that special, huh? Hawks used a feather to snatch Izuku by his harness and bring the cat to him with ease. He let Izuku drop, and Izuku let out a yelp when he fell through the air before he was caught by Hawks. Hawks brought Izuku up to his face. Izuku stared into Hawks' yellow eyes, and Hawks looked from Izuku before he slowly turned his head to look at the picture of Nice. Izuku watched as realization seemed to have etched itself in the number 3 hero's eyes. Huh, Hawks whispered. Well, us animals gotta stick together, right? Hawks raised a fist up in a fist bump. Is this real life? Izuku wondered, almost starstruck, before he returned the fist bump by placing his paw on the fist in question. Then Izuku was returned to Shouta. Shouta grabbed Izuku out of the air and placed the cat in his lap. That being said, we need to use that cat as bait at the very least. This is what he wants, isn't it? This nice fellow. Fine, we won't give him the cat. Ectoplasm butted in and Shouta frowned. I think it's our best shot at getting Nice. Hizashi nodded before ducking his head. I don't like this any more than you, Sho, but Nice has Hitoshi and Gyro in his grasp, and if we can catch him. While I don't agree or disagree on using the cat as bait, we have Ragdoll looking for young Gyro and Hitoshi as we speak, don't we? All Might inquired. Yes, both she and Loud Cloud are patrolling the city looking for Hitoshi, but I'm starting to fear that the villains have some sort of anti-quirk measure because Ragdoll hasn't been able to spot the children at all. Shouta held on to Moss a little tighter. So for now the best we can do is wait. Shouta then swallowed hard while he looked out the window at the rising sun. But not for much longer, my dear Shouta. Nedzu patted Shouta's hand. If they come up empty, then there's one more measurement we could take. A measurement I know not everyone will like. Shouta challenged softly to Nedzu, and Nedzu nodded. But a measurement I know you'll take in a heartbeat. But for now let's wait. And wait they would. They would all painstakingly wait until nearly 8 in the morning. Over 12 hours since Hitoshi's kidnapping, give or take, and everyone was on edge by the time Oboro and Ragdoll came back shaking their heads. I circled the city 3 times. I'm sorry, Oboro whispered as hugged Shouta. They have anti-quirk measurements in place so nobody can find them. Ragdoll gave her own head a shake as she went to the wild pussycats. The others having returned just 40 minutes prior, with the rest of the students now in the dorms. So, after 12 hours of not knowing where Hitoshi and Gyro were, Shouta had no choice as he looked back at Nedzu and nodded. Do it? To say Izuku was worried was an understatement. The last thing he heard through the mind link was Hitoshi screaming for help before it was abruptly cut with no warning. By that point, Izuku was fully aware that Hitoshi had been kidnapped, so for Hitoshi to scream for help through the mind link knowing Izuku was too far away to help didn't put Izuku at ease. So, now it was time for desperate measures. If you betray us, Oboro hissed at Tamura as he handed Izuku over to the ex-villain. It won't be a racerhead you'd have to deal with, understand? Yes. Tamura looked from Oboro to the ground quickly. You've made your stance quite clear, Loud Cloud. He then held Izuku like one would hold a bag of cat food. God ... cats are lame. Tamura huffed while looking at Izuku, who wasn't wearing his vest for this mission as he knew he was going to need to make a speedy getaway and a vest would be a hazard. What's happening? A ragdoll Tom looked at Izuku as he asked this before he was then handed to Tamura, the same as Izuku was. This ragdoll looked identical to Izuku in every way, well, except for one. Its fur was actually that of a traditional ragdoll, so they had to dye the poor Tom the same color of green that Izuku was. They even tried to replicate Izuku's necklace to the best of their abilities in limited time. Now Tamura had two, almost identical cats in his arms. The key difference wasn't their looks but the fact that Izuku was now sporting a collar that had a GoPro attached to it. Don't worry about it. Just know this. What's your name? Izuku asked. Tom. Know this, Tom. When the kid with green hair and sharp teeth tries to grab you, you run, Izuku instructed. Okay, Tom mumbled, sounding a little uneasy, and Izuku couldn't blame him. Oboro then turned his sights to Izuku and gently tipped Izuku's head up to meet his eyes. Remember the mission, Moss. Bring us to Gyro and Hitoshi. We'll be watching through the GoPro when the heroes get there. I want you to run, don't stay behind. Run as far as you can. Understand? Izuku nodded and Oboro nodded in return. Good boy. And he gave Izuku a scratch behind the ear. God, I hope this works, Oboro whispered under his breath as he backed away. Remember, Tamura. Aizawa put his goggles over his eyes. We're all counting on you. Don't let us down. Tamura just gave a nod. I heard you guys the first 15 times. Geez. He huffed out, clearly growing irritated. You two ready? He asked as he looked at both cats. Izuku nodded. Tom was distracted by a piece of string dangling from Tamura's jacket. Tamura looked at the two cats and then nodded. Alright, let's do this. Tamura released Moss a block from the bar. Up there is where you'll find the tanks. I pray your friend isn't in one of them. It's been what? 14 hours. Tamura looked at the time and shook his head. It's hard to say if he'll be okay or not. Regardless, find him and the girl. I'll see how long I can distract them for. The mission was that of stealth. The last thing they wanted was a bunch of Nomas to fight, which is why Izuku was to go in first. With him being a cat, the odds of any Nomas being on high alert for him was unlikely. If there are Nomas, then the heroes could hopefully take them out stealthily. Tamura was wired so the heroes could listen in, and he even had a stealthy earpiece in. One so small that the others probably couldn't see it unless they looked hard enough. Still, Tamura shifted the makeshift cat in his arms. God, this thing was heavy. Granted, it was easier without both cats combined. They both weighed about 20 pounds. And he had to walk with both of those beasts. I should probably work out a little more, he realized as he looked at his scrawny arms. In the past, he didn't have to do much as he relied heavily, maybe a little too heavily, on his quirk. His quirk. What a joke. Tamura felt betrayal seep into his veins as he walked down the sidewalk and shoved his free hand into his pocket. It felt nice these last few weeks without a quirk. His insides weren't constantly itching, and he was able to use all 10 fingers again when doing something, like defending himself from Toga on many occasions. That girl was still a little upset about losing her quirk. It was ... the polar opposite for Tamura. If anything, he felt free without that curse of hit. Tamura stopped in front of the door and then sucked in a deep breath as the bar got closer and closer to him. His lips were drying again and his throat felt scratchy. The fake Moss let out a mew and started to struggle a little, clearly having enough of being held. Hold still, he grunted before he grabbed the cat by his scruff to keep him still. The cat didn't care for this but couldn't do much about it. Let's just ... get this over with. It took a lot of effort on his part, but Tamura would enter the bar. Young Kurogiri dropped the glass he had been cleaning, and it fell to the ground with a shattering noise as he rushed to Tamura. Kurogiri actually hugged Tamura before taking a step back to look him over. How on earth did you get away from those heroes? You take me for an idiot. Tamura scoffed as he stepped away from Kurogiri. I got away without your help, by the way. He sat at the bar and put the fake Moss down. Tamura kept a hand on the cat's scruff, again to keep him from running off. I apologize, Tamura. Kurogiri shook his head as he stood by Tamura. I wanted to help you, but by the time Izuku informed us of your capture, it was too late and you were locked away under heavy guard. There was nothing we could have done. Tamura scoffed. Can you get me a drink, Kurogiri? He demanded, and Kurogiri nodded. Of course, what would you like? Tamura looked at all of his drink options before looking down at the cat. Sex on the beach, he grumbled, and Kurogiri wasted no time making the drink. While he was mixing the drink up with expert hands, Tamura looked at him, watched his hands, watched for any inconspicuous portals. None happened, and so Tamura knew the drink wasn't drugged. When it was finished, Tamura took a nice long drink. It tasted pleasant, and the burn was welcomed as it warmed Tamura's throat all the way down. So, where's nice? I didn't get this mangy cat for nothing. You know. What did you just call him? That's a rude name, you know this. Tamura's eyes went wide as he stared at the drink, unable to look Kurogiri in the eyes for far too long. Then, he swallowed hard and tried again as he looked into Kurogiri's confused eyes. A slip of the tongue, Tamura hissed. All the heroes called Izuku that while I was in prison. A sickening name indeed. Kurogiri didn't relax. Instead, he just kept his stare leveled before grabbing a nearby glass to clean. He's not here. He's resting with Master currently. I see. Then what do I do with this cat that I went through great pains of getting? Kurogiri's eyes flickered from Tamura then to the cat before he finished cleaning the glass and put it down behind him. Hard to say. We don't exactly have a carrier, but I suppose you could put him in the back room for now. A shiver went down Tamura's spine when Nice spoke suddenly. Don't be silly, Kurogiri. The Namu walked into the bar. He looked tired. His eyes had heavy eye bags under them. His body swayed from side to side as he was unable to walk straight. Izuku, I encourage you to go back to your father. You need to rest, Kurogiri urged as he stepped out from behind the bar and put himself between Tamura and Nice. Nice looked confused for a moment and then he just shook his head. No, he insisted before pushing past Kurogiri. If he got the cat, I need to see it. Nice then rubbed at his tired eyes before stumbling over. See, Big Brother follows through. Tamura smiled as he handed the ragdoll to Nice. The cat in question started to struggle when Nice grabbed him none too gentle. The cat let out a loud meow of protest when Nice pulled him up so they were eye to eye. Nice then tilted his head as he smiled at the cat. Tamura's heartbeat picked up rapidly as he let out a shuddering breath, but managed to suppress it with a cough. Quietly, he reached up towards his ear where the comm was hitting the button twice meant danger, but was he in danger just yet? Nice ran a finger down the cat's spine before he moved one hand to the cat's neck. He wrapped his hand around the neck and Tamura could do nothing as Nice squeezed. The cat let out a painful yowl just before his neck snapped in two. The cat was then dropped to the ground, his little paws still twitching. Do I look like an idiot, Big Brother? Nice put his hands on his knees while he leaned down so he and Tamura were eye to eye. That had to be the worst decoy you could have given me, Big Brother. Yep, danger. Tamura reached for the comm but his wrist was grabbed by Nice. For shame, Big Brother. For shame, Tamura grabbed his still full glass and smashed it over Nice's head to get Nice to let him go. Kurogiri tried to placate this whole situation but it was too late. Way too late, the bridges have been burnt. I should have guessed. Nice hissed as threw a punch. The punch connected with Tamura's jaw more than enough to stun him because when did this kid get so strong? Then Nice slammed Tamura's face into the bar. A pain exploded behind Tamura's left eye as he dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. I didn't expect your loyalties to shift just like that. Spend a couple of weeks with the heroes and suddenly you've forgiven them for everything they did to the both of us. Nice started to pace around Tamura. His face pulled into a vicious snarl as he did this. Tamura spied a piece of glass on the floor. The glass shard was big and jagged. Tamura grabbed it without a second thought and he lunged for Nice. Enough. Kurogiri must have regained his senses or something because he made several portals, all making sure neither boy could hurt one another anymore. Tamura's hand slipped through a portal and the glass shard came out on the other side of Tamura's head. Now, isn't this interesting? Came all for one's voice from the TV. Tamura, have you forgotten how the heroes turned their backs on you? No, you turned your back on me. Tamura snarled at the TV. The quirk isn't mine. And quirkless, Tamura yelled in a fervent rage. I know because they showed me the quirk you gave me was killing me and you knew this. The bastard had the gall to laugh. And it never crossed your mind that the heroes were lying to you. Never. His eyes narrowed. Maybe at the start ... but to see the proof in front of my own eyes is different. It's a shame. I would have died for you and I think you know that. Tamura gripped the glass chunk so harshly that his hand started to bleed. Maybe I'm not the only one that needs fixing, Nice said as he stared at Tamura. Perhaps not. Tamura jerked his arm through the portal. The only one who will need fixing is you. Tamura roared as indignation ran through his entire body and burned red hot. He didn't even think as he managed to thrust the jagged shard towards Nice's face. He didn't even register the pop as the blade sank through Nice's right eyeball. Nice let out an inhuman screech of pain. It wasn't enough. Tamura knew Nice had the blood-healing quirk that helped heal wounds. But Nice didn't have regeneration, so Tamura pulled the glass shard out. There was sickly and wet pop and very little resistance as the eyeball detached from Nice's head. Nice continued to screech as he grabbed the empty socket and scrambled along the ground. Tamura looked at the eyeball that was now stuck on the end of the large glass shard. The air became heavy as Tamura knew exactly what he had done. There was no returning from this. I'm in danger, he realized a little too late. Well, thankfully the heroes had been listening and as with no prior warning the door to the bar was blasted open. The first to be targeted was Kurogiri. The jumping hero, what was his name? Gren. Something jumped and kicked Kurogiri to the ground only to be followed by a red feather that shot itself through Nice's right shoulder. Hawks flew inside the bar and pinned Nice to the ground, keeping both of Nice's arms behind his back. So ... this is terrifying, Nice. Hawks smiled a sardonic smile as he stared at the Namu below him. Nothing more than a corpse. You did good, young Tamura. All Might came in last and patted Tamura's shoulder. Gave us plenty of time to find Hitoshi and Gyro. You can't take him. Nice became feral in only seconds as tried his hardest to kick Hawks off of him. Nice's right eye was now screwed shut as the blood that was once leaking from the wound now started to dry in one large bloody smear. He's not ready. You can take the girl, but not Hitoshi. Not ready, meaning we were just in time. Good. Hawks nodded with the others. You really thought you were being slick by taking the kid from the camp, weren't you? Nyes tried to push Hawks off of him, but Hawks must have been too heavy because Nyes couldn't get up fully. Kurogiri, can't you do something? Nyes sounded panicked as he looked at Kurogiri. There was a flash of black before Aizawa hung upside down from the ceiling light with his weapon. No, he can't. Not as long as I'm watching him. Nyes' one eye suddenly became tearful. You'll regret this. He then scowled. You all will regret this. Nyes then started to cough, his coughing turning violent. Tamura's stomach felt queasy before an itch in his throat showed itself to him. He let out cough that turned into a series of coughs the same as Nyes then. Black sludge left his mouth with no warning. Tamura. All Might reached for him, but it was too late. Tamura was whisked away by a portal that wasn't made by Kurogiri. All three of them, Tamura, Nyes, and Kurogiri, were taken away from that bar. When Tamura let out a gasp as he fell to his back, there, levitating in front of him, was All for One. Now, Tamura, let's have a talk about loyalty and why it's important. Izuku sat upon Hitoshi's tank and didn't move. He couldn't move. Not until this whole nightmare was over and Hitoshi and Gyro were safe at the dorms again. The Namus he managed to spot were taken down quickly by Midnight's quirk, and if there were some that put up a fight, Tiger and Ectoplasm were there to put them down. Izuku let out a meow, alerting the heroes of where Hitoshi lay. Jesus. Oboro ran through the lab as he looked at every tank. He looked unnerved by just the sheer amount of tanks that were full. Still, he and Hisashi skidded to a stop at this tank. How do? Izuku jumped from the tank and watched as Oboro struggled to open the top. Move Snipe pushed Oboro out of the way as he brandished a large knife. He wedged the blade of the knife in between the lid and tank and pushed up. In one quick movement, the tank was opened. A fog spilled from the open tank and Oboro made it into a cloud to disperse it easily. Then, with no hesitation, Oboro dipped both hands into the tank. It wasn't water but a thick and viscous type of liquid that spilled out of the sides when Oboro dipped both arms into it. He then pulled Hitoshi out of the tank. Hitoshi was stripped of his clothes. Both of his eyes were open, but he didn't move. He didn't so much as twitch. His eyes stared off into nothing. His hair was flattened and sticking to the sides of his face. Any machines he was connected to, Oboro and Hisashi quickly disconnected without hesitation. Once he was freed, Oboro put his ear directly against Hitoshi's chest. There was a silence as worry etched itself on Oboro's face before relief took over. He's breathing. Here. Snipe quickly unbuttoned his cape and draped it over Hitoshi to cover him. We found Gyro. Midnight yelled and Oboro nodded to Hisashi. Go to her. I'll get Hitoshi to an ambulance. Heard. Hisashi then jogged to where Midnight was so they could free Gyro as well. Oboro used his knee to help prop Hitoshi into his arms in a carry. Hitoshi was completely catatonic as he just stared lifelessly while being carried to the nearest ambulance. It was while he was being strapped to the stretcher was there a bang. This bang made everyone look towards the direction in alarm. What is that? Oboro gasped with an open mouth as a man started to float downwards. Izuku's fur bristled. He recognized that body and that build anywhere. Dad. All for One floated downwards. Number 8. Loud Cloud. The one that got away. Izuku's breath picked up quickly while Oboro stood in front of the ambulance. What do you mean? It was 14 years ago, I believe. All for One only touched where his right eye would be if his face wasn't hidden by a mask. Oboro put his hand to his dead eye, then he gnashed his teeth and stood his ground. That was you. Well, to be fair, I didn't even want you. I wanted the one that could erase quirks. Oboro gnashed his teeth so hard that Izuku was terrified they were going to break. But then the buffoons I hired lost your body in the rubble and you were found. You would have made a great Kurogiri. Shut the F up. Hisashi whipped out of the building so fast that he was just a blur. His quirk activated to its fullest with the intent to stun or even deafen All for One. Present Mike. The whole gang's here. All for One almost seemed to be finding this fun. Then with no warning, the impact of Hisashi's quirk whipped right back around and struck Hisashi full force, sending him back and forcing him to take out his squealing hearing aids. Izuku felt too stunned to move as he just stared at All for One in shock. There was no way this was happening. That man couldn't be his loving father, right? Of course he knew that answer. He knew that answer for almost a year now. The ambulance with Hitoshi took off quickly, the workers knowing to get out of there because it was going to get dicey. Though, you took away my son's friend, All for One said as he watched the ambulance flee. Midnight came rushing out of the building next, Gyro in her arms. Gyro was in the same catatonic state that Hitoshi was in, her eyes half-lidded, her mouth agape. She, like Hitoshi, had been stripped from her clothes. Her ears, her quirk was gone. Izuku didn't have time to really focus too much on it as Oboro summoned a cloud and flew as fast as he could to All for One. Go, Midnight. Oboro demanded as he grabbed his staff, clearly getting ready for a battle. He won't win, Izuku thought as he watched Oboro get closer and closer to All for One. The sudden explosion that happened was more than enough to knock Oboro back and off of his cloud and sent him flying through 4 or 5 buildings. How cute. All for One almost cooed as his arm was now massive. You really thought you could take me, Oboro Shurakumo. Several loud popping noises flew through the air as All for One was shot through. Snipe was shooting in non-fatal areas, but it did nothing as he healed almost immediately. More heroes were hurrying out with those catatonic fully aware that a fight was upon them. All for One turned towards where Snipe was and Izuku watched as his father's arms coiled like a spring before releasing the same amount of air blast that sent Oboro flying. Because of the angle All for One was looking down at Snipe, who was on the ground, such a force caused Snipe's left leg to completely snap. The same thing that happened to Ochako just weeks ago. Midnight, can you knock him out? Ectoplasm asked hurriedly as Midnight finally got Gyro in the ambulance and the drivers took off in the same hurry as the others. No paramedic was wasting time. I can try, but I'm willing to bet that mask of his has a ventilation system. Clones of Ectoplasm rushed at All for One while a couple of clones helped get Snipe to his feet and rush him to an awaiting ambulance. All of Ectoplasm's clones were swiped down and defeated like they were made of paper. Izuku's breath hitched. They were losing. In just seconds, All for One took down not one but 3 heroes like they were newbies. Then came the explosion. An actual explosion as the factory they were all just in went up in flames. The explosion was so massive that it knocked everyone, Izuku included, off their feet from the shockwave alone. Izuku felt the heat that singed his coat, heat that burned him in places, heat that was so hot that anyone still inside the building no doubt couldn't survive. Izuku panted with his mouth open and his tongue was out as he slowly rose to his feet. He couldn't hear anything but this high-pitched ringing. His legs wobbled and his head spun. Still, he managed to get to his feet and look out. The heroes managed to get out, but they were unconscious amongst the still smoldering fire. All that remained was All for One in the center of it all. All for One focused on Izuku, unaware of the fact that he was looking at his own son. Then rivets shot out and before Izuku could dodge he was stabbed right through. Izuku let out a yowl. Let's see what you have that has my son so interested now. That's a quirk. All for One gasped. The quirk of rebirth. No wonder my son wants you. No matter how many times you die, you just keep coming back. An immortal soul. What? Izuku felt a spark flash behind his eyes as he thought about his suicide. Was this quirk always with him? Was he born with this quirk as Izuku Midoriya? Yet, he didn't have the healing factor as Izuku. All the times he had to patch himself up after Bakugo burned him was still evident amongst Nai's body unless did his suicide trigger his quirk? When he killed himself ... did his quirk literally awaken when he woke up as Moss for the very first time? It's a perfect quirk for Izuku. This way we both can live together for a long time. He's going to take my quirk and give it to Inamu. Izuku didn't know why, but he felt eyes on him. He turned his head and everything moved in slow motion when he saw Angel. The calico was sitting off in the distance. Get up, was what she was telling him without telling him. Don't let this be the end. I'm waiting on you, Kit. Izuku jerked himself free from the rivet by rolling along the ground. Blood poured from his side as this happened. Izuku managed to jump out of the way quickly as more rivets went for him. A quick one, aren't you? His father stopped suddenly, and that was more than enough time for Izuku to rush to freedom where Angel was waiting. Come on, Kit, Angel demanded once he was in reach of her. Together the two cats rushed down the sloping hill in tandem. You did wonderful, Angel complimented him. What are you? Izuku demanded as they ran to the nearest alleyway together. Me, I'm just a street cat. Nothing more, nothing less. She smiled before picking up the pace. Izuku didn't believe that. Not one bit. Kamino was abuzz as people evacuated the area urgently while others watched the news. Once a safe distance away. And when Izuku couldn't run anymore, they stopped in an alley where Angel helped lick Izuku's wounds clean. Izuku was fading in and out of consciousness. His wound was bleeding too heavily and he knew he was going to bleed to death. I think I'm going to die, he told Angel as he leaned against her. You most likely are, but I'm sure you'll come back. Yeah, in a few hours, usually. All right, I'll be here when you wake. Izuku leaned his head against Angel again and let out a slow sigh. The last thing he heard before losing his battle was cheering. All Might won. He won. The people watching the news screamed along with those running along the streets. All Might won. The day was saved and there were no deaths. The only problem, Nai's was still out there. Izuku didn't need the people to tell him that. Nai's got away and he was pissed. Bonus, Inko was in the middle of talking to Steven. The man was smiling as he told her about the deal that he managed to snag. It made Inko happy to see him so happy. Things may not have been perfect, but they were looking up. Right, she just couldn't get that cat out of her head. Those green eyes, no, don't think about it. The door to the visitation area opened and Inko didn't know why, but when this woman stepped through the door it made Inko sit up just a little straighter. The woman was tall, taller than Inko for sure. Her hair was white and her eyes, those red eyes that looked identical to her husband's own red eyes. She looked around before she honed in on Inko and Inko alone. With big strides she walked to Inko's table. Izuku Midoriya?" She asked. Her voice was soft but on the edge of worry. Steven and Izuku shared a look before Izuku looked back at the women. "Yes," Izuku answered softly. "My name is Shino Monoma." Her breath wavered as she shivered. "And," she took out a picture from her person, "I'm pretty sure my father is your husband. I'm sure your son, Izuku, is my half-brother." Tamura was lucky to be alive. Tamura was lucky All Might got to him when he did. If not for All Might, Tamura was sure he'd be nothing more than a greasy smear on the pavement, because All For One was going to kill him, if not kill him then use his body as a Namu vessel. Because of All Might jumping in the nick of time, Tamura was able to get away at least. Getting away was the plan. Upon seeing the unconscious bodies of the UA teachers strewn about the battlefield made Tamura stop for just a second as he realized that with these teachers in the crosshairs, All Might most likely would be forced to hold back so as not to obliterate them off of the map. It took deliberation with himself. It took him nearly running off only to immediately turn back around before Tamura decided. Someone needs to save these idiots so All For One can be put in the ground. So, it was with a heavy heart that Tamura ran back into the battleground. He was nearly blown out of his shoes as All For One and All Might came to such harsh blows that it made the ground quake and the wind blow. Tamura started with the heroes closest to him. He grabbed Midnight from under her arms and started to haul her way. "God," he grunted. "You weigh a ton. Tamura really should start to work out." He had to drag the unconscious woman all the way to the safest distance, which wasn't exactly easy when two superpowered monsters were trying to kill each other. Now hearing All For One's voice made Tamura look up just in time to see his once mentor rushing at him. "Don't be rude, Tamura." All For One's arm sprung back like a spring and Tamura braced for impact. All Might jumped in front of the attack just in time. All Might went sailing past Tamura's head and into a nearby building. And then there were two. All For One slowly floated so he was just above Tamura. Tamura let out a gasp as he looked at All For One. "I wish it didn't have to be like this. Tamura, you showed so much promise." "Tamura, jump." Loud Cloud's voice echoed all around them, but Tamura just couldn't see where he was coming from. Not that it mattered because Tamura jumped when he was told. A cloud still nearly swept him off of his feet, but it was still cushioned enough that it didn't help as he and Midnight were flown away. Just in time too, because All Might came back and the impact made a boom so loud Tamura was sure they were able to hear it on the other side of Japan. The cloud flew through a busted building, and in that rubble Loud Cloud laid on his stomach. His right leg was pinned by the rubble so he was unable to move. He had sweat running down his face as he brought his gourd away from his mouth. Loud Cloud started to pant as he let the cloud safely dissipate. "This isn't the safest place," he whispered. "Backup is on the way. But I'm sure you know ... we got to get the others out of there." "I would but..." Loud Cloud looked at his pinned leg and then back at Tamura. "I hate to ask you to do this. You're just a civilian right now, but you're our only help at getting those heroes out of there. I need you to drag them to a safe enough distance away from the fight and I can sweep you up in a cloud." "Can't you do that already?" Tamura asked, and Loud Cloud shook his head. "No, the fight between All For One and All Might is too windy, literally. Those powerful gusts of winds they're making will dissipate my cloud before it could reach the others. We just need Mike, Snipe, and Ectoplasm out of there." Tamura curiously looked down before giving a nod. "I can do it, but I have to ask, the others. Eraser, Hawks, Rocklock, what happened to them? Nomus attacked the bar after you've been teleported." Loud Cloud looked away for a moment as he gasped in pain. "We don't have much time, Tenko." "Yeah, wait, what did you call me?" "Tenko ... that's your name, isn't it?" Shadow looked into every missing person case he could find about a murdered family. "Tenko Shimura is the only one that matched the way your family was killed." A small gasp left Tamura Tenko's mouth, as memories of a little sister, a mother, a grandmother, and a dog all flooded his mind after all of these years. It was something that awoke as a memory resurface, the memory of a picture, a woman with black hair and in a hero costume who was floating. "She's a hero. We should be heroes together, Tenko." Tenko eyebrows furrowed before he nodded firmly. "You can count on me, Loud Cloud." "Good lad." Loud Cloud gave him a wavering smile. "We don't have much time, so you have to be quick. I don't know how much longer Yagi can last. He's already looking worse for wear." At that mention made Tenko turn towards the fight. All Might was starting to deflate in size. Something Tamura would have cheered at, but it was something that made Tenko worry. "I'll be quick," and with that he went to jump only to realize he didn't exactly have a floating quirk, and looking at a 10-foot drop at the least. Thankfully Loud Cloud made a cloud to catch him. "Idiot." Oboro laughed, which made Tamura sigh in both relief and embarrassment. Tenko hit the ground and ran full speed towards the closest hero. Snipe was next, so he grabbed Snipe by his wrists and gave the man a powerful tug. "I take it back, you're way heavier," he grunted as he painstakingly pulled the massive man along the ground. Tenko was nearly thrown to the ground by gusts of air pressure, but still he persisted in his quest. Once out of the immediate fallout, Tenko's legs were swept under him by a cloud. "This man weighs a ton," he grunted when Snipe was placed on the ground. Tenko put his hands on his knees and looked at Oboro. "You're doing amazing, kid." 2 more. I know you can do it. Oboro cheered Tenko on and Tenko nodded. A cloud quickly took Tenko back to the battlefield. It was when he was trying to save ectoplasm did things get easier. All for One had picked up on what Tenko was doing and he managed to sweep All Might, who was almost completely shriveled and skeletal. You want to save those heroes so bad. Then you can join them. And he went to throw a spring-loaded punch at Tenko. Tenko once again could only brace for the impact. He was once again saved, only this time he was saved by someone different. Blue flames licked at the ground and made a barrier between Tenko and the spring-loaded punch. The air pressure still knocked Tenko off of his feet, but not as bad as it could have been. Dabai walked calmly up to Tenko, his hands in his filthy jacket pockets. He still had the face mask on and he just looked bored. Netsu called in a favor. Dabai explained, "What are we doing?" All Might came back and knocked All for One back with a sonic boom of a punch. Jesus. Dabai winced back in shock. "Get that one," Tenko demanded as he pointed to Present Mike. "We need to get them at a safe distance." Dabai nodded and grabbed Present Mike by his ankles. Ectoplasm was much easier to drag than the other two, despite his looks. "I'm surprised the girl isn't with you to rub it in my face," Tenko snarked, and that made Dabai smile a little. "She's with the other hero students watching this all go down. They're all cheering for you, so don't let them down. Go it." "What do you mean?" Dabai pointed up with one finger, and that made Tenko look up to where he was pointing. Above their heads was a helicopter belonging to a news station. A copter that was watching the fight with rapt interest. No doubt one that's been watching Tamura this whole time. All of Japan is watching. So hurry up so All Might can put this effer in the ground. Dabai picked up his speed while dragging Present Mike, and Tenko did the same. It was pure adrenaline that was keeping Tenko from fainting. That was keeping him from keeling over then and there. He feared that a cloud wouldn't come, but it would. A cloud took all 4 of them away into the safety of the collapsed building. The moment the other heroes were out of the way, All Might didn't let up. His punches became harder and he was able to freely attack All for One. Tenko felt like a kid as he watched this fight. "Come on, All Might," he whispered nervously. "Can't you hear it? How everyone is cheering you on." He continued to whisper as he watched. "Tamura Dabai." Tenko corrected him. "Whatever the F your name is, we need to." Tenko heard a snippet of All for One's conversation, taunting of All Might. "Don't you know just who Tamura is?" Tenko shushed Dabai. "Don't shush me," Dabai hissed between clenched teeth in pure irritation. Tenko's eyes narrowed as he spotted the gourd megaphone and he snatched it. "Tenko," Oboro coped. Tenko turned it on and brought it to his mouth. "My name is Tenko Shimura." He called over the megaphone, unsure of what's come over him, but he didn't hate this feeling. "The son of Nao Shimura and Kataro Shimura, who are both dead by your hand. All of my family are." "All Might, shut this prick up for my family. For my grandmother, who was a mother effing hero." His voice soared over the terrain and proved just the distraction All Might needed. With all of his mighty power, All Might threw one good and powerful punch and brought All for One to the ground, several layers of it in fact. All was still for several long seconds as Dabai and Tenko just watched with bated breath. Then All Might puffed up into his fullest form with his arm raised high above his head while he panted through his obvious pain. It was a childish joy that filled Tenko with glee as he watched this. He could hear it, the applause of everyone, every cheer, every tear shed of relief. He wondered if Toga was surrounded by the girls in the dorms. All of those teenagers grabbing onto one another for dear life as they watched this happen, watching as their favorite hero lived to see another day. Dabai grunted. "Help me get this rock off of Loud Cloud," he demanded, and Tenko looked over to see that Loud Cloud had passed out at some point. The two of them worked together to lift the massive rubble off of Loud Cloud's leg. No easy feat, but it could be done. Once it was off of him, they flipped him over and were both relieved to see he was breathing. Then it was over. Cleanup was to be done. All Might refused an interview and just left once everyone was loaded up into ambulances. Still, All Might didn't leave without patting Tenko on the shoulder. "You would have made your grandmother proud. These heroes will all live to see another day because of you. Remember that," he told Tenko before leaving. Still, Tenko knew that it wasn't over even if All for One was captured. He looked over his shoulder upon feeling eyes on him, or rather eye on him. Nais was standing up top a building looking down at Tenko. His hatred could be felt from high above. Tenko grabbed Dabai's jacket sleeve. "Quit it," Dabai hissed before he looked at Tenko, and then followed Tenko's gaze. His scowled. The two of them stared at Nais. Nais's right eye was shut as he stared below. Kurogiri came up behind Nais and put 2 hands on Nais's shoulders. Then behind a violently orange portal the two of them left. "It's not the end," Tenko told Dabai. "Not until Nais is killed. Then next time we have a run-in with that thing, there will be no high station on my part. I'll toast the effer alive." Tenko scratched at his neck. "Right." Izuku's eyes snapped open as he looked around. He wasn't in the alleyway. No, he was in purgatory. He looked down at his hands and groaned before grabbing his head. Slowly he sat up and looked around at the tall building top. It was quiet and the sky was still that beautiful orange he's come to love. Something's wrong. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his hair suddenly grabbed. Izuku let out a cry as he was suddenly being dragged. "I'm tired of this," Nais hissed. "This cat and mouse game between us. So it ends here. I realized why this place was made. This is the one place where you can't regenerate. I'm willing to bet." Izuku kicked as he tried to dig his heels into the ground. An involuntary scream left his mouth as he desperately kicked at the ground. His hands flew to Nai's cold wrists to try and pry the Namu out of his hair. "He's going to throw me off of the edge," Izuku fearfully realized as he tried to thrash out of Nai's grip. "There can only be one of us. I'm the real Izuku Midoriya," Nais declared as he tightened his grip in Izuku's curls. "You're the Nais. You're the faker, not me." Izuku knew he only had seconds, but the wall. What happened to the wall? He got stronger like he warned me he would. And he was strong. Nais was strong enough to drag Izuku across the roof and didn't even look like he was breaking out in a sweat. "If you kill me, you won't get my quirk." Izuku immediately tried to argue, and this did slow Nais down just a bit, but it didn't stop him completely. "Right, with Dad incarcerated." Nais's body shook before he let out a scream of rage and he threw Izuku to the ground. "Damn it," he cursed. Izuku let out a whine as he looked at the concrete of the roof. His head stung from where Nais had clearly ripped out a good bit of hair. Izuku shook violently as he looked from the concrete to Nais. Nais had his right eye closed and Izuku knew why instantly. Because he was missing his eye. Nais started to pace back and forth in his ever-growing anger. "It's not fair." Nais roared in indignation as he clenched his fingers like he wanted to strangle someone. "Dad's been taken and Timura turned against me ... Nais's breathing turned erratic as he grasped his own hair and twisted his curls into knots. "All I have is Kurogiri," he whispered before he leaned down and let out soft laughter. Laughter that quickly turned to tears. "I don't understand ... Why does everyone leave me?" Nais cried. "What did I do?" He looked at Izuku like he expected Izuku to know the answer. Well, Izuku did, but he wasn't sure if the answer was what Nais really wanted to hear. Izuku was sure saying something along the lines of, "Oh, you only threatened anybody and everybody in your path, bit my head off literally, kidnapped Hitoshi and Gyro, took Gyro's quirk, and you're just batshit crazy, as well as a walking abomination." Would most likely get him tossed off the side of the building. So, instead he just bit his tongue. He had to be smart about this. He needed time to heal fully so he could escape purgatory. "I don't know," he whispered. "Bullshit." Nais cursed while he continued to pace, not once taking his eyes off of Izuku. "And what's worse, they took Hitoshi before he was finished. I tried to tell the heroes not to take him. I tried. We don't know if the transfer was complete." Izuku's brows suddenly furrowed. "Transfer? You were going to take his quirk." Now it made sense. Hitoshi's last warning to Mas before he went quiet. Izuku felt himself snarl at Nais in anger, but then he relaxed a bit. It wasn't successful. "So, there's no point getting angry right now, right?" Nais surprisingly laughed. "Oh, no, well yes but no. You see, my transfer was successful." Izuku's eyes widened. "Why do you think I'm here?" Nais tapped his temple before sticking his tongue. "I was able to bypass that stupid wall with ease because of your connection with Hitoshi. His transfer was because I wasn't about to leave my best friend quirkless." The noise that left Izuku's mouth was feral as he sprung to his feet. "How dare you!" he roared as he lunged at Nais, catching the Namu off guard. Nais didn't have time to react when Izuku grabbed him by the collar and started to push him back towards the edge. "You want to know why everybody hates you?" Izuku had strength he never knew was in him as he managed to overpower Nais. "Because you're not human. You don't act human. You're an abomination." Izuku had Nais on the edge and Nais latched onto Izuku's shoulders, his nails creating small divots into Izuku's skin. "Hitoshi was never your friend. He was never yours either. He doesn't love you. He loves Mas." "Yeah, here's what you don't understand, Nais. You're right. I'm not Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya died the day he jumped from the building. I am Mas." Izuku let go of Nais, but Nais, who had himself attached to Izuku, still brought Izuku down with him. For a moment the two of them were weightless as they looked down at the ground that was coming up to meet them and fast. Izuku let out a scream as he braced for impact. Izuku let out a gasp and jumped from his spot from the alley. Quickly he looked around and realized, "I'm back." He was a cat again and out of purgatory. Talk about the nick of time. He scratched behind his ear with his hind leg. "Oh, you're awake." Angel stretched herself out, dipping her upper body low and bringing her rump high. "Came back faster than last time. Can you walk?" she asked. Izuku did a quick walk, walking around her just to prove a point. Angel watched him before she shook her head. "When did you get bigger than me? That's just unfair, you know." She tapped his nose with her tail. Izuku really never even thought about it as he looked at her. Yes, he had become bigger than her in the time that passed between their last visit with one another. "Ragdolls." She rolled her eyes playfully before she jumped to a trash can. Well, see you around, Angel told him. Angel, do I know you? Izuku asked, and that made Angel stop. She looked at him. Of course, you know me, Kit. Then she was gone. Jumped from the trash can to a fire escape and soon out of sight. You are a weird cat, Angel, Izuku mumbled as he stared at where she vanished from for a small while. When a splash of water hit his nose, it made him scrunch his nose up and realize just how dark the sky was. Then came the downpour. Yeah, Izuku touched his tongue in irritation. That tracks. His ears went low. Hang on, Hitoshi. I'm coming. We'll figure out what to do next, together. And in the pouring rain, Izuku rushed for the nearest hospital. It was going to be a bit, but he was going to get there. His best friend was going to need him. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.